Hi, I'm Norleen. I'm here to read my old fanfiction Xanna to show how poor my writing used to be. We can laugh at it and tear it apart. Hopefully everybody will find it fun. Content warning: poking fun at sexual assault, cisgender, boys, girls, teenagers, violence, stupid humor that was strongly inspired by anime, very poor writing, and storytelling. I'm gonna start by reading the blurb. Xanna was a young orphan halfling girl, abandoned at a young age, knew nothing of her past, was shunned by everyone for what she was, only wanting one thing: a friend. Who knew that when she finally found one in a nice orc, her whole world would change? Chapter 1. I'm half. As cliche as it sounds, Xanna was not a very average young girl. Not when you thought about it. She was half blood elf and half night elf. On top of that, she had no family or friends, no one at all that really cared for her. If you didn't think about that, then yes, she was a completely normal teenage girl. Sadly, that could not be ignored, for it was what made her, her. She was a level 23 rogue and looked like your average female blood elf teen, aside from being a very short 5'2" instead of the, at the very least, average 5'5". Her skin was young, soft, smooth, and looked like a darkish pink. Her hair a dark, almost black-looking brown, commonly worn in a pony. Looking upon her face, she was kind, caring, trustworthy, purely good-hearted, the kind of person that never wanted to harm anyone. Almost like as if she were a saint, though she was still not quite that. In accessories, she wore 2 ruby earrings and never took them off at all, not even when she went to sleep. Going back to genetics, her ears were also completely normal, tall and pointy, able to hear anything within a 15 to 20 feet radius. Yes, so she looked like your complete, absolutely average young teenage blood elf girl, aside from actually being nice, that is. Sadly though, she still was not, as much as she wished she could be, for there was something off about her, from being half night elf. Due to her birth defect, as most people called it, her eyes, which are normally a shade of green for blood elves, were a dark yellow, a more common eye color for male night elves. For this, she was picked on by the other blood elf children and adults back at the orphanage she grew up in, always saying she was a half-breed no one would ever want. She sometimes thought it was true. If that wasn't bad enough, she was also shunned by people that didn't bother to call her names. Sometimes she thought that was worse than not being acknowledged at all. Worse than that, she'd also been left for dead, even nearly murdered. Yes, there's a difference between the two, no matter how small. All of the constant comments would make her curious about her parents, curious if the other children and all of those adults were right about her. And so when she thought she was old enough, she asked the keeper about them, hoping to get a long and detailed story of how they were heroes that were too busy and didn't want their precious gift from above to get hurt. Sadly, this was still just a childish dream. Her answer was simple and plain, yet still saddening and heartbreaking. Her mother had died after giving birth to her, and her father, being the night elf of the two, did not want to raise her, especially alone, so he had brought her to the orphanage. Hearing this, Xanna wished she had never asked. It stayed in her mind for the longest while, though she was able to push it to the back of it most of the time, as she usually tried to do with all the mean comments the other children would say to her. She tried to turn everything bad that ever happened to her into a good thing. Perhaps it's best that I'm alone, so now other children won't have to be. Maybe it's best that my parents don't have me because I probably would have ruined all their dreams, and such things like that. But lying to oneself can only last so long. Eventually, all she ever wanted was someone that would hold her as she cried, someone to talk to, someone to play games with, someone that actually cared if she lived or died. When she had reached the age of 14, the age when the younglings were allowed to go out and start their own journey of questing and such, she was as happy as could be, for maybe questing would get her mind off things, maybe even a chance at making a new life for herself, meeting people, and making friends. Sadly, this was still a childish dream. Everyone she came across were just exactly like the children at the orphanage and all the adults that came looking to adopt. Some were actually worse, almost making the orphanage seem like a good home. And yet, she still refused to ever go back. So, thanks to her birth defect, she quested alone, figured things out on her own, relying on herself. Of course, as she explored, she would come across people that needed help or a questing buddy, so she offered a kind helping hand, being immediately turned down when they took a look at her eyes. She began to get tired of it and even bought a pair of sunglasses to hide her eyes and have a stronger chance of being accepted. Though, as most of her plans usually ended, it did not work, for when people weren't trying to take them off, it made it very difficult for her to quest, so there was no point in keeping them on all the time. With that plan being no good, she went back to her usual ways, offering help to anyone that needed it, moving on when turned down, trying hard to find just one friend. Technically, she did already have a friend, the voice in her mind, because we all talk to ourselves, right? Don't lie to me. She wasn't much of a friend, but talking with her helped to stay the small amount of sane she was at. Relatable? Her existence is a story for another time, or an explanation later on. For now, she was just a voice that nagged quite often in Xanna's mind. The voice of reason, she liked to describe herself as, since she would constantly nag Xanna and try to teach her of what was right and wrong, what was the wise choice, and what was the dumb one, since she was a voice in her her mind, Xanna would think of her as an inner self of a sort, inner Xanna. She called her Izzy for short. She found her annoying, ignoring her a lot, exploring in silence. Next scene. Xanna sighed, walked over to a nearby rock, and sat down on it. I'm so lonely right now, she thought, placing her elbows on her thighs to rest her head in her hand. She sighed again and shook her head to get rid of the sad thoughts and replace them with more happier ones. Maybe if I start questing again, I'll come across someone who needs a questing buddy, she thought, smiling a bit as she folded herself like usual. Or you'll come across someone who'll say, yeah, look at your eyes, then say, no, now buzz off, and ignore you completely like every single person you've come across since you started questing a year ago, Izzy said in her usual negative and irritated tone. Well, the 1000th or so time is the charm, isn't it? Izzy rolled her eyes, folding her arms over her chest, letting out a light huff. Whatever you have to tell yourself, she said in her usual monotone. You can't ever let me have anything, can you? Xanna asked, her voice in the black void known as her mind, giving her a blank stare like she normally did. Nope, her voice answered, giving Xanna that oh so wonderful smirk that she loved so much. You know I don't like you, right? She replied back. Of course I do. That's why I'm still here. Izzy laughed at Xanna's annoyance. Well, I'm not gonna be put down by your negativity. She hopped off the rock and dusted off her backside. I'm gonna find a questing buddy, she said determinedly, pointing her right index finger upwards, smiling widely. Taking a deep breath, she began to march down the road to her right. That's the way back to Crossroads, you idiot, Izzy pointed out. Xanna stopped walking immediately, somehow making a halting car sound. Quickly turned back around, pursing her lips in irritation and embarrassment. I knew that. Of course you did. Oh, shut up, the girl replied back, a little steam line lightly fuming off her head from irritation as she huffed and began to walk again. I was just making sure you knew. Izzy smirked to the girl as she became more and more agitated. Oh, shut it. It's not like you know everything, Xanna huffed. No, but I do remember where you came from and where you're headed from when you last checked your map. When was the last time I checked my map again? Xanna queried, a few question marks appearing above her head, thinking on it. About 3 weeks ago, Izzy answered rather nonchalantly, filing her nails from boredom. Xanna's jaw dropped to the ground of her mind. Quite humorously. 3 weeks? How the hell can you remember what my map looks like from 3 weeks ago? Unlike you, I actually try to remember every detail of such things like that because it could save our lives, Izzy emphasized, staring at her host with irritation. Hey, I pay attention to some things. Sometimes. Shut up, the body hostess replied with slight embarrassment, trying to ignore her voice and keep walking to wherever it was that she was headed. Is that what you were doing when you stumbled into the Underlight mines back in Ghostlands? Her voice retorted in her damned usual smart-ass tone, folding her arms over her chest as she smirked. I had quest there, was the reply she received. And you didn't know that until after you had to run away for your life, laughing at Xanna's irritation. I still need to look up on some brain surgery, she grumbled. You need to watch where the hell you're going. You're gonna trip and break your damn neck if you don't, Izzy nagged, throwing her arms out in front of her, addressing that she was about to trip over a pebble. You damned idiot! I am perfectly capable of arguing with you and walking at the same time. Jeez, for such a know-it-all, you still sure can be dumb. I mean, I've been doing this our whole lives, and you still, Xanna nagged, being interrupted by her voice with an orc. What? She said in reply, quirking a brow, then began to spin in a circle, quite unexpectedly. As Xanna had been absent-mindedly walking toward Camp Tarho, an ever-so-polite green blur had run right past her, causing her to spin around in a circle. When he had passed, she was standing awkwardly, and her hair was quite a mess. Quite. Wow. Quite. Yeah, that word just basically got used back to back, didn't it? Was all she was able to say before more purple blurs had also made their way past her, causing her to spin in a few more circles and nearly fall to the ground, her ponytail holder just barely in her hair. Did I just see an orc getting chased by like 4 raptors? Izzy face-palmed herself, muttering things silently. Just go follow him and die. Next scene. After fixing her hair quickly, Xanna had made her way after the orc, finding him cornered against a rock. Hey, I thought you said that he was the Tooth Fairy, was the first thing she yelled to Izzy, having been fooled into thinking the orc was the Tooth Fairy, the raptors a few of his minions, and they were on their way to kill Great Father Winter. Her voice could only facepalm herself and growl with irritation. I hate you, she muttered, sighing at how the important things were always a second thought to her host. With another sigh, she removed her face from her hand and looked back to the ditzy girl. girl. Go save him from the raptors just so you can get yourself killed? Right! Xanna exclaimed, pulling out her daggers, eyeing the raptors with determination. Quietly, she stealthed herself, moving around in what shadows she could. Sneaking up behind one of the raptors, she raised her dagger high, then brought it down with force, stabbing the creature deep in its back. Having been the weakest of the bunch, it screeched out in pain and fell over dead. Making herself notice with a gracious greeting, the raptors turned away from the orc they'd been after, stared at their dead companion, then glared at Xanna. He was like that when I got here? She told them sheepishly, slowly hiding her dagger behind her back, hoping the sweat drop on the side of her head remained to go unseen. The raptors stared blankly at her. Right. Not gonna work. Crap. The girl said, her eyes darting off in her right direction, ignoring the orc's eyebrow quirking up in question at her. Have I ever told you that you're an idiot? Izzy managed to throw in just before the raptors all took one step toward the girl. Xanna's eyes widened in horror as she stared at their feet, taking one step back away from them. If I haven't, then, she went on, completely ignoring Xanna as she bolted and began to run away from the angry raptors, which only made them angrier and chase after her, and leaving the dumbfounded young orc boy behind at his rock. You're an idiot! She yelled, jumping high off the black ground in Xanna's mind, steam coming out of her ears as a small form of release of her irritation toward the girl. That's a small form of irritation. What's a large form of irritation? Shut up and help me think of something, will ya? The voice, now back on the ground, sighed, placing her face in her hand and shaking it with annoyance. Idiot, she muttered under her breath. Izzy! Said voice straightened up and placed her left hand on her hip. First, stop running. In her mind, Xanna nodded to her voice of reason, and in reality, she immediately stopped running, though she was still prepared to do so again if she needed to. Okay, what now? She asked, her eyes widening a bit as she heard the raptors catching up to her in the background. Turn around, Izzy said, using her right pointer finger to make a spinning motion for the girl. Xanna's eyes then widened in horror at her, even more so than they were in reality. Are you crazy? Just do it! As far as I'm aware, I wrote that before the Shia LaBeouf thing. Xanna sighed, both in her mind and reality, then reluctantly did as Izzy had told her to do, ever so slowly turning herself around, coming face to face with the raptors just as they had caught up to her. And then they stood up straight. Now the irritatingly short girl came face to chest with the raptors, aggravating her so much that a small steam line or two came off the top of her head. Any more bright ideas? She asked, her voice sarcastically, her right eye now twitching a little bit from irritation. My eye used to do that whenever I was annoyed. I think sometimes it still happens. Yes, Izzy answered simply, nodding to her. Fight one of the raptors while the orc fights another, then both of you fight 2-on-1 with the third raptor. But the orc! The girl was pointing out the flaw in her voice's plan as she slowly backed away from the raptors. The damn things were surrounding her like paparazzi on an anorexic model getting caught eating chocolate. Or any form of food for that matter. Next scene. Xanna was now completely backed up against a rock. Just like the orc she had almost regrettably pulled the damn beast off of. Izzy, think of something. The orc is hiding behind that rock. Izzy had finished for her post, pointing at the rock the young green orc boy had been hiding behind after finally spotting him. He was just a little ways from where the pink elf girl was, peeking out his head, staring and watching the confrontation Xanna was having with his raptor friends. What? Was all Xanna could reply, carefully peeking around the raptors to her left. To her astonishment, she actually saw the orc, whom quickly tried to hide behind the rock again. How did you? She began to ask, not even thinking of why the orc hadn't come to her rescue yet, as she had to punch one of the raptors in its nose to keep it at bay, then kick away the other two. Ask questions later! Her voice shouted at her, if you had the attention span to remember that far. Just fight! She quickly added, her eyes darting off in a random direction. Hey, Xanna said, catching on to Izzy's insult. Xanna inwardly put her hands on her hips, shooting Izzy a look. Fight, damn it! Was all she yelled to her, close to pulling out her hair as the raptors ever so slowly began to show their teeth. Fine. The idiot girl huffed in her mind, gripping both of her daggers tightly in reality, finally prepared to fight. The raptors growled, the one to her far right immediately trying to lash out at her. She made a slash at it with her dagger, only nicking it. After the first moves were made, the orc quickly ran in, taking the third raptor off of her to help ease the fight. Careful, you idiot! Izzy yelled as Xanna just barely caught herself stumbling to the ground, being hit hard in the kidney from one of the raptors. The girl let out a groan in pain from being hit in such a sensitive area, quickly getting back to her feet and continuing to fight on. It's not there. It's not there, she repeated to herself, one arm wrapped around herself as she pretended the pain wasn't there, something she'd do to help ease the pain she was in. Ugh, I hate raptors. Watch out! Izzy warned as the other raptor tried to pull the same trick. back. Gracefully, Xanna did a backflip away from the raptors, kicking one in the face as she did so. Ugh, I hate raptors! I hate them! As she was landing, one of the raptors had tried to take another bite out of her, missing and only just barely getting the very end of her ponytail, taking off 3 tiny strands of her hair. And this is what caused the girl to snap. As she finally landed, Xanna had made the halting car sound once again. The odd noise grabbing the attention of the raptors and the orc boy, causing them all to stop fighting. She then quickly threw up her hands and made the time out sign. Whoa! Time out! She shouted to all of them. After that, she looked down, horrified, when she saw the 3 tiny hairs of hers the raptor had taken off. Slowly, and a bit shakily, she knelt down, ever so delicately picking up each hair with her left hand, placing them in her right. She stared at the hairs in silence for a moment. Her eyes widened and mouth slightly open in shock and horror. Of course, she completely ignored the odd looks being given to her for this. Horror, shock, and horror. It's getting used so frequently. I think you should only repeat standout words like just a couple of times a chapter, maybe every other chapter. Basically, only once per chapter, I think. That's what I've been coming to learn in writing. I am still learning, so feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. After her moment of silence, Xanna closed her eyes tight, scowled deeply, and lowered her head a bit, crushing the hairs as she balled her hand up into a fist. She was about to lose it. Yes! Over her hair. And that's the sign for duck and cover, Izzy said, slapping on an army helmet as she quickly ran and dived behind a fort that had come from nowhere in Xanna's mind, making sure she was as well protected as she could be for the girl's meltdown. No one, the pink elf girl began grimly, slowly bringing her balled up hand with the hairs in it up to her chest. Mrs., she continued, now bringing her hand up to the bottom of her chin. With the hair! She screamed, bringing her head back up, her eyes darting open and shooting a slight murderous glare to the raptor that had done the action. Not even a split second later, after screaming the rest of her statement, she was up in the air, quite a few feet off the ground, making everyone's eyes widen in absolute horror. Next scene, the small elf girl had dived down from her spot in the air and onto the poor unsuspecting raptor that had dared to mess with her hair. It was absolutely horrifying. So horrifying that even a full-grown man would scream and wet himself like a terrified little girl. The orc and other 2 raptors stood idly by, only watching in terror. Oh, terror instead of horror this time! Then the orc quickly killed the raptor he had been fighting without the other noticing, and went back to watching the horrid sight when done. It was awful. Most of the things Xanna had been doing to it were probably illegal in over 17 zones, and that's only in Kalimdor. Warning! I am about to attempt to do a teenage orc boy voice. Kinda feels sorry for the beast, the orc thought, having to comfortingly pat the other raptor on the back as it cried for its friend. There, have some juice, he said, pulling out a juice box from his bag and offering it to the raptor. A moment or 2 later, Xanna was done completely destroying the poor little raptor, leaving only one to kill. And said raptor was on the ground with the orc, having a drink. Xanna raised an eyebrow at them, panting a little bit from using almost all of her energy on the one raptor, catching their attention. Quickly, they both stood up, dusted themselves off, and glared at each other. Idiots, was all Izzy had to say to the situation as she facepalmed herself yet again. Izzy's probably the best character so far. Xanna, as always, ignored her voice, walked over to the 2, then took a spot next to the orc, glaring at the raptor along with him, also trying not to blush being next to a boy, because that's how I acted as a teenager, because teenagers are stupid. The lone raptor stared pitifully at its dead companions, looked back at his doom, then made a small whimpering sound, its eyes getting teary. I already gave it a sex, why did I say its? May as well say his. His eyes getting teary. Don't be looking at me like I'm crazy. Shall we? The orc asked, raising his sword, giving a small smile to the girl that had saved his life. Xanna smiled back, giving him a cute tilt of her head. After you, she replied politely, addressing her right hand toward the raptor. Flirt much? Izzy teased the girl, smirking at her as she tried her hardest not to blush. Oh! Shut! She was yelling back to her in her mind, trailing off as she stared at the raptor before her in reality. The poor thing looked so alone and scared, something Xanna was all too familiar with. With a sigh, she grabbed the orc's shoulder before he had a chance to run up to it and begin attacking. Let's let this one go, she said, taking her hand back. Huh? The orc questioned, raising an eyebrow at her. But it tried to kill us both. Yeah, but look at it, Xanna said, addressing her hand at the raptor again for the orc to really look at it. It's scared, alone, and just watched all of its companions die. Let it go. This was before that cartoon and that song came out. Don't even. I'll admit that I like it, but that's a story for another time. The orc looked back to it, seeing how petrified it was, especially after seeing what Xanna was capable of. He sighed, putting his sword and shield away. You're right, he said, lowering his head a bit in shame as he nodded in agreement to the girl. After that, he turned to walk away, stopping when he noticed the girl was not with him. Turning back around, he saw that Xanna was carefully walking up to the raptor, petting it and softly speaking to it, saying that it was going to be all right and that it was free. The beast was thankful, after smacking her unconscious with its tail before running away. A little while later, the small elf girl woke up, groaning a bit from feeling some leftover pain of being smacked. Ugh. What happened? She asked, opening her eyes to find an orc in her face. Ever heard of personal space? Or... Izzy said sarcastically, knowing full well she was not heard, but still feeling the need to speak. Shut up! Xanna yelled to her, turning a brighter pink than she should be. All her voice did was laugh at her for it, frustrating her to no end as always. Are you okay? The orc asked, looking over her to make sure she was alright. He felt the need to remain in her face because he thought she was just so pretty, trying his hardest to not let that show through his actions, and failing rather horribly at it in Izzy's opinion. I'm fine, Xanna replied when she had been brought back to reality. Could you back away from my face now? She asked as politely as she could, trying to go back to her normal shade of pink, still ignoring Izzy's laughter. Oh, yeah, he said. Sorry, he added, quickly backing out of the girl's personal space, taking a seat on the ground. Next scene! As Xanna dusted off her arm, she looked to her left, looking at the orc, whom quickly darted his attention away from her to stare in a random direction. She ignored it completely, taking a moment to figure out what class he was to figure out how he got into the business of those raptors. With help from Izzy, she quickly noted he was a warrior. Mail armor, sword and shield, those whatnots pointed out. An odd helm covered his whole face except for his eyes, so they were the only thing of his facial features she was able to see. They're very nice red eyes, she thought, absent-mindedly staring at them. Flirt, Izzy coughed. Xanna rolled her eyes. Ignoring Izzy's laughter and now done with observing and making little notes of the orc, Xanna then took out her hairband and shook out her hair, trying to shake out what dust she could. As she did so, her voice began to laugh even harder for some reason. She continued on with ignoring her, shaking her hair a bit more. She heard from the orc, barely noticing him look away from her out of the side of her eye, completely oblivious that he was trying to hide that his green skin was changing into the color of hers. So, thanks for, helping me out. Xanna was amazed that she had actually been thanked. It'd been almost a forever since something like that had happened, though, unbeknownst to her, he had also thanked her to try and make a distraction because he didn't want her to see all of his blushes from how beautiful he thought she was. Get over myself. If you hadn't come along, I would have been Raptor Chow, he said, letting out a sheepish chuckle as he rubbed the back of his neck, also now turning back to look at her, seeing her put her hair back up. Seeing that, he quickly looked away again. Damn it, he thought irritably, seeming to have no control of his bashfulness around this girl. No problem, he heard her reply with a smile, her hair back in place. Xanna tilted her head slightly when the orc decided to turn completely around. She quickly shrugged it off and took advantage of the moment to inwardly thank her wonderfully genius and annoyingly evil voice of reason. Thanks for your help, Iz. If you hadn't known that the orc would follow, then, she was saying to her voice, smiling widely and almost blushing. I didn't, Izzy said nonchalantly, interrupting her. The young girl's smile quickly faded, being replaced by a slightly confused look, complete with a quirked brow. You didn't what? That's another one that's repeated. Quirked brow? No one's eyebrows is where they should be. No one's eyebrows are where they should be. They're all up here. This is where everyone's eyebrows are at. Up here. You know what? Shave these off. Just get a marker. Draw them on up here. I don't have a marker. I don't have a marker to draw the eyebrows on. But this is where the eyebrows are. All the quirking. All the quirking. All the quirking! I didn't know the orc would follow you. I just got lucky when I told you to stop running and turn around. Wait, then what was your plan for me if he hadn't followed? Didn't have one. I was just making it up as I went along. So you just winged it? Shut up and talk to the orc. He's starting to stare. Again. It's creeping me out, Izzy said, shuddering at the orc's stares. Fine, but we are not Done talking, the girl shouted back, her hands and little fists at her sides, her nose scrunched up as she made her irritated pout to her voice. We're not done talking. Oh, yes we are, she muttered under her breath. What was that? Nothing. Fine. Just shut up and talk to him, the voice said, shooing her off. Xanna mumbled a few things about Izzy as she went back to reality, stopping when she looked back to the orc, seeing that he was now facing her again, staring quite profusely. She ignored it, trying to think of something to say, only to come up empty-minded. So, as always, she said the first thing that did manage to be a thought. Your eyes are cool, she blurted out, receiving a quirked eyebrow from the orc. Eyebrows are up here now. This is where they live. Oh, wait, she stammered. Idiot, was all Izzy had to say about it. I'm you, Xanna? She blurted out again, her tongue twisting around her words. Idiot. No, I'm Xanna. You? The flustered girl was finally able to put together, smiling sheepishly as she stuck out her right hand for a handshake. Maybe I should do the talking from now on, Izzy said in the background of Xanna's mind. Said stammering idiot ignored her, still too busy failing at her first impression. Again. I'm Akazil. She heard the young orc boy chuckle, apparently finding this amusing. Next scene, Akazil could only smile at the girl, all flustered and, well, pretty damn adorable. Nice name, she said, still sounding sheepish, but trying to slide it off as coolly as she could. I could say the same for you, he replied, winking at her, laughing as her eyes slightly widened and her face slowly turned a bright shade of red. Wow, can't believe that worked. Is this all I have to do to win women over? Just wink at them? Aw, yeah. You know you want this, ladies. Aw, yeah. I knew it! Izzy accused for the winking, pointing a finger at Shut the hell up, damn you! Xanna yelled, strangling her voice. She then sighed and let go of her voice when she heard Akazil laughing at, she assumed, her. I failed at my first impression yet again, she thought, hanging her head down. No kiddin'. Girl, I oughta. She growled to her voice, about to strangle her again, when pulled back to reality by the orc. Home was still lightly chuckling at her, which only made her even more frustrated and want to keep strangling her voice. Sorry, I was just messing with you, Akazil chuckled to the flustered girl. Well, sorta, he finished in his mind. Izzy told Xanna again before she had the chance to speak to the orc, not liking him one bit, along with everyone else in all of Azeroth and Outlands. If you don't shut the hell up right now, I swear I will mentally beat you with a bat! The girl yelled to her voice. Izzy rolled her eyes and folded her arms over her chest. I'd like to see you try, she said, staring down her body hostess. And so Xanna did as she said she would. She beat Izzy with a bat, completely forgetting and ignoring reality. And Akazil. Said orc had gone back to staring at her while she was inwardly having a moment. And in curiosity instead of love days this time. Oh my god, wow, because finally, in these past, oh my god, 2 minutes of them knowing each other, he's actually curious of what the fuck's going on with her instead of just swooning. Okay, I get it, she saved you from being eaten alive, but no. Why is she being so quiet? He thought, raising his eyebrow a bit at the girl. And why does it look like she's concentrating on something? He went on, slowly starting to go back to his love days. Well, that lasted about 30 seconds, maybe less. She looks so cute staring off into space like that, he thought, quickly catching himself as he began to grin. He didn't want to, but he shook all of his fluffy, mushy love days thoughts of the girl away, going back to wondering why she was being so quiet. Yeah, maybe wonder if she's okay, because she's just fucking sitting there, not fucking saying anything, just looking off into nowhere. Is she having a stroke? Maybe I should ask her if she's alright, he pondered to himself. Before doing so, he made sure to try and think if there was anything else he could do. When coming up with nothing, he slowly mustered up the courage to poke the quiet elf girl. Are you okay? Crap, forgot about him, Xanna thought when poked. She inwardly sighed, lowering her bat. Ow! A twitching Izzy groaned, sprawled out on the floor of the girl's mind. I'll be back for you later, Xanna told her, tossing her bat aside as she narrowed her eyes a bit at the twitching voice. With that said, she inwardly took a deep breath to prepare herself to speak with Akazil again. And just when he had poked her a second time. Are you okay? He asked again, growing concerned for the girl. Sorry, Xanna replied to him, smiling a bit sheepishly again. I was just thinking of something, she said reassuringly, like beating my stupid annoying voice with a bat, she added in her mind, turning to check on said voice. She was unconscious. Maybe I was a little too hard on that last hit. Oh well. After that being said, Xanna then began to poke her unconscious voice with a stick, forgetting Akazil again. Are you serious? You talked to him for like 2 seconds and now you're just immediately... Whom went back to staring at her. The fuck you doing, Ak? He was thinking about how pretty she was as he stared at her. Prettier than all of the other blood elf girls he had seen. She had such beautiful brown hair, such a pretty smile, and gorgeous yellow eyes. She was just absolutely perfect. The kind of girl he'd be proud to take home to meet his parents. He thought this until he noticed the flaw. Wait a minute, the young orc boy thought, going back to Xanna's eyes, quirking a brow at them. Yellow? Why are they yellow? He only began his questioning because he remembered how all of the other blood elves he'd seen had some shade of green eyes. Hey, I just realized something, he said aloud, not being able to help his curiosity. Xanna quickly turned her head at the boy's voice, inwardly tossing aside her poking stick. What? She asked, turning herself to face him completely, tilting her head and smiling cutely at him as she had done a few moments ago. Final scene. You have yellow eyes. All the other blood elves I've seen had green eyes. Even the guys. Why? At this question, Xanna quickly darted her head away from his direction, fidgeting with her fingers a little bit, nervous and trying to think of how to tell him the answer. Well, she tried to start, her eyes still off in another direction, lowering her head a little into her shoulders. And there goes your questing buddy, the now conscious Izzy threw in, covered in bandages and bruises. The irritated girl then slowly pulled out the bat. The voice's eyes widened in horror at it. I'll be good, she said quickly, taking a couple steps away for safety. That's what I thought you said, Xanna said, lowering the bat, still keeping her eyes narrowed on Izzy. Well, what? She heard Akazil say, pulling her back to reality. He didn't mean to be nosy or anything. He was just curious. Head hopping! Well, Xanna said again, exhaling a bit, rubbing the back of her head as she slowly made eye contact with him again. Was all she managed to say before she looked away again. Half blood elf, half night elf. Really? Akazil asked, perking his head up a bit in interest. The halfling girl nodded, still not looking to him, trying to hold back a flinch. And here comes the horrible comment, she thought, thinking of almost everyone she had met in her life. Cool. Xanna sighed, quickly turning back to him. I knew you would say something like that, so I'll just wait, she said, her eyes slightly widening when she caught what he'd said. Did you just say cool? She asked, pointing to him, raising an eyebrow. Receiving a nod, shocked, her jaw dropped a little bit. She quickly shook her head and continued to press on with her questions. As in, you think it's cool and not freaky? And if we wanted to be questing buddies, you wouldn't mind knowing that or try to kill me in the most vicious and brutal way you can think of? Too far, sport. Too far. She heard Izzy say in the background, doing her best to ignore it. Well, it is a little freaky, but he paused. Wait, why would I try to kill you? Don't ask, Xanna muttered, darting her eyes away again. Please, Izzy added, also darting her eyes. Okay, the orc replied, quirking a brow, but not questioning, then quickly shaking his head. Anyways, he went on, it is freaky, but in a good way, and I wouldn't mind at all being questing buddies, he finished with a smile. Really? The halfling replied almost giddily, beaming at his nod. He doesn't mind because he only wants to... Izzy was throwing in, getting hit upside the head extremely hard with the bat. Ow! Son of a bitch! She wailed as she fell. Xanna ignored her cries of pain, wanting to talk with Akazil some more in peace, although she didn't know what to say from being filled with so much joy. She wasn't able to speak at all even, though she did cry, not even knowing she was doing so. Are you okay? The orc asked with concern. You're crying. Was it something I said? He frowned at the girl's nod. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you cry. It's fine, Xanna squeaked, wiping away her tears. I'm crying because I'm happy, and I'm happy because you're the first person to be nice to me in a very long time. Originally, that line was, you're the first person to be nice to me. As in, he was literally the first person to be nice ever, but this was immediately made contradicted when a new character entered the story. So I had to change that. Really? I figured that other people have said the same thing to you and you were probably getting annoyed with hearing it so much, he said with a smile. At this, Izzy stared at him like he was insane. Where the hell has he been the past 14 years? She questioned, her eyebrows slowly getting higher and higher. Now for that visual, I did visualize that her eyebrow was slowly just raising up and up. Like this part stayed on her face, but this part would just go slowly up. Ignoring her, Xanna smiled at him, very happy at his words. He smiled back, making her blush and turn away. You're such an idiot, her voice said in her usual nonchalant, solemn monotone. Am not, she retorted wittingly, what was left of her tears sliding down her cheeks. R2. Xanna just huffed at this and ignored her once again, going back to the kind orc. All of you must overcome your need to say D2 when Izzy says R2. Overcome it. Or don't, it's fine. Nope. This is the first time in a long time that I've heard somebody say something nice to me. She replied to his comment as she wiped away the rest of her tears. Not even your parents? He asked. Nope. Not even them, Xanna said plainly, standing up and dusting off her backside. Oh, I'm sorry. Oxel quickly tried to apologize, now feeling like a jackass. It's fine, she said, helping him to his feet, annoyed that he was at least a foot taller than her. Would you like to quest with me? He suddenly asked. Yes, she answered with a nod and a smile. He's only gonna... Izzy protested, being hit very hard again with the bat. Chapter 2, Meeting the Parents. Early the next morning, Xanna awoke at the Crossroads Inn. It reeked of Tauren anus for some odd reason she could not figure out. Yes, this of course infuriated Izzy. First you bump into a stupid orc being chased by raptors from a shortcut to here. Now you can't figure out why it smells like ass. I'd kill you if that didn't risk killing me as well, she said about the subject. Smells like Tauren ass because the innkeeper is a Tauren. That's why it's annoying. Still, Xanna ignored it, slept, and now she woke. In quite a bit of pain. First time I get to sleep in a real bed in about a month, and I had to sleep in it with my stupid armor on. She sat up, stretched her arms, and let out a big yawn, scrunching up her face at her bed sores. Stupid place didn't have any changing rooms, she thought, oblivious to all the other travelers going into a room in the back with their armor on and coming out in nice and comfortable pajamas of sorts. They seriously should look into it, she went on, smiling as she popped one of her shoulders. Much better. At least you got some sleep. I couldn't because of your loud-ass snoring, Izzy griped to her body hostess, dark circles under her eyes from lack of sleep. Xanna rolled her eyes at her, continuing to stretch and pop her body parts. Now that you're awake, maybe I can get some sleep. And after saying that, the voice of reason passed out instantly. Finally, maybe now I can get some peace, Xanna thought, her eyes slowly falling upon her pillow after she was done stretching. Or maybe some more sleep. She laid her head back down on the pillow, snuggling into it as she closed her eyes. Hey, don't go back to sleep, she heard a familiar voice say, causing her to sigh. She peeked open an eye, seeing her orc friend eagerly awaiting for her at the bedside. I've been waiting like 3 hours for you to get up, he said to her, still staying put at her side, almost like a puppy. If you waited 3 hours, then I'm sure you can wait another 3 days, the girl replied back, closing her opened eye. The orc's jaw slightly dropped at this, letting out a small form of an offended, scoffing gasp of a sort. 3 days? Oh, come on, Xanna, wake up, he said to her like a child would sound when wanting a toy they were not allowed to have. She sighed. Time? Around 8 in the morning, the orc answered, slightly disgusting Xanna with being a morning person. Such things like that are just insane! Nevertheless, the girl held back her disgust and remained polite to the boy. Okay, I'll wake up, she said, able to feel Akazil's beam at her. Yay! In 4 hours, she interrupted his cheers, feeling a smile immediately disappear and turn into an irritated purse of the lips. Damn it, he muttered, staring blankly. At least I didn't say days, Xanna giggled, smiling as she nuzzled back into her pillow some more, her ears slightly twitching at the sound of Akazil's eye twitch and irritation. Fine. The young orc warrior boy sighed to her, closing his eyes and lowering his head. I'll wait for you to wake up. Upon saying this, he suddenly grew a smirk. Whatever. Fucking annoying. So dumb. And yeah, she's like super interested in making friends, given that she's dissing the first person to ever be excited to be around her in years. Yeah, that's a good way to make friends. Based on true mannerisms and behavior. The girl smiled, happy that she was going to get a little while longer more of rest and relaxation, even though she would just wake up in pain from her armor. However, her smile did not stay long, for she had suddenly met the floor, with her face very hard. Ow! She wailed, getting on her knees and rubbing her face. What the hell? What the hell is going on? Well, the green-skinned teen began, stepping over the girl to occupy her bed. You said you wanted to sleep, but you never said that you wanted to sleep on a bed. Akazil is apparently forcing me to stay awake, Xanna replied to her voice with a growl. The rogue girl leapt back onto her feet, her hands balled up at her sides as she glared and growled to her orc friend. Get the hell out of my bed! She yelled at him, stomping her foot. I'll kill that bastard for waking me up! As he growled along with her, her teeth suddenly as sharp as that of a carnivore's. Wow, you didn't call him a that time, her hostess couldn't help point out, suddenly inwardly grinning at her. You're starting to like him! Oh, how sweet! This only angered Izzy so much. Fire surrounded her and took place as her hair and eyes. No. I still like Izzy. Izzy's funny, but just stop it. Next scene. After sneaking away from the enraged voice in her head, Xanna dressed her attention back to the orc before he began to poke her for staring off into space again. Get out of my bed, she said, staring blankly at him, also hoping that Izzy's fit wouldn't set her mind on fire and make smoke blow out of her ears. I will if you stay awake, he said, remaining seated in her bed. My face met the floor 2 seconds ago. I think I'm awake. Good, the boy smiled up at her irritation. Now we can start questing. He pursed his lips as Xanna groaned at his plans for the day. Hey, questing is fun. When you're awake, it is. You are awake. The girl shot him a look of irritation at what he said. What? Was all he had to say in return. She rolled her eyes and sighed. Can we just get some breakfast? She asked, looking very tired. But we need to quest, the orc answered in a humorously pitiful tone, his stomach growling a moment later. Looks like you're outvoted, Xanna smiled. Stupid stomach, Akazil muttered. Crap, he then heard Xanna suddenly say as she rummaged through her bags. What's wrong? I don't have any food left and I'm broke, she answered, sighing as she put her bags aside. Well, that teaches me to buy random shiny things for no reason, she muttered, completely oblivious to the orc raising an eyebrow at her. I told you not to buy those shiny things, but no. You just had to have that shiny bird statue that does absolutely nothing! Izzy nagged to her. But it was shiny, Xanna said, thinking of the bird statue she had bought. It was a useless bird statue, her voice continued, choosing to ignore said bird statue flying away in the background discreetly. Fly away, bird statue. It was still shiny, the rogue girl replied, folding her arms to her voice as a that's that. Izzy only lowered her head, shook it, and sighed. Shut up, the bastard looks like he's about to speak. Aw, you do like him, Xanna teased. Ever so slowly the fire began to come back. I'll just leave you alone now, she said, leaving as quickly as she could. We can go to Orgrimmar, Xanna heard Oxil say as she went back to reality. Yeah, so I guess chapter 1 ended with Xanna being like, and Oxil being, you want to go questing with me? Yeah, sure. That's the end of chapter 1, and it's just kind of established that Xanna's just gonna be going. Xanna. And that's basically the story we're getting so far. At least we know that there's more going on in Xanna's head because of these hilarious little points of view and opinions from Izzy. But on the outside, that's how it looks between these two characters. She looks crazy, and he's dumb. It's so stupid. I live there, so we can go there and I can make us something. Or we can just quest. I vote questing, he said, both of their tummies yelling in anger, demanding food. 3-1, you're outvoted. The girl giggled. Damn it, the boy muttered, a slight blush on his face. He then sighed and finally got off the girl's bed and back onto his feet. Follow me. Aye aye, Captain, Xanna said, saluting the boy. You're a dork, he laughed. Thank you, she said, grinning like an idiot. Come on, let's go. He chuckled again, heading out of the inn. Have a nice day, come back soon. The innkeeper faked a smile as the two left, immediately going to the bed Xanna had taken to burn the sheets clean. Harsh, was all Izzy had to say about it as she watched him. Xanna paid her no mind and followed her orc friend to the crossroads flight path, suddenly remembering something. Wait, how am I gonna pay for this flight? I'm broke. Don't worry about that, Oxil said, reaching into his bag, pulling out a little handful of something and giving it to the girl. She simply stared at it. If you have money, then why don't we just buy something here? Because the food here is horrible. It's not that bad, Xanna muttered, remembering of the last time she had eaten anything from the crossroads. She'd thrown up 16 times within 5 minutes. I'm pretty sure you're dying! 16 times in 5 minutes? Izzy had told her that they'd served her rotten food, and on purpose, but she refused to believe her, thinking that no one was that cruel. Still, after that, she refused to eat from the crossroads ever again. Now I remember why I haven't eaten since yesterday morning, she said quietly to herself. You haven't eaten since yesterday morning? Oxil questioned with great concern. We better get you food before your stomach starts eating itself, he exclaimed at her nod, hearing a loud rumbling coming from her belly. Too late, she giggled. Let's go! After purchasing flights and arriving to Orgrimmar, Xanna was escorted by her new friend to a hut-looking building his family called home. This is my house, she heard him say as her head began to hurt the more her stomach yelled at her. Cool, was all she managed to say before she passed out from hunger. A little while later, when the girl had woke, she once again woke up with an orc in her face. However, it was not Akazil this time. Holy shit, what the hell is that? Izzy exclaimed as Xanna made a little squeak and fell off the couch she'd apparently been on. She muffled a greeting to the floor with her face. The orc that had been the cause of the problem only slapped his knee and pointed as he laughed at her. Xanna began to change a few shades of red as she got back to her feet, standing at attention as she tried to hide how flustered she was. Dad, do you always have to terrify people when they wake up? Came the sound of Oxil's voice from just a little bit away from the two, sounding just as flustered and a bit irritated. Dad, that thing is a person? Was the first thing Izzy had to say. Of course he is. Not everything that looks like a monster is an it or a thing, you know. Xanna replied to her voice, rather sensitive to those words after being addressed as such for so long. Now, having been made felt like an ass, Izzy remained silent and let her body hostess have her peace with her new orc friend and his father. Upon looking closer, Oxil seemed to look exactly like his father, only with lighter skin and possibly different hair color. He wore a helmet, so Xanna wasn't sure what was under there. Though the father had raven black hair, she imagined Oxil as a blonde. And the image right here, the mental image, is like the Fabio Harlequin book covers. And he's got the long, blonde, flowing, masculine hair. The big, beautiful man booby pics. That's stupid. At this little random thought bubble, Izzy pulled out a quill and a piece of paper, writing something down quickly. Noticing, Xanna peeked over her shoulder to read the paper, seeing her name, Akazil, and Akazil's dad on it. Why are you, she questioned, looking at the top of the paper, reading, people to kill. Oh, cut it out, she said, snatching the paper and ripping it up. Izzy sighed and pouted. Geez, gotta ruin all my fun, she said, ignoring Xanna, staring blankly at her. Another thing, I just imagine these interactions in her head happening really quickly. So you just gonna stand there all day and not say anything? The two heard the older orc man say, staring at the blank face Xanna plainly. The girl began to change colors again and began to stammer. No, sir, she said, shaking her head profusely, then straightened up as much she could and gave the man a salute. Why the hell did I just do that? I was about to ask the same thing, but then I remembered that you're an idiot, Izzy said to embarrass Xanna even more so. Do I have to sick Raptors on you again? The voice's eyes widened at remembrance of the Raptors. Nope, she squeaked out, shrinking and retreating into a dark part of Xanna's mind to be safe. The girl was satisfied with the quietness in her mind, well aware that it probably wouldn't last long, but still satisfied. You gotta keep her here, son, she suddenly heard Oxil's father say as he chuckled and lightly nudged her with his elbow. Keeper? She pondered what he meant. I think he means... So, how long have you and my son been dating? Do you plan to be married? Dating? Xanna thought, turning several shades of red and pink again at the accusation. If you do, which I'm sure you will because you look like that lovely type of girl, and I have raised my son in that way, otherwise I would break his legs, then you better have a lot of a lot of kids, the orc man continued, beaming at the two blushing teens. Of course, Izzy only rolled around on the floor of Xanna's mind in a laughing fit. Dad! Oxel exclaimed, steam fuming out of his helmet from how embarrassed his father had made him. What? I want a lot of grandkids. We're not dating. We're just friends, the young orc boy exclaimed to his father about the shade of Xanna's regular pink skin beneath his helmet. Ah, I get it. Just friends, the elder orc replied, making air quotations and winking at his son. I'll just leave you two just friends alone now. He made the air quotes again, laughing as he left the room. Akazil groaned, throwing his helmed face in his hands, sighing, then making his way for his not-girlfriend. I'm sorry about my dad, he muttered to her, not looking her in those beautiful dark yellow eyes of hers. It's fine, she squeaked, blushing more. Next scene of this godforsaken fanfiction. Akazil, is that you I hear? Came a feminine voice from another room. Oh no, the boy replied to the sound of it, his eyes widening a bit in horror. Who's that? Xanna asked him, her ears twitching a bit at the sounds from the other room. My mom, he replied stiffly, already beginning to change colors once again. As if on cue, an elder orc woman entered into the room. She was rather pretty, for an orc anyway. Dark reddish spiked up hair, light green skin like her son, a cute nose ring, and such pretty blue eyes. It is! She exclaimed at the sight of seeing her baby. The happy mother then ran over to her child and nearly smothered him to death in a hug. My baby is home! She cheered with such glee, hugging him tighter and tighter into her bosom. Mom, I can't breathe, the poor boy exclaimed, his eyes slowly coming out of his helmet like a humorous cartoon. She immediately let go of him and placed her hands on her hips, giving him such a stern mother hen look. It's probably because of that armor. What have I told you about wearing it in the house? Go upstairs and change into some more comfortable clothes, she nagged to him. But I'm perfectly fine in my armor, Akazil protested. Upstairs now, young man, she addressed to the stairs. Yes, ma'am, Akazil sighed, slowly heading for the stairs to go change out of his armor. And then the woman's eyes fell upon Xanna. You should change too. I think I have some spare clothes you can borrow, she said, heading for the stairs as well. I guess he was hoping his parents would be out while we came here to have some breakfast, she thought as she followed the woman. They didn't even have to speak for me to hate them. Speaking just proved that I should hate them more, Izzy threw in as they passed a few doors before stopping and entering one of the rooms. Xanna stood at the doorway while Oxel's mother went to address her, opened one of the drawers, and pulled out some clothes. Here you go. Now I'll leave you so you can change, she said to the girl, quickly leaving after. The young halfling girl just stood there for a moment. Oxel's parents are creeps? A little weird. I still say creeps, Izzy said in her usual tone, arms folded over her chest. Hey, do you think they know about him being a... Xanna rolled her eyes at her voice. Shut up, she said to her, shutting the door to get changed. Izzy quickly smacked a hand over her eyes to not see. Fine, she grumbled irritably. Xanna then stopped paying her any mind and continued to change. Once done, she placed her dirty clothes in one of her bags and headed back downstairs, keeping her ears perked up to find the kitchen. Once found, she saw something she didn't expect. I guess they're really nice people if they're totally fine leaving the stranger unattended to in their home. For all they know, Xanna's a thief. So good on them for being nice. Within the whole 24-hour or so timeline that she knew the young orc boy, she'd never gotten a good look at the main features of him, his facial and head features. The whole time they had quested the day before, he never took off his helm once. He even slept with it on at the Crossroads Inn. By that point, Izzy figured he was hiding something, and Xanna just ignored it and said that he had to sleep with it on because there were no changing rooms. Well, none that the bastard innkeeper would tell her about anyway. Aren't you two more comfortable now that you're out of all that armor? The orc woman asked as she set up the table for the breakfast she had made. Her son answered the question with an irritated look. Thankfully for him, it went unseen by his mother. Izzy only smirked at his palpable irritation. I wonder why he has that look on his face. Could it be because he's, bald? Shut the hell up! He probably shaved it! Xanna blushed as she defended her friend. Uh-huh. That's why it's so shiny and has no hair. Not even a little bit of stubble. Well, okay, he's bald. Come and sit down, dear. Eat some breakfast. Xanna heard the orc woman calling for her. Now being back in reality, she left the doorway and headed for a space next to Akazel at the table, staring at the literal mountain of food his mother had made for them. I know we came here for food, but it's not like there's a whole army coming. Is there? She thought, still staring at the meal. I don't think that this much food is necessary, Mrs. She began to verbalize her thoughts, wishing she hadn't spoke as she then watched the two male orcs piling food onto their plates. Call me Yatana, she smiled to the girl, also beginning to pile on some of the pancakes, eggs, and bacon onto her plate. Next scene. Xanna looked back to the shrinking mountain. Thanks for making us breakfast. Oh, no problem, hun! The woman giggled and began to stuff her face in a less vulgar manner than that of the two males at the table. Oxel's father said with a mouthful of bacon. He then swallowed it and continued speaking. Any girlfriend of my son is always welcome in the Ayana household, he said with a big grin. Hearing this caused poor Akazel to choke on his food. Xanna smiled politely, ignoring the girlfriend comment, and nodded. Thank you, Mr. Ayana, she said, sticking out her tongue after having to deal with saying the name. She was never very good at pronouncing names that weren't that of a blood elf or night elf, not due to her heritage, but because she plainly had a hard time with it. She put her tongue back in her mouth where it belonged, then placed a small portion onto her plate and began to join the others in eating. Wow, this is good, she exclaimed, putting more of the yummy food onto her plate. Thank you, Yatana giggled, then burped, and giggled again as she blushed. Pardon me. Her husband next to her then burped loud enough to lightly shake the whole room, completely nonchalantly. Yes, my wife is a fabulous cook. She should be a chef. After giving his wife a compliment, he leaned over to her and began to cover her with kisses. Makthra, the children! She giggled at him. Oxel quietly groaned and laid his head down on the table, covering it with his arms in embarrassment and a bit of shame. Xanna tried not to watch herself, trying to be polite, but she really didn't mind it at all. When Makthra was done being sweet with his wife, he looked... I'm sorry, did they fuck in front of the kids? This is how you do it, son. Oh, Makthra, you're being rude. Sweetie, make sure that you pleasure the woman. This is so fucking stupid. When Makthra was done being sweet with his wife, he looked to Xanna, a more serious look on his face now. So, Xanna, didn't you say Ak? You never did answer my question. At this, his son quirked a brow, hoping it wasn't what he was thinking. What question, Makthra? Yatana asked as she ate another pancake. I asked how long she has been dating our son. Dad! Akazel yelled to his father, his face a bright red like it was earlier, as did Xanna's as she punched Izzy from bursting out into laughter again. Ow! Oh, Makthra, don't harass the children. Must you ask every girl that Akazel brings home that question? Yatana said, trying to get her husband to stop bothering the two teens. Every girl? I knew it! He is a... Izzy exclaimed, pointing an accusing finger. Xanna growled and hit her very hard with another bat. Son of a bitch! Like music to my pointy ears. That woman was my trainer, Dad. I keep telling you that. And because of how you acted when she came over that one time, she makes me work harder than all the other students. He yelled more to him. Maybe you should have popped the question sooner. Oxel only stared blankly at him. Let's just finish our breakfast and not talk about me marrying someone that I'm not dating and whom I also met only yesterday, he said, quite irritably. Yes, Makthra, stop harassing them and eat your food, Yatana said, trying to help out more. I just want to make sure that we have lots of grandchildren, Yatana. Don't you want lots of grandkids? I'm too young to be a grandmother, said the 40-something looking orc woman. And he's still just a baby himself. Wow, I almost feel bad for him, even though he's a I mean, his parents are arguing over him dating and getting married and having kids when he's still a young kid himself, but still old enough to... Poor Akazil. I think we should run and get as far away as we can from this place while we still have the chance. Next scene. Utana had finally gotten Mothra to stop talking about their son marrying Xanna and having children, giving everyone some peace from the silence as they finished up their breakfast. Sadly, the silence didn't last long. The cause need not be specified. So Xanna, I cannot help but stare at your eyes. Are you wearing contacts? Run, bitch! Run! Guess what that's from? Izzy exclaimed, not helping with Xanna's immediate panic attack caused by the question. I knew I should have worn my sunglasses. Well, Mothra said a bit more sternly, beginning to tap his foot as he grew impatient. Xanna sighed, pushing her plate away, figuring that she might as well tell the truth and get the whole kicking out thing over with. I'm half blood elf, half night elf. What? The elder orc man exclaimed, standing up and slamming his hands down on the kitchen table in outrage. No son of mine is going to marry an alliance! Your relationship together is over! I forbid him to ever see you again! Thank you for the meal. I will be going now. Goodbye, Xanna said politely, reaching for her bags. I'll mail the clothes back to you, if you still want them. What? No, don't go! Oxil said, attempting to get out of his chair, remaining seated after looking to his father. Xanna! Mothra, calm down! You have no right to judge her. She has no control over her heritage, Utana said sternly to her husband, causing him to back down and be quiet. Right, because that's gonna get rid of prejudice. Just chill the fuck out. God damn it, enemy! The kind orc woman then turned to Xanna with a smile and addressed for her to take back her seat. That is very interesting that you're half horde, half alliance. Who was the night elf of your parents? She asked as the girl sat back down. Xanna was in shock. First, Akazil accepted her, but he was probably clueless about the two sides hating each other. And now this woman, old enough to maybe have fought in a war or two against the Alliance, and accepting her with such a warm smile. Trying to fight back her emotions to cry, she gave an answer. I was told it was my dad. What's going on in this fanfiction, is absolutely not the reason why they are at war in the game. Their reason for being at war in the story is completely stupid bullshit that I made up. Told? What do you mean? You never saw your own parents, honey? The woman asked, not meaning to be nosy, but just curious, not seeing her son wave his arms as a sign to not go near the subject. Also not seeing it, from having her head now facing her lap. Xanna shook her head in reply to the woman. I'm an orphan, she said quietly, twiddling her thumbs. Oxil's parents' eyes widened, especially Mothra's, now feeling guilty for the outburst. After what happened so many years ago, he began to hate the Alliance, but not orphans. Oh, you poor thing! Utana wailed, grabbing Xanna and smothering her in her bosom with a motherly hug. Growing up without any motherly affection! It's fine. I can't breathe! Xanna choked out as her head grew bigger and changed colors from lack of air. The overly affectionate mother then released the poor child. Would you like to stay with us? She threw out right after. What? The other said simultaneously. What? I think it would be a great idea. She can have a family to stay with, and Akazil will be able to hang out with his girlfriend every day. She's not my girlfriend! Axel exclaimed yet again with his flustered face and steam of irritation lightly fuming off his head. You're right, honey. That's a brilliant idea! Mothra agreed, now having a changed view on the halfling girl due to her being an orphan. This is why I married you, he said, holding her close and kissing on his wife. Because of that smart mind of yours. Really, it's as easy as that to get rid of your racial prejudice. I think I'm gonna be sick, Axel muttered at the sight of his parents being mushy with each other. Me too. Wait, Izzy said, running off in Xanna's mind to vomit. I think it's cute, Xanna disagreed with the other two, hearing more vomiting from Izzy in the back of her mind. You just have no taste in romance. I could say the same to you. I think I just threw up a lung. Or my stomach. Izzy groaned and passed out once done with her exaggerated vomiting. Peace and quiet, Xanna thought happily, inwardly smiling at it. Maybe I should try to look up a brain surgeon while she's unconscious, she thought. then pulled out a stick and began to poke at her before going back to reality. So she's just sitting there, spaced out again after being offered a home to stay in, instead of being kicked out and beaten and battered and bruised for being half this and half that, something she physically has no control over. Goddamn this story! Next scene! Mom, where's she gonna stay? Axel said to his mother, not wanting Xanna to live with him in a place where his family would be too. The guest room, of course! His mother replied to him with a smile as she gently hung off his father. Damn, forgot about that room. I don't know why, but I feel like a rag doll, Xanna thought as she watched the others chat over where she would stay when she still hadn't even agreed upon living with them. Though that was a yes, but still, the point remained. Probably because they keep talking about you getting married with their bastard of a son and living with them. Or you're just weird, Izzy pitched in, shrugging sarcastically at the last bit. You never stay unconscious for long, do you? Unfortunately, no. I would think that you'd have learned that by now since I've been in your mind your whole life, but then I remind myself that you're an idiot. And I remind myself of the Raptors and bats, Xanna said irritably at her voice. Izzy rolled her eyes at the attempted threat. That doesn't bother me anymore. I figured as much. But this will! What? The poor voice was interrupted with images of the orc's parents playing tonsil hockey. Oh God! Make it stop! For the love of God, make it stop! She shrieked, running away to vomit again. Xanna snickered quietly at the sounds, her ears twitching in satisfaction. Once done with torturing her voice, Xanna finished her breakfast with her orc friend. Then they both headed for the upstairs to change back into their armor. Oh, can't you stay for just one night, Aki? The boy's mother asked, causing the boy to halt in his walking, lower his head, blush, and give a low growl. Aki? Man, these guys must hate him or something. Izzy chuckled, immediately stopping her copious vomiting to laugh at the young boy. Don't make me get those images again, Xanna threatened, a light blush on her face as she glared at her voice. Bring it! I'm ready, she replied as she blindfolded herself, smirking as her ears twitched, hearing her host growl at her. The girl pondered, then set the blindfold on fire. Holy shit! Her voice screamed and ran around humorously. All Xanna could do was laugh at her. Sweet music. Mom, do you have to call me that in front of my friend? Xanna heard the orc say to his mother, the blush on his face a bit bigger. She just smiled, waved a passive hand, and hissed at him. Oh, I'm sure she calls you that all the time, since you two are not dating. Axel turned around to finish his mother's sentence, his face now a completely bright shade of red. Yes, of course you aren't. Now why don't you two just stay the night? Mockthor said, pretty much continuing to ignore his child. Super great parenting. We need to get back to the Barrens and start questing again, the younger orc male said to him. I'm sure you can take a day or two off from questing. But, no buts, your mother and I insist you two stay for the next couple days. Axel hung his head low and sighed, the area around his head turning a shade of blue, from what Xanna could see. There was simply no winning an argument with either one of his parents. He wished that he could leave, not to quest, but to be alone with Xanna, and get to know her better. Well, I mean, he's trying to be productive with that lust, so... Though he'd only just met the girl, he really did wish that she was his girlfriend. But those were thoughts to be put aside for later. At this current moment, he was going to focus on getting his family to not embarrass him in front of her. Xanna, on the other hand, didn't seem to mind staying all that much, if at all. Sure, the idea of staying in a house of someone she had just met yesterday was a little odd and probably not very safe. At least someone points it out. But staying meant sleeping in a bed. A real bed. And she wouldn't have to sleep in it with her armor on. Just the thought of it seemed like heaven. Comfy pillows, warm blankets, no armor. It sounds so perfect. Then Izzy strolled by, glaring at her with a black mark across her eyes. I hate you, she said, narrowing her eyes a bit more at her. I know, that's why you're still in my mind. Call back to chapter 1! Final scene. Thank God. While discussing sleeping arrangements, meaning Oxel's parents telling the two teens what to do, everyone heard the door open and shut. "Mom! Dad! I'm home!" "Who's that?" Xanna asked Oxel, quirking a brow as her ear twitched to the new person in the house. He began to answer when the other person entered the room. He was a young male orc, like Oxel, only with darker green skin, hair, blacked and spiked up, and blue eyes like Yatana's. "Hey, what's everyone doing in?" he was saying when his eyes fell upon the pretty girl in the room. "No, not his mother." "Is today my birthday?" Mokther and Yatana just laughed. Oxel groaned, and Xanna put on a polite, tad nervous smile. "It's a family of..." Izzy uttered out in slight annoyance. "If you get involved in a family orgy, then please count me out. I'm surprised that I haven't killed you yet." "You couldn't, nor wouldn't, ever kill me. And even if you did, you would have no one to talk to when you get lonely." "Even you don't talk to me when I'm lonely. And when you do, you're annoying and snarky." Izzy shrugged. "Usually can never think of anything to talk about, considering I can't really go out and have my own life. Also, I don't like you. I currently can't think of anything to kill you with, so you can continue on not having a life. But don't worry, I will. Eventually." Izzy rolled her eyes. "By the time you do that, we'll both be dead," she said, seeing Xana's blank and a tad offended stare. "You know it's true. Ignoring you now. Screw you too, bitch." Those last two lines actually came directly from a conversation I had with my cousin. I seriously need a new brain. Xana sighed irritably as she went back to reality. "No, it's not your birthday, Makaza," Mokther told his other son. "This... Aw, can't it be an early birthday gift?" the younger orc child whined. "It?" Xana thought, pouting her lips a bit, offended. Unintentional it may have been. "It" was one of the few words that offended Xana when described by others. "Xana is not an it, you little twerp," Oxel growled at his younger brother for disrespecting yet another girl, hitting him hard on the head for it. "Oh god, he likes you." "Does not. Well, I mean, he does, but not like that." "Just whatever," Xana growled to her voice, trying to ignore her and stay in reality. "He is right, hon. Xana is not an it," Yatana said, slightly swatting her eldest for leaving yet another bump on her youngest. "But she is his girlfriend," her husband added delightedly. "Is not. If she's not, then..." The younger orc smirked and stepped closer to the girl. "So... Xana, eh?" he asked, receiving a nod and completely ignoring his brother shooting daggers at the back of his head. "Cool. I can dig it," he said, trying to be smooth and sly. Then his eyes fell upon hers, seeing that they were yellow when they should be the common blood elf green. "What's up with your eyes? You get transplants or something?" "No, honey, she's half night elf," his mother corrected him with a polite smile. "Night elf?" he questioned, all his flirtations leaving, an aggressive look now upon his face. He then pulled out a dagger and yelled to the innocent girl. "Alliance assassin!" he cried, tackling her to the ground. Everyone gasped and screamed for Xana, Mokther and Oxel having to pull the young orc off the poor girl. "The hell is wrong with you?" "Boys, calm down. This was just a misunderstanding is all," Yatana said to calm her children, petting them both. "Makaza, she is a halfling with no home, and she's Aki's girlfriend." "We are not dating. How many times do I have to say it?" Akazel growled, his face changing to all sorts of shades of red. "So we have insisted that she stay here," Mokther finished for his wife, ignoring their eldest once again. "Yeah, plus we also need to talk about the wedding." Izzy had Xana tease the poor orc, causing him to faint. Chapter 3, Questing. It was around noon today. Xana was still asleep in the guest bed. Yatana came into the room to wake her up. "Wake up, Xana!" Xana tried to shoo her away, then rolled over. But that didn't make Yatana give up. She shook Xana a little bit. When that didn't work, she just pulled off her covers. "Ha! Cold!" Xana sat up and held herself for warmth, even though she had long pajamas that covered her whole body. "Thank goodness." "Thank goodness what?" "You've been asleep for a while." "What time is it?" "Noon. I only went to sleep at 8 in the morning." "You've been asleep since 8 in the morning yesterday." "I've been asleep for 28 hours?" "Yeah, I was starting to worry that you were in a coma." "That's weird." "Me worrying about you is weird?" "No, what's weird is I usually sleep longer." Yatana's eyes widened. Longer? Yeah. Xanna yawned. Yatana shook her head. Never mind. Just get up. Shower's across the hall if you want to use it. I washed the clothes you were wearing yesterday just in case you did. They're right here on the dresser. I think she's trying to give you a hint. Xanna stretched, and because she stretched, she smelled herself. Jeez, I smell. No, duh, Sherlock. It's probably because you've gone a whole week without showering. Xanna got out of bed and stretched a little more. I'm gonna go wake up the boys, then I'm going downstairs to make breakfast, okay? Yeah, they have a wacky sleeping schedule arrangement with everyone waking up for breakfast at noon. Relatable to me. Is it relatable to you? Okay, I'm gonna shower. Thank you for the wake-up call, Miss Yatana. No problem, dear. She giggled. After that, she left the room to wake up Akazil and Makaza. She's nice. And you're smelly. Now go take a shower. I'm going. Xanna yawned. Xanna grabbed her clothes that were on the dresser and headed for the shower. When she got there, she turned on the water, got undressed, and happily hopped in the shower. Nice hot shower, she said quietly to herself. Which means no more smelly butt! Hooray! Xanna rolled her eyes at Izzy. Shut up so I can enjoy the shower in peace. Fine. Think I'll take a shower myself. Izzy went somewhere else in Xanna's mind. Xanna heard running water and singing. She quietly laughed at Izzy's silliness. Next scene. Yatana went to the boys' room. In the room, they had a bunk bed. Oxil slept on the bottom bunk while Moxa slept on the top. Wake up, boys! She heard meh from them. Fine, be that way. She walked over to the boys and pulled off their covers like she had done to Xanna. Akazil sat up. Moxa fell off of his bunk. He landed with a very loud thud. Yatana looked down at her son. Are you okay, Makaza? Another meh. Good. Moxa sat up. Now that you two are awake, I'm going downstairs to make breakfast. Okay, both of the boys said, half awake. Yatana turned around to leave the room. I'll see you boys downstairs in a bit. Oh, and don't go into the bathroom just yet because Xanna is taking a shower. Gee, I wonder what's gonna happen. Okay, they said again, still half asleep. Yatana went downstairs after saying that. Right after she left, Akazil and Makaza headed for the bathroom. They were half asleep, so they didn't really pay attention to what their mother had said. Both of them stood at the bathroom door. They gave each other a me first look. And, for some reason, a Western tune was playing in the background. Then, both of them reached for the doorknob. Next scene. That was such a nice shower. Xanna thought as she dried herself off. Izzy nodded in agreement, which was really rare. Xanna looked at the door when she thought she heard something on the other side. She didn't look at it for too long because she figured she was just being paranoid. But of course, she wasn't. She found that out when Akazil came into the bathroom, followed by Makaza. Because, right? Scared my kids. Xanna squealed and tried to wrap herself in her towel. Ever heard of knock first? The boys were fully awake when they saw Xanna standing there naked. Sorry, Xanna, Oxil said and covered his eyes. Awesome! Moxa said as he stared at Xanna, drooling as he did. Oxil pulled himself and his brother out of the bathroom. Wait, I still wanna... Ow! My fingers! Oxil reopened the door so his brother could retrieve his fingers. When he reopened the door, he and Moxa saw that Xanna had wrapped herself in the towel. She looked very angry. Next scene. Yatana was serving waffles, sausage, and egg omelets today. Mokther grabbed a sausage and ate it as he read his newspaper. You make the finest food there is, Yatana. Yatana smiled at her husband and kissed him on the cheek. You perverts! They heard Xanna yell. A moment later, they saw their sons come flying down the stairs. They stared at them as they laid on the ground. Makaza! They said. The boys groaned. What happened? Yatana and Mokther asked. Pain. Pain happened. Lots and lots of pain. Akazil answered. Mokther and Yatana stared at each other, then gave each other a what the hell just happened look. Then they looked at their unconscious sons. They both had red marks on their faces. The marks were hand-shaped. Because, yeah, let's not investigate into this. The stranger that you invited into your house assaulted your sons. Let's just go ahead and brush that off. It's not super important. They're just sons. They're meant to become fathers and continue the bloodline. Whatever. Next scene. A little while later, Xanna came down for some breakfast. It was actually lunch, but it was her breakfast. By this point, Oxel and Moxa were conscious again, but just barely. Morning, everyone!
Morning!
Mockthra and Yatana said. Oxel and Moxa didn't say anything. They didn't even look at Xanna. They just ate their food. Think they learned their lesson? Well, you made them go flying down the stairs. I'm sure they learned their lesson to knock. Yeah. Just let this young lady that assaulted your sons just have breakfast with you like it's nothing. Next scene. After eating their breakfast lunch, pretty sure that's called brunch, Xanna went back upstairs to put on her armor. Be careful, the Purs might accidentally walk in on you again. Xanna rolled her eyes as she put on her boots. I'm sure it won't happen again. Maybe. I don't know, but my point being, it won't happen again. That made perfect sense. Thank you. Izzy smacked her forehead. Damn it, I hate you so much. I love you too, Xanna told Izzy and mentally gave her a hug. It burns! Based off a real conversation with my cousin. The hug was interrupted by a knock on the door. Phew, saved by a... Wait. Xanna ignored Izzy, put on her gloves, and opened the door. It was Akazil and Moxa. Hey guys, what's up?
We just wanted to say sorry for walking in on you earlier. We were half asleep.
Half asleep, but still awake enough to wanna... Xanna taped Izzy's mouth shut and continued to talk to the guys. It's fine. Sorry for, making you go unconscious, Xanna said and rubbed the back of her head. Even though it wasn't really my fault, Xanna thought, and looked at Izzy, who was trying to get the duct tape off her mouth. At least she apologized, I guess.
It's fine,
Akazil was saying.
It's fine, honey. I forgive you,
Moxa said and hugged Xanna. Oxel gave his brother the dagger look again. Moxa, crushing lungs. Moxa loosened up on the hug.
Sorry. Hey, wanna go questing with me? I was gonna ask her that! Ya snooze, ya lose.
Oxel's eye was starting to twitch. By this point, Izzy was able to get the tape off her mouth. Being fought over by... Didn't see that coming. Xanna gave her a look. No, really, I didn't.
So, do you wanna quest with me?
Moxa asked again.
No, quest with me, Xanna. No, me. No, me.
The boys started to wrestle. Just back away slowly. Like how we should all back away from this fanfiction. How about we quest together? The boys paused in their fight. The way they froze was kind of funny. Moxa was sitting on Akazil's back, about to bite his foot, while Oxel banged on the floor. They stood up.
Quest together?
Oxel asked. Xanna nodded.
But he's a level 5. If he comes with us, he'll be killed. On second thought, that sounds like a good idea.
Moxa stared blankly at his brother. I was thinking more along the lines of us helping Makaza with his quest.
Oh. Damn. Works for me,
Moxa said with a grin on his face. And you, Akazil?
I guess.
He shrugged. Okay, let me finish putting on my armor and we'll get going. Xanna looked at them. Oxel was wearing blue pants and a white shirt. Moxa was wearing black shorts and a short-sleeved blue shirt. You two should probably put on some armor too. The boys looked at themselves.
You may have a point there,
Akazil said. Idiots. I'm surrounded by idiots. I'll see you guys downstairs, Xanna said and shut the door to finish putting on her armor. When she shut the door, the boys raced to their room. Moxa was able to get in first.
Get out of there, you twerp!
Oxel said and banged on the door.
Akazil, what have I told you about calling your brother a twerp?
Yatana shouted from downstairs.
Bastard!
He corrected.
That's better!
Akazil sighed.
I'm starting to think that I was adopted.
Next scene. After 10 minutes of banging on the door, Makaza came out.
Geez, you aren't dressed yet? Tisk tisk,
Moxa said and wagged his finger at Akazil. Oxel had an urge to bite off Makaza's finger. He replaced that urge with growling at his brother. That just made him laugh.
Better start putting on your armor. You can catch up with me and Xanna.
Oxel ran past his brother and hurried up with putting on his armor. It took him a few times to get it right. He was in such a rush, he put his armor on in the wrong places the first couple of tries.
Hope they're not gone yet,
he thought as he left the room. He walked downstairs and to the living room. He saw Xanna and Moxa sitting on the couch together, watching some stupid soap opera on the TV. Next scene.
Karen,
the male blood elf said.
Yes, Jareth?
the female blood elf said. I have to tell you something.
What is it?
I love you. The male blood elf got down on one knee. Will you marry me?
I can't.
Karen turned away from Jareth.
Why not?
Because I'm not who you think I am.
What do you mean?
I mean... Karen turned back to Jareth. I'm your sister! There was dramatic music playing after Karen said that. Then the camera zoomed in on Jareth's face. No! Because it's all in the nose when you're in the soap opera business. I wouldn't know. Next scene. I mean, honestly, I have to say that was a pretty accurate depiction of soap operas, right? Moxa wrapped his arm around Xanna's shoulder. Must control rage, Oxel repeated in his head a few times. I think I can feel my brain rotting, Xanna said, ignoring Moxa's arm. It is. I know because I'm part of it! Pretty romantic show, right? Moxa said, leaning a little closer to Xanna's face. Kinda makes a person want to throw up. I was going to say Xanna's ear twitched. She turned around because she heard Akazil. Oh good, you're ready. She stood up. Let's get going, Xanna said and headed for the front door. Wait! They heard Yutana yell. She came in the room with some bags. I packed you guys some lunch. Thank you, Yutana. You're welcome. The three of them put the lunches in their bags. Yutana looked at the boys. I want you boys to behave while you're out questing. That means no killing Makaza, Akazil, and no annoying Akazil, Makaza. Damn it. They both thought. Yutana licked her hand and messed with Makaza's hair for a moment. It's times like this that I'm glad I'm bald. Head hopping! Mom, my hair is fine. Hang on, let me just... She continued to mess with his hair. There! Oxel laughed at Moxa because Yutana had rubbed all of his hair down and made him look like a dork. Xanna wanted to laugh, but didn't. Can we go now? Moxa asked, obviously irritated. Yes, you can go. All three of them started to walk out the door. Have fun questing! Yutana said as she stood at the door, waving to her babies and Xanna. Mockthra came and stood with her at the door. Yutana sighed. My babies are growing up. Yes, but not fast enough, apparently. Or else they would both be married and we would have lots of grandchildren by now. Yutana ignored her husband and watched her sons walk away with Xanna. Next scene. Akazil was still laughing at Moxa's hairdo. Grrr. He looked back to see if his mother was still in sight. When he didn't see her, he messed with his hair and spiked it up just the way he liked it. So, what's first? Xanna asked Moxa. Follow me, Moxa said and grabbed Xanna's hand. They both ran for the entrance of Orgrimmar. Actually, Moxa ran for the entrance. Xanna's feet weren't even touching the ground. Hey, wait up! Oxel ran after his brother and Xanna, but lost sight of them. Damn him for being such a fast runner! Next scene. Makaza, where are we going? Xanna shouted as Makaza dragged her to wherever they were going. You'll see! Good lord! He's taking you to some place where no one can hear you scream and... Izzy stopped talking when Xanna fell on the ground. She fell because Moxa had stopped running. Ow. Why must my face always meet the ground? Moxa helped her back up. Sorry, you okay? She nodded, but not too much because she now had a headache. Good. Xanna looked around. Moxa had taken her to some part of Durotar that she hadn't seen before. It kind of looked like a beach. Where are we? We're at the beach, of course. Ah, makes sense since this place looks like a beach. Moxa laughed. Ha 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 ha. So you have some sort of quest that says you should be here? Yeah, that's it. What are we supposed to do? Kill crabs or something? Moxa shook his head. Well, then what are we supposed to do? I think I know what he wants to do. Shut up, that's not what he wants to do. He's questing, remember? Questing. Right. You keep thinking that, sport. Xanna sighed mentally. You forced me to do this. Do what? Xanna thought of an unspeakable image. It was so horrible. It made Izzy scream, run away crying, throw up, and pass out. All at the same time. So basically... tripping and passing out into her own vomit. Jeez, who knew that an image of a cute little bunny would make her scream like that? Bunnies are no joke. They can be just as vicious as dogs and cats. Come sit with me, Xanna, Moxa said as he sat down on the sand. Okay, Xanna said and walked over to him. She sat down next to him. They sat in silence for a good 30 seconds. So, is this what we're going to be doing for the rest of the day? Xanna asked, not being able to stand the silence anymore. No, I have other things in mind. Oh, yeah. Moxa, why are you licking my boogers? His name's not Makaza. And I know exactly what they are. You dirty little bastard. Xanna showed the bunny again. I ran off my kid. Izzy screamed and passed out, her foot twitching a bit. I should do that every time she talks. Next scene. Hope you didn't mind seeing my kid. Axel was running around everywhere looking for Moxa and Xanna. Where did that little twerp take her? He looked up, down, left, right, behind fat guys. He looked everywhere. Let's see. If I were Makaza with a hot chick and I wanted her all to myself and get away from my brother, where would I take her? Axel thought for a moment. Of course! After figuring it out, Axel started to hunt down his brother. Final scene. Moxa and Xanna were sitting there in silence again. Moxa, Xanna said, trying to make conversation. Yeah? What are you? Class-wise, I mean. Oh, I'm a warlock, like my mom. What about your dad? Warrior. That's where Akazil got it from. Cool. What are you? I'm a... Wait, don't tell me. Let me guess. Okay, Xanna said as she raised an eyebrow. Moxa looked at her from head to toe. By the looks of the leather armor and daggers, I'd have to say that you're a paladin! How the hell? Xanna said, doing her best to ignore Izzy. At first I thought you were a mage, then a hunter, then a priest. But then I came to the conclusion that you're a paladin. You're right. I knew it! I was just kidding. I'm really a rogue. Damn it. I was so close. How is that close? No clue. Xanna shook her head to think of something else to talk about. I hope you don't mind me asking, but how old are you? 14. That's around, 16 in human years, isn't it? Yep. Xanna laughed. What's so funny? You're kinda young is all. I don't know why, but that just seems to be funny to me. Well, how old are you? 15 in elf years. And in human years? Somewhere between 120 and 128? Makaza's eyes widened. Xanna laughed. You're old. Not really. I'm only 15 in elf years, like I said just a second ago. You're still old. Don't make me hit you. Shutting up. Xanna turned her head. Did you hear that? In the game, they did have a list of how the races age differently, but that's not important to the story at all. Makaza, you stupid little twerp! They heard in the distance. Okay, now I heard it. Time to go. Why? I thought we were all going to quest together. We are questing together. Right now, we're doing the get the hell away from my brother before I die quest. He's not gonna... Makaza, I'm gonna kill you, you bastard child from hell! Okay, maybe we should go. I knew you would see it my way. Axel was getting closer. You stupid little twerp, you bastard child! I'm gonna enjoy killing you! Moxa and Xanna stood up. Axel was closer now. I'm not sure if I should follow Makaza or stay here. I am very confused. Well, it's either get killed by a warlock or get killed by a warrior. Either way, you're screwed. Literally. You're just a lot of help, Xanna thought sarcastically. You're welcome. Xanna would have given Izzy a blank stare, but had no time because Axel was dangerously close now. Come on, let's go, Moxa said, starting to worry a little because his doom was getting closer. Duck! Where? Xanna thought and tried to look for the duck. Instead, she saw an enraged orc. She ducked as Axel tackled his brother. Ow, Akazil, that hurt! Ow! That hurts even more! You stupid little annoying twerp! You ran off with Xanna! Xanna tried not to look as Axel started to punch Makaza. Should I do something? Yes, back away slowly and get the hell out of Durotar. I don't think that's gonna get Akazil to stop hitting Makaza. Oh, you meant for them! I got nothing. Like I said before, you're a lot of help. Ow, ow, ow! Akazil, Mom said not to! She said not to kill you! She didn't say anything about hitting you! Axel continued to punch Moxa in his shoulder. Guys? Both of the boys looked at Xanna. Yeah?
Shouldn't we be questing?
We are questing. Right now I'm doing the beat the shit out of my stupid little brother quest.
Akazil said. He turned back to Moxa so he could continue beating him, but Moxa got loose and was able to tackle Akazil.
Ah!
Xanna sighed and sat down as the boys were fighting. She tried to ignore all of the
Ows! Oof!
and
You bastard!
Izzy said and shook her head. How long do you think it'll last? Well, by the looks of it, Izzy was saying as she looked at the boys in the position they were this afternoon but switched. It could go on for quite some time. Xanna sighed.
Ooh, that was a cheap shot,
Izzy said because Moxa had thrown sand in Oxil's eyes then kicked him in the shin. By the looks of it, you're enjoying their fight. I am not.
Left hook, Oxazil!
Izzy cheered. Xanna gave her a blank look. Okay, maybe a little. You should be ashamed. Yes, I'm ashamed. I bet you 10 gold that Makaza wins.
Now you should really be ashamed.
What? You scared you're gonna lose? Xanna then looked at the boys. 20 gold on Akazil.
You're on.
Chapter 4. Meeting new people. Xanna woke up on the sand the next day. She sat up and yawned. Why am I here? She turned her head and saw Akazil and Makaza. They had fallen asleep too. Oxil was laying on top of Makaza's back. Oh yeah. Damn! Now we'll never know who won. Oh well. Xanna yawned and lay back down on the sand to sleep for just a little while longer, but she was wide awake when she heard Akazil screaming.
Ow! Shut up, Akazil. I'm trying to sleep,
Makaza said, his eyes shut.
Ow! Get it off!
Oxil said as he ran around in circles. What's wrong? Xanna was saying, but then saw the problem. There was a crab on Akazil's butt. Oh, that's why you're screaming in pain.
What? Why is he screaming?
Moxa said and sat up to see. He saw the crab and started to laugh.
Ha ha! You have crabs! Shut up and get it off me! And ruin all this fun? I don't think so. You're a bust. Ow! It's pinching even harder now!
Oxil continued to run around in circles, screaming in pain. Xanna sighed. Moxa, hold him down while I get the crab.
But it's so funny.
Xanna gave him a do it now or else you'll die look. He sighed this time.
Fine. Akazil, stay still.
Oxil couldn't hear what Moxa had said because he was screaming so loud.
Akazil, I said stay still!
Moxa repeated. He ended up tackling his brother to keep him still.
Okay, Xanna, come get the crab.
The nerve of these boys, trying to give you crabs.
Shut the hell up.
Xanna walked over to the guys. She put both hands on the crab. Okay, Oxil, this won't hurt at all. Xanna yanked the crab off, making the pain much, much worse. After she yanked it off, she threw it back into the ocean. She could have sworn that she heard it yell, "Whee!"
Ow! Son of a bitch, you said it wouldn't hurt!
It didn't hurt me, Xanna said innocently. Moxa laughed and wiped a tear from his eye.
Classic!
Oxil stood up and rubbed his butt.
Ow, I think it's gonna be sore for at least a week.
Well, I know first aid. I could make it to where it would only hurt for a couple hours. Both of the guys looked at Xanna. Smart idea. Tell him that you have first aid when he has an injured ass. You know, I'm starting to think that you wanna get... Xanna blushed when Izzy had told her what she had said to the guys. She stammered. Moxa looked back and forth between her and Akazil.
That lucky bastard!
Wait, maybe...
Xanna, I'm injured too,
he complained. Oxil looked at Makaza.
What? I am.
Akazil rolled his eyes.
Whatever. I am. I still have bruises from when you punched me yesterday. So?
Oh, right, you do, don't you? Xanna said. Moxa nodded with a pitiful look on his face. Xanna walked right past Akazil and straight to Makaza. She lifted up his sleeve to look at his bruises. Oh, you poor thing.
Poor thing? I have bruises too, and an injured ass!
I know, and I'll fix it in a second. Just be patient, Xanna said and waved her hand passively at Akazil. While she was fixing Moxa's bruises with her first aid, Moxa looked at his brother and stuck his tongue out. Akazil's eye twitched. Xanna didn't notice. There, your bruises are now fixed. Moxa rubbed his arm and smiled at Xanna.
Thanks, Xanna. You're the best, he said and gave a big hug. Oxel said, tapping his foot. Moxel looked at Oxel through the corner of his eye, glaring as he did. He sighed and let go of Xanna, pouting a little after he did. Xanna walked over to Oxel. Alright, Oxel, let me see your bruises. And ass. Shut up. Just shut the hell up, please. Xanna lifted up his sleeve to reveal his bruises. Izzy whistled. Damn, boy! You're buff! Xanna tried to ignore the blush on her face as she fixed Oxel's bruises. When she was done, she gulped. Do you still need me to look at the pinch? Probably, but don't, for both of our sake. Xanna mentally sighed in relief. Aw, I wanted to see what the rest of him looked like! Because they're perverts until she's physically attracted to them, apparently. Xanna blushed. Why so red? Oxel laughed. Nothing. I think I've changed my opinion on Oxel. Well, not really, but now I just wanna finish that sentence, and I swear I'm getting brain surgery. Fine, I'll just drool over him in silence. Good. After that, Izzy did start drooling. I didn't think you were serious about it. Izzy didn't pay any attention. She continued to drool. Next scene. So, shall we continue to quest? Oxel said. I don't really feel like questing, Moxa said and laid down on the sand. Well, I do. So Xanna and I are going questing. Moxa stood up. Xanna's staying here to chill out with me. Xanna's going to quest with me. She's staying here with me. Questing. Staying. Questing. Staying. Don't I get a say in this? No! They yelled. Okay. Questing. Staying. No matter how hot Akazel looks, I think you should just back away slowly. I actually agree with you on that one. While Oxel and Moxa argued, Xanna snuck away slowly. Questing! She heard Oxel yell as she snuck away. Staying! Oxel tackled his brother and they gave each other bruises. Again. Next scene. Xanna had wandered somewhere else, far, far away from the guys. She was sitting on a rock. Again. She sighed. This feels familiar, doesn't it? Yeah, except I have friends that will probably be looking for me this time. Right? Think I should go back? Nah, let them fight it out for a little while longer. Xanna hopped off the rock. I'm gonna wander around a little more. Probably a good idea, because if you stay in one spot, that gives the guys a bigger chance of finding you. Xanna wasn't even going to mention that Izzy had finally stopped calling Oxel and Moxa. If she didn't mention that Izzy had actually called Oxel by his name and that he was hot, then she definitely wasn't going to mention that. Next scene. Xanna began to wander around. She had wandered into a cave and didn't even know it. A cave filled with harpies. Wow, this place looks pretty deserted. Cool. Xanna continued to walk around the cave. Then she found a chest. Cool, a chest! She said out loud, which was probably a bad thing to do. She ran over to it and picked the lock. Sweet, there's some money in here! Xanna spoke out loud again. By this point, a harpy had snuck up behind her, but Xanna was too busy looking at the chest to notice. Xanna took out the silver that was in it, turned around, and bumped into it. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Xanna slowly looked up as she spoke and saw what she had bumped into. There. Uh-oh. It's only like a level 6, you can take it on. Yeah, but can I take on 20 level 6s? Izzy looked around and saw some more harpies peeking around corners and slightly hovering above the ground. Probably not. Run! Before Xanna had the chance to run, the harpy that was in front of her attacked her. The other harpies joined in. She tried to fight them off, but there was too many of them. They knocked her down and continued to attack. Xanna screamed in pain as the harpies clawed at her and bit her. Killed by level 6 harpies. How humiliating. Xanna heard a noise and saw a troll and a tauren come out of nowhere. They started to fight some of the harpies. The ones that were attacking Xanna flew over to them and started to attack as well. Xanna just laid where she was as she watched the troll and tauren fight her battle. It only took a couple of minutes to kill them all. They high-fived each other when they were done. Xanna examined both of them. The tauren was black and white with black polka dots. A little taller than the troll, but not by much. Had green eyes, black hair, big horns that pointed forward, and a nose ring. The troll had blue skin, a blue mohawk, purple eyes, and small tusks that pointed up. He also looked tall and skinny like all male trolls, but this one was different. This one stood up straight. Man, that was so awesome, the tauren said. Yeah, the troll said. I was all like, pow! And you were all like, BAM! Man, that was just so awesome! Izzy rolled her eyes at the two strangers. Xanna stood up and walked over to thank them. Huh? They said because someone had interrupted their awesome talk. Thank you two for saving me. You're being attacked by the harpies? We didn't notice. We just saw a bunch of stuff to kill and attacked, the Turin said. Oh, well, I was being attacked, so thanks. No problem, sweet thing. Izzy's eye was twitching. If you could give me control for just 5 seconds now. 3 seconds now. 1 second! Izzy pleaded. No, Izzy pouted. Xanna ignored it and continued to talk to the troll and Turin. Is it okay if I ask what your names are? I want to know because you guys kind of saved me. On accident. Oh yeah, sure. The Turin cleared his throat. I am Makoki, a level 37 Tauren shaman. I'm also a great ass kicker. And I am Gishapek. I too am a level 37 shaman. Nice to meet you, Makoki and Giza. Can I just call you Gizzy? Sure, he laughed. Xanna smiled. So what's your name, pretty lady? Makoki asked and kissed her hand. He also used this angle to stare down her shirt. I'm being eye-humped. Xanna looked at Makoki. Stop staring down my shirt, please. Makoki backed away from Xanna. I wasn't staring down your shirt. She shot him a disbelieving look. Okay, I was. But can you blame me? I mean, you're just so beautiful and hot as hell. Head hopping! Xanna gave him a very angry look this time. The look said, I'm going to kick your ass. Sorry, Miss Nameless Beautiful Stranger, Makoki said and kissed her hand once again. He also looked down her shirt again. Izzy, can I? Yes, you may. Yay! Xanna's look changed. This said, I'm going to kill you and enjoy it. Makoki backed away at this look. Gishpek laughed and patted his friend on the shoulder. You're in deep shit now, buddy. Xanna cracked her knuckles ominously. Next scene! I'm trying to do like a surfer voice for Makoki. I'm struggling, but hopefully I'll get there. Man, we've been looking for Xanna for about an hour now. Where could she be? Oxil said. Well, maybe if you hadn't have scared her off, we wouldn't even need to ask that question. Me? You're the one that scared her off. Nuh-uh. Yeah-huh. No. You pervert! They heard someone yell. Oxil and Moxa looked at the direction where it came from. Xanna? They saw a blur go flying by. Blur, yelling. It is Xanna! Oxil cheered, running off in the direction of the yell. Hey, cheater! Moxa said and began to run as well. Moxa caught up with him and then ran right past him. Damn him for being such a fast runner! Next scene. Gishpek whistled as he watched his friend flying away. Damn, girl, you have got a strong arm on you, Xanna giggled. Thanks. Her ear twitched. Did you hear that? Hear what? Duck! Where? Xanna looked for the duck again. Instead, she was tackled. Xanna! We found you! Moxa said happily and crushed Xanna with a hug. Can't breathe, lungs, air, need... Moxa ignored her cries for air for a moment. He just didn't want the hug to end. Dude, she's turning blue, and now purple. Wait, you can turn yellow? I didn't know you could do that. Moxa looked at Xanna. She looked like she was about to pass out. Oops, he said and let go. She gasped for air. Thanks. You're welcome, Moxa smiled. No, not to you, to him, Xanna said and motioned her head toward Gishpek. Oh, Moxa said and glared at the troll. Makaza? Xanna asked as she got back up on her feet. Yeah? The orc answered, his attention now back on Xanna. What are you doing here? And where's Akazil? During mine and Akazil's argument, we noticed that you had left, so we started to look for you. We heard a girl yell pervert and saw a flying blur, so we headed for this direction. By we, you mean you and Akazil? He nodded. Then, where is he? He's, never mind, he's right behind you. Xanna pointed behind Moxa. He turned around and saw his brother there. He was panting. You bastard! Xanna gasped and ran for Akazil. Akazil, are you okay? Akazil nodded. Are you sure? Another nod. Positive? Xanna, I'm fine. Okay. Akazil noticed some of the cuts Xanna had received from the harpies earlier. What the hell happened to you? Huh? Xanna said, puzzled. She had obviously forgotten about the cuts. She looked at herself and remembered what happened. Oh, these just got into a little fight with like 20 level 6 Harpies. No biggie. Oxel and Moxa's eyes widened. 20? They said at the same time. Yeah, but don't worry, Gizzy and his friend Makoki saved me. On accident, but we don't really need to get technical, do we? Makoki? Oxel and Moxa said at the same time. Yeah, this is Gizzy, Xanna said and pointed to Gishpek. Actually, my name is Gishapek, he chuckled. A troll that speaks normally? Oxel said, very confused. And he stands up straight, Moxa pointed out. Literally, he pointed. Yeah, I had a strict blood elf teacher in school. Gishpek rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. The guy stared at Gishpek for a little while. He was just so tall standing up straight. He was as tall as Akazil, which was very tall to Xanna since she was a very short blood elf. They stopped staring when Makoki came back. Ever heard of just kidding? He panted. Ever heard of pervert? Never mind, you probably have. Probably heard of too. And jail. Makoki walked up next to his friend, who was laughing. Makoki looked down at him. He continued to laugh. Shut up. More laughter. So, is this Makoki? Oxel asked, looking at him and wondering why Xanna would hit him miles away. Yep, this is my good buddy Makoki, Gishpek said and patted his buddy on the shoulder and grinning. Makoki. What kind of name is Makoki? Moxa asked. You got a problem with Makoki? Makoki asked. He was in Moxa's face, pressing his face against Makaza's. He looked very scary. No problem at all. Moxa started to slowly back away from Makoki. Good. His dad lost a bet, Gishpek blurted out. Makoki slowly turned his head toward Gishpek. Must you tell them that? Well, he did ask, and it would be rude to not answer. Makoki continued to glare at his friend. Moxa wanted to laugh, but was too scared that Makoki would eat him to do it. Oxel, on the other hand, did laugh. Something funny about that? Makoki asked. This time he was in Oxel's face. Oxel just pushed him away with his left index finger, still laughing. Yeah, you just scared the crap out of my brother. That was hilarious. Oxel continued to laugh. Moxa wanted to attack his brother, but didn't do it because he was still afraid that if he moved, Makoki would eat him. Next scene. I'm starting to feel a little dizzy. Probably from too much blood loss. You were attacked by 20 level 6s just a moment ago, remember? Too much blood loss, and she's been able to stand there for a few minutes as this is going on. So she's just been standing there, pretty much just gushing blood, and now she's starting to feel dizzy? Really? Xanna didn't answer. She just fainted. It took the guys a moment or two to notice because they were talking. Oxel was kind of cradling Xanna's upper half. Moxa was sitting on his knees next to Xanna. Xanna, wake up! Xanna didn't answer or even move. She just laid there, unconscious. Gishpek kneeled down next to Xanna. Too much blood loss. Easy to fix, he said. Then fix it! Moxa demanded. Okay, calm down. Jeez, Gishpek said and began to heal Xanna's wounds. It took about 15 minutes since there were so many scratches and bite marks. There, she's fine, Gishpek said and stood up straight. If that's true, then why isn't she awake? Moxa said, staring at Xanna. It might take her a little while to wake up. She lost quite a bit of blood because of those harpies. She's gonna be okay, right? Oxel asked. Yes, she just needs some rest. Oxel and Moxa sighed in relief. Next scene. Gishpek looked at Xanna's face. He saw something on her face that looked like a bruise, or dirt. Is that a bruise on her face or some dirt? He leaned down to look at her face. I still can't tell. Makoki, can you? Makoki leaned down to look. Surprisingly, he actually looked at Xanna's face instead of down her shirt, seeing how pretty she was, even though she had a mark on her face. I think it's dirt. No, it's a bruise. Or is it? Next scene. Xanna slowly started to open her eyes. When she opened them completely, she found Gishpek and Makoki in her face. Of course. You wake up with somebody in your face. But wait! This time there's 2 people! Xanna pushed them away from her face with her right index finger and middle finger and sat up. Why do I always pass out and wake up with someone in my face? She asked herself. Gishpek said sheepishly. Because you're beautiful. It's as simple as that, Makoki said, folding his arms over his chest as if saying, that's that and that's that. Oxel and Moxa both gave Makoki the dagger look. Brothers united! Makoki glared back at them. Good lord, they're having a back the hell off, she's mine stare down. At least Izzy knows what's up. Xanna ignored Izzy, shook her head, stood up, and dusted herself off. Sorry for getting in your face, miss. I was seeing if that was a bruise on your face or just dirt. Gishpek said, using his right hand to point to a spot on his right cheek, being a little mirror for Xanna. It's probably just dirt, but just to be sure. Xanna touched her face. Oh, okay, it's not dirt, she said quickly. Here, I'll heal it, Gishpek said and raised a hand to her face. She pushed it away. I'm fine. Are you sure? Xanna nodded, and then she stopped breathing. Oxel had stopped glaring at Makoki and gave Xanna a sneak attack hug. Dude, don't do that. You're gonna make her faint again. Oh, sorry. He let go of her. She fell onto her hands and knees and gasped for air. Getting hugged is just so hard and you're so pretty. It's like I'm having sex all the time. But I'm a beautiful virgin. Thanks, she looked at Gishpek. You're welcome, he said. Xanna stood up and dusted herself off once again. So what now? Oxel asked. We still have to help your brother Quest, remember? Oh, right. That thing still exists. Oxel turned around to address Moxa. Moxa? Oxel's eyes widened a little bit when he saw that Moxa and Makoki had apparently gotten into a wrestling match without anyone noticing. They both paused when they were both about to punch each other in the face. Yeah! Oxel turned around again. When he did, the other two continued their match. Everyone heard ows. Ow! I think we should go quest in the Barrens. You can go quest in the Barrens all you want, but Xanna is staying here to quest with me, Moxa said as he sat on top of Makoki's back, obviously the winner of the fight. Oxel turned around again. Barrens! Here! Barrens! Spa! Xanna yelled. Oxel and Moxa looked at her with puzzled looks. What? They said simultaneously. For the past 2 days, Xanna held up her left hand at them. Her index and middle fingers were up. You guys have been dragging me, and I mean that literally. She glared at Moxa. He looked away. To wherever the hell you want to go. She threw up her arms in frustration. Now I'm saying where I want to go. And I want to go to a spa or someplace where I can relax. Oxel and Moxa looked at each other, dumbfounded. Wow, you must really be mad. I would be too if it were me. Wait. Technically, I'm being dragged around too. Those bastards! Xanna walked away from all the guys and out of the cave. Gishpek and Makoki, who somehow got out from being under Moxa and was now standing next to his friend, stared at Oxel and Moxa. What the hell did you two do to her? Gishpek asked. Well, they said. There was a few days ago when I first met her by being chased by raptors that nearly killed her because she tried to save me, Oxel started. Then the next day I dragged her to Orgrimmar to meet my parents, though she nearly got herself killed by almost falling off the tower from lack of food. Passed out when we got to my parents' place and woke up with my dad in her face and he started to talk about us getting married. Don't forget about yesterday when we walked in on her when she was showering, Moxa added. Right, there's that too. And later I did drag her to the beach. Then we started to fight, so she fell asleep from boredom after the first 3 hours. And we fought this morning about if she would quest with you or chill out with me, which made her run off and almost got killed by harpies. Did we miss anything? No. Wait! Yeah, we nearly kill her with a hug every 5 minutes. Oh yeah, Oxel finished. Gishpek and Makoki stared at the two orcs with wide eyes. What the hell is wrong with you two? Makoki yelled. They shrugged. We don't know yet. Yet? The other two thought. Final scene! Dads and dudettes. So, are you sure that you still want friends? I'm 50-50 on it now. Well, if you still want friends, get new ones. Ones that I'll enjoy hanging out with. But if you enjoy their company, then I probably won't. That's the idea, Einstein. Xanna rolled her eyes as she kept walking. So where are we going? Silvermoon City. Why? Spa, you were serious about that? Are you serious about that question? What do you... Xanna looked at her. Oh, right. Pain. Dragging. Idiots. Gotcha. Wow, I can't believe I didn't catch on to that till now. I'm starting to rub off on you, just like how you're starting to rub off on me. Izzy's eyes widened. No! I don't want to be like you. You're just you and I don't like it. She said that last part quickly, but still showing her anger and fear. I don't like you either, but unless you somehow get your own body, we're just going to have to deal with it. Shouldn't be that hard since we've been sharing one body for 15 years. But do you know how many brain cells you have? Not many. Know how I know? I know because I've been trapped in this hellhole for years. Shut up and take a nap. I'm not even tired. You will be once I beat you with a raptor wielding a bat. How can you do that? Picture a raptor with a bat. Then picture me picking up the raptor by its feet, then beating you with it. I'll go take my nap now. Good girl. A few minutes later, Xanna heard snoring. It was probably fake snoring, but at least this meant a little more time of not being bugged by Izzy. Hopefully, Izzy wouldn't bug her until after she was done spending some time at the spa, which would be 3 days from now.
Chapter 5. Xanna's Day Off. It was 3 days later. Xanna was in Silver Moon City, hanging out at the spa. Wow. 3 days. Wow. Shush. Enjoying. Be quiet. I can see that, because you've been here for 3 freaking days. I'm surprised that you're not a prune. Xanna didn't say anything to Izzy and continued to enjoy the spa's hot spring tub. Of course, you're not even listening, so you probably won't listen to me when I say this. What if the guys find you here? You know, I had completely forgotten about them. They're probably looking for me right now. That is so conceited. Probably, since they're all stalkers. I seriously think that you should get new friends. Ones that I'll like. And another thing! Xanna covered Izzy's mouth. Shut up, I'm getting out of the tub. Izzy muffled some words under Xanna's hand. I wonder what the guys are up to. Next scene of These Are the Simps of Our Lives. Makoki, get back here with my sandwich! Moxa yelled as he chased Makoki, who was running very fast because he was in his ghost wolf form. Makoki continued to run until he was cornered at a rock. Ha! I've got you now! Now give me back my freaking sandwich! Moxa held out his hand for the return of his sandwich. Makoki didn't give it to him. I'm waiting, Moxa said as he tapped his foot. Makoki ran behind the rock. Makoki! Moxa was about to chase him down again, but Makoki returned, and with another ghost wolf, who also had a sandwich in its mouth. Gizzy, not you too? Both of the ghost wolves sat there, wagging their tails, smiling happily at the very annoyed Moxa. Moxa sighed and stared at them closely to see which one was Makoki. Aha! You're Makoki! He yelled at the ghost wolf on the left. And don't say you aren't, because I can tell. You have green eyes. Now give me back my sandwich! Moxa was tapping his foot so fast he started to make a little hole in the ground. The ghost wolves looked at each other, then at him, each other, him, each other, him. Then they started to run around in circles very fast. When they stopped, they both had their eyes closed. You bastards! Moxa's eye began to twitch. Oxel sighed and stepped on the dog's tails. They yelped, dropped the sandwiches, and turned back into Makoki and Gishpek. They rubbed their butts from the pain. Why didn't I think of that? Moxa asked. Because you're an idiot, Oxel answered bluntly. He picked up the sandwiches and handed them to Moxa. Moxa looked at them. They were covered in drool and dirt. Enjoy. I'm not hungry anymore. "'Kay, we'll take 'em," Makoki said as he snatched the sandwiches. He and Gishpek inhaled them. Literally. They just put them up to their faces, breathed, and the sandwiches were gone. Moxa gagged after seeing that. "You guys are disgusting!" They shrugged. Moxa shook his head. And while these idiots were being idiots, Oxel sat on a nearby rock. "I wonder what Xanna's doing," he said quietly to himself. Who knows? A girl that hot could be doing anything. She could probably be at a super awesome party, talking with at least 5 guys right now, Makoki said. With each word, Oxel died a little inside. Or maybe she is at the spa, like she said she was going to do. Xanna at the spa. Naked in the hot spring. Makoki sighed a dreamy sigh at his last thought. Oh. Oxel was very angry at that. He hopped off the rock and hit him on the head. Ow! What'd I say? You said she was naked at a spa. Well, that is what you do at a spa. No, it isn't. You go there to relax. Getting naked is relaxing. In many, many ways, too. Makoki sighed another dreamy sigh as he imagined Xanna being naked. Oh. Oxel and Moxa tackled him and started to punch him. Get his ribs! Oxel shouted.
Get his tail! Moxa shouted. Gishpek sighed as the three wrestled. Ow! My tail! Makoki yelled because Moxa had bit his tail. It was a good thing that Xanna got away when she had the chance, Gishpek thought. Next scene, just get out of the spa. Xanna rolled her eyes. She was about to get out of the tub when she saw one of the spa employees walk by. She quickly stealthed and hid in the water until he was gone. If you hadn't bought all of those shiny things at the auction house, you would still have money and you wouldn't even need to be stealthing right now. Hey, you're right. I don't need to stealth because I was able to borrow one of their ID cards. Right, borrow. Anyway, you left it with your clothes, which are in a cubby in the next room, you idiot. Well, all I gotta do is stealth to the cubby, get my clothes and the ID, and I'll be home free. Yeah, I wonder how that's gonna work out. I got in here, didn't I? True. So have a little faith in me. I do have faith in you. I have faith that you'll end up getting caught and getting into big trouble. I meant the good kind of faith. That is the good faith. How? I didn't say you would die by getting caught, did I? You, sir, are a bastard. Of course I— Sir! Izzy tried to tackle and beat up Xanna, but Xanna held out a hand to stop her. Wait until we get out of here first. Fine, Izzy pouted. But Xanna had a point. They needed to get out of the spa first so they wouldn't get into trouble. Well, Xanna had to. Since Izzy is a voice in her head, she won't really be getting into trouble. Technically, anyway. Next scene. Xanna got out of the tub, grabbed a nearby towel, and quickly stealthed. She walked very slowly to the entrance of the room. She was able to succeed without being noticed. She started to walk to the next room that her clothes were in. She was able to do that without being noticed either. She quickly dressed herself into a red linen shirt, blue linen pants, a black leather jacket, and a pair of sunglasses so no one would see her eyes. Her armor was in her bags. She didn't think it was necessary to put it on since she was in a spa. Phew! Now all I gotta do is get the hell out of here. Next scene, because that info dump was necessary to be its own scene. Xanna walked out of the room and walked toward the entrance of the door. She was almost there when she felt someone grab her arm. Where do you think you're going, little missy? Shit, Izzy and Xanna both thought. Xanna turned her head to see the man who was holding her. It was a tall, blood elf man. He had short blonde, spiky hair, long sideburns that he really needed to trim, and a tan. By the way he was dressed in his white shorts and white shirt, Xanna figured he'd worked at the spa and probably got free tans. Okay, I probably have some explaining to do. Yes, you certainly do. So where are you going with that towel? Huh? Xanna looked at her bag. She had accidentally placed the towel she had in her bag. Oh, this! I'm sorry, I must have put it there by mistake. She took the towel out of her bag and handed it to the man who was still holding her arm. Not at all lightly either. He took the towel and he was about to let go of her, but he started to examine her instead. I don't remember you checking into the spa. Oh, I'm an employee. If that's true, then why aren't you in uniform? Because it's my day off. The man gave her a disbelieving look. I am an employee. Here's my employee ID card, Xanna said as she quickly pulled out the ID she had borrowed. The man looked at it. Are you sure this is your ID, ma'am? Of course I am. Why wouldn't it be? So you're Esteban? Izzy smacked a hand on her forehead. You didn't even make sure that you had grabbed a girl's ID? Xanna ignored Izzy while she tried to think of something to save her hide. What's wrong with that name? I will have you know that my mother gave me that name. Nothing's wrong with that name. In fact, that's my name. In fact, this is my ID, he said and showed Xanna the little card. It had his picture and name on it. You didn't even look at it either? Why, isn't it my old long-lost twin brother who has the same name as me? Xanna said and gave a nervous smile as she hugged Esteban. Izzy smacked her forehead again. Idiot. Ma'am, stop hugging me. Yeah, that'd probably be a good idea. Xanna stopped hugging him. I'm going to have to call your parents. Sure, their number is... Xanna tried to think of a random number for Esteban. He started to glare at her as she did. 117-199-3015. Where'd you get that number from? It's our birthday and age. He nodded and grabbed her arm again. All right, you're coming with me to the office. He dragged her to the office. Next scene. When they got there, he sat her down in a chair, walked to the desk, and grabbed the phone. Now, are you sure that's your parents' number? Yeah. All right. He dialed the number. It's ringing. Are you absolutely positive that this is your parents' number? Of course. Why wouldn't I know my own parents' number? Hello? An old woman's voice said on the other end of the phone. Hello, ma'am.
Jeffrey, is that you? Why haven't you called me lately? You know what they say, if you don't call your grandmother every now and then, a snake will come and lay eggs in your stomach and bite you right on the ass while you're asleep.
Estevan slammed the phone back down. He looked to where Xanna was sitting. There was something wrong. Very wrong. It was probably that Xanna wasn't even there anymore. Next scene. What happened to Grandma?
Jeffrey!
Xanna was panting because she had sprinted to get away from Estevan. She was hiding behind a wall. There's the entrance! Xanna looked to the entrance. She tried to make a run for it, only to be caught by Estevan! She hung her head low and sighed. I know every inch of this spa, and I deal with little punks like you every day. I know how it goes. Damn it. Great, now he's gonna toss us into jail. Hey, chill out. I'm a rogue, so I can get out of jail easily. Not when there are guards! Would you just calm down, please? He might not even put us in jail. Hopefully he won't. I want a new body keeper. Xanna rolled her eyes at Izzy. Next scene. Estevan had taken Xanna back to the office. Now tell me your parents' real number this time, he demanded. Xanna didn't say anything. Still no answer. Fine, be that way. I'll just call the police and report you for trespassing and identity theft. I'm starting to miss the stalkers. Me too. Next scene. Here we go. A male blood elf walked into the room. He was tall, buff-looking, handsome, looked around Xanna's age. Very convenient. Had dark pink skin like Xanna, long dark brown hair that hung around his face. The left side was a little longer than the right, and he had 2 gorgeous green eyes. Not 1, not 3 or more, but 2. Mr. Estevan, where do you need me to put these towels? He said in a gorgeous, deep, soothing tone that would make a person go weak in the knees, or possibly melt. Except I can't really do a Latin accent, so he's British. Never mind, I'm good with staying here, Izzy said and began to drool. What the hell is wrong with you? Here I am about to possibly go to jail, and you're drooling over some hot, tall, buff, handsome... What was I saying again? The 2 of you are getting attracted to a male blood elf that is, by description, sounds exactly like a long-lost twin brother. Just put them in the back, Cosmo, Estevan told him. He looked back at Xanna and then dialed a number on the phone. The blood elf, known as Cosmo, looked at Xanna instead of walking into the back room. Wow, she's pretty. He looked at Estevan again. Wait. Pretty girl in the office. Estevan looks angry. 2 + 2 equals pizza. This girl must be in trouble. Hey, maybe if I help her out, she'll give me a kiss. Cosmo walked up to the desk, set the towels down, and tapped Estevan on his shoulder. What? Estevan growled. Mr. Estevan, sir, this is a friend of mine. Xanna looked at Cosmo with a questioning look. Is he trying to help me? Izzy ran somewhere else in Xanna's mind, then came back in a tuxedo. Why are you wearing that? Because we're going to get married. Duh. Then wouldn't he be the one in the tux? No, why the hell would he be in the tux? Because, never mind. Izzy shrugged and got a bouquet of flowers. So need a new brain. Next scene. Oh, she is she? Estevan asked as he slowly put down the phone. Yes, whatever she did, I'll pay for it. So just take it off my paycheck. Well, she snuck into the hot springs, tried to steal a towel, and my ID. Cosmo looked at Xanna. He was now starting to question himself. No, must help. Be nice. Head hopping. Are you sure you want to pay for the trouble she's caused? If you do, you're guaranteed to only get 5 copper on your next paycheck. Cosmo sighed. British sigh. Yes, I'll pay for it. How I translated currency in Warcraft for myself. I used American currency. 1 copper is the equivalent of 1 cent. 1 silver would be the equivalent of $1. 1 gold would be the equivalent of $100, because it takes 100 silver to make 1 gold, 100 copper to make 1 silver. Estevan hung up the phone. All right, Cosmo. He looked at Xanna. You got lucky this time, Missy. But the next time this happens, Cosmo is not going to be here to bail you out. Xanna rolled her eyes under her glasses. I can't believe this guy is trying to be so serious. He just can't pull it off with that hair. Or that tan, Izzy giggled. Xanna giggled with her until she realized something very wrong. Did you just giggle? No? Xanna took a few steps away from Izzy. Next scene. Cosmo escorted Xanna to the entrance of the spa. Thanks for getting me out of trouble. No problem. I'll try to pay you back your check. What was your check anyway? 20 gold. Yeah, so by my transactionings and equivalencies in my brain, 20 gold would be like 2,000 American dollars, and he's now going to get 5 cents on his next check because I guess Esteban suffered much emotional damage. Wow, and he is only getting 5 copper. You really pissed off that Esteban dude. Oh, I'll still try to pay it back. No need, it's fine. But there's gotta be a way that I can repay you. Well... Marriage? I would like to know your name, if you don't mind telling me, that is. Damn. Xanna. Xanna? I used to know Xanna when I was little. Really? Cool. Cosmo leaned into Xanna's face. You kinda remind me of her. Xanna blushed because he was so close to her face. Let me take control, so you can... him? Yes! You are such a hypocrite. Shut up. Want control? Give me! Izzy began to foam at the mouth. Xanna ignored it and her ranting about how she should be in control. She was trying to tell Cosmo to get away from her face, but was too shy to say anything. Cosmo said. Mind if I take off your glasses? Xanna said, trying to say no. Cosmo took off her glasses and was shocked at what he saw. Okay, you saw my eyes. Can I have my glasses back now, or are you going to turn me in because of the color of my eyes? Cosmo laughed and gave Xanna a big hug. Why are you hugging me? Cosmo stopped hugging her, but still kept his hands on her shoulders. Xanna, it's me, Cosmo! Xanna had a puzzled look on her face. Cosmo rolled his eyes and tilted his head cutely to his right. Xanna gasped. Cosmo? My long-lost twin brother by the descriptions that were being given, because that's what it sounds like? He nodded with a big grin on his face. Oh my gosh, it's been so long! Xanna gave Cosmo a big hug, never wanting to let go. Wait, you know him? Yes, don't you remember him at all? Let's see, Cosmo. Isn't he the little blood elf kid that everyone would call a fairy except for you, and he would never make fun of you because of your eyes, so the two of you became best friends, and then he got adopted when you guys were 7 and you never saw him again? Yes! Nope, doesn't ring a bell. Xanna rolled her eyes and ignored Izzy as she continued to hug Cosmo. Cosmo stopped hugging her. She pouted a little at that. Man, Xanna, you look great. I mean, what have you been up to all this time? And I'm so happy to see you again. He hugged her again, stopped, and began to talk again. Wanna go grab some lunch or something and catch up sometime? Maybe after I get off my shift? Xanna was going to answer, but was interrupted. Okay, I'll meet you here after my shift is over. He looked at his right wrist to check his watch. Which is right. They heard a little ding. Ding! Xanna looked around to see where it came from. Now, Cosmo finished. He handed her glasses back and wrapped his right arm around her shoulders. Come, walk with me, talk with me. Okay, now I remember him. He was the chatterbox of the orphanage. I don't want to marry him anymore. Izzy tossed the bouquet of flowers behind her and smiled when it was eaten by a shark. Where did that come from? Mind your business, that's where. Xanna blinked, dumbfounded. She shook her head and tried not to think about all the things that Izzy does so she could enjoy catching up with Cosmo. Next scene. So is this her twin brother? Or is he just the male equivalent of Xanna? Is this another love interest? What's going on? Wow, that was quite a story, Cosmo, Xanna said. She and Cosmo were walking around Eversong Woods, catching up on all the things they've done. Cosmo was talking about what happened after he was adopted, how he got his pet lioness Mittens, how his foster parents died, and something about how one night somebody spiked his apple juice and he started to run around Silvermoon naked, and things he did to a tree with chocolate sauce. Izzy was sitting in a corner of Xanna's mind, cradling herself, obviously scarred by all the things Cosmo had done to that tree. Poor tree. So, what have you been up to, Xanna? I mean, besides not getting any taller. He laughed. Xanna kicked him in his shin. Ouch! He hopped on one foot as he rubbed his shin. Don't underestimate the tiny, Xanna said. Xanna laughed as Cosmo stopped and continued to rub his shin, and he could have sworn that he heard Mittens laughing along with her. Traitor, he whispered to his pet. Mittens walked past him and flicked her tail on his nose. Cosmo stood up to catch up with Xanna and Mittens. So seriously, what have you been up to? You know, a little of this, a little of that. What kind of little of this, little of that? Questing in the Barrens, nearly being eaten by raptors, meeting an orc and his family, getting walked in on when I was in the shower, being dragged to the beach, nearly being killed by harpies, meeting a troll and his turned friend, getting annoyed with him and the orc brothers, and then going to the spa for 3 days, Xanna said quickly. I have a feeling that I'm missing something. Yeah, I kind of told you the short version because the long version would take all day. Well, I got nothing but time right now, so tell me. Xanna sighed and told Cosmo all of the things she'd done in the past week. Wait, you were at the spa for 3 days? I'm surprised that you're not a prune. That's what I said. He can't hear you. Still, that's what I said. Thank goodness Estevan didn't find out that you were there for 3 days. I probably would have been fired for taking the rap for you. Yeah, sorry. It was just 'cause, I understand. I would have done the same thing if it was me. Xanna laughed. Cosmo joined her. Mittens felt laughed out and tackled Xanna and began to lick her. Ah! Attack of the kitty slobber! Cosmo laughed some more. Mittens stopped licking Xanna and laid down on her stomach. Crushing! Lungs! Dying! Xanna pretended to be dead so Mittens would get off of her. Mittens wasn't fooled, so she continued to lay down on Xanna's stomach. Cosmo, please get her off me. Cosmo laughed and told Mittens to get off. Mittens did what she was told, after being told 10 times. Cosmo helped Xanna back up to her feet. So, what do you think your friends are up to? Next scene. Moxa was sitting on the ground, crying. When is Xanna coming back? Why can't we go find her? Why am I related to an idiot? First answer, who knows? Second answer, because that would be counted as stalking. Third answer, I don't know, Kishpek answered politely. It wouldn't be counted as stalking. We would simply be going to find her and watching everything she does. I believe that is counted as stalking. Moxa stuck his tongue out at Gishpek. He shrugged, not really knowing what he did that would make Moxa do that, and then Moxa continued to cry. Oxil smacked the back of his head. Cram a sock in it, you crybaby! I'm only crying 'cause you ran Xanna off, Moxa said, hopping up to his feet and pointing an accusing finger at his brother. We both ran her off. I didn't want to admit it, but it's true. We both did. Moxa crossed his arms over his chest and looked away from Oxil. Mainly you, he mumbled. Oxil sighed. Guys, if you want to see Xanna so damned much, then let's just go visit her, Makoki griped. Gishpek was about to say something. Makoki held up his hand as a sign for him to not speak. We won't be stalking. We'll be visiting. That sounds like a reasonable plan, Gishpek said. Yeah, it is. So why don't we just do that? In fact, why haven't we done that yet? Because none of us thought of it till now? Gishpek tried to help. Because we're idiots and we're afraid of a cute little blood elf killing us because we came and bothered her while she was relaxing just to bug her, Oxil pitched in. All of them agreed that it was probably the second one. After agreeing, it was silent for a moment. So, what are we waiting for? Let's go see Xanna, Moxa said and headed for the Zeppelins. He stopped and turned around. Anybody know how to get to Silvermoon City? They all looked at each other, all of them hoping that one of them would know. When no one said anything, they looked at Moxa and shrugged. All of them sighed. Sigh. We could ask for directions on the way, Gishpek suggested. Moxa and Oxil gave him shocked expressions. What? Makoki grabbed his shoulders and shook him. Are you insane? He yelled and continued to shake him. No, he answered. Makoki stopped shaking him and started to yell at him some more, slapping him after each word. Man! Slap! Never! Slap! Ever! Slap! Ever! 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 3 more slaps. Ask for directions! Ever! 6 more slaps. Makoki let go of his friend. Any other suggestions? Gishpek rubbed his cheeks and fell to the ground. Moxa and Oxil looked at him, then Makoki, then backed away a few feet. They shook their heads at Makoki after getting at a safe distance. Akazil sighed. Guess we'll have to wait for her to come back. If she comes back, Makoki said. Akazil frowned. While they said that, Moxa stared in horror at the poor unconscious Gishpek. Is he breathing? Akazil sighed again. Please come back, Xanna. Next scene of These Are the Simps of Our Lives. Who knows? Xanna shrugged. Well, let's go find out, Cosmo said. Xanna tilted her head in question. Really? You want to go see them? Cosmo nodded really fast and answered, Yes, they sound fun to hang out with and I really want to meet them. If you don't mind, that is. Shh, think about it first! Do you really want to go back to that torture? Xanna thought about it for a moment. They may be annoying, but they are kind of fun to hang out with. Izzy sighed. Damn, now I'll have to go back to that torture. Xanna smiled. Yep! Cosmo was worried that Xanna was going to say no and tried to convince her to say yes, even though she was about to say it. Cosmo got on his knees. Please, Xanna, I haven't had any excitement at all ever since I found Mittens, so please take me to this wonderful wonderland of wonderfulness and let me meet these people to spice up my life, even if it's just a little bit. Please, he begged. Xanna looked at him. He lightly elbowed Mittens, who was next to him, so she would join him in begging. Mittens rolled her cute little cat eyes and began to do a cute little kitty beg. She rubbed her head against Xanna's leg and started to purr. Meow, meow. Then she sat next to Cosmo and they both gave her pathetic looks. Xanna laughed. I was going to say yes, silly. Cosmo jumped to his feet and gave Xanna a big hug, but she was still able to breathe. Xanna liked that about his hugs. Yay! Wait, Xanna pushed him away. What about your job? Cosmo laughed. I guess I forgot to tell you. This is actually the beginning of my vacation week, because the writer can only write conveniently for the sake of the story rather than some actual depth. Cool, so you have plenty of time to go meet the guys. Cosmo nodded so much it looked like that his head was going to fall off. Ow. Xanna laughed. Okay, let's get going. Cosmo jumped up and down, clapping his hands. Yay, 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 and more yays! Izzy shook her head. I can't believe I forgot who he was. Me too. I mean, honestly, how can you forget his childish laughter? Stop questioning me and go back to your torture. All right, I'm going. Oh, Xanna, I forgot to tell you something. Cosmo started to babble. You better get there fast, or else I'm going to kill him. Why, What's with the So, Cosmo, Xanna said, interrupting Cosmo's babbling. Huh? Britishly? Could you tell me about the tree again? You bitch! Xanna smirked mentally as Cosmo started to talk about him, the tree, and the chocolate sauce again. Izzy ran to a corner and began to cradle herself, trying to block out Cosmo. But she didn't succeed. Chapter 6. Deth is a girl? 3 more days had gone by. Xanna and Cosmo were riding the Zeppelin back to Orgrimmar. Wow, Orgrimmar looks real red, Cosmo said as he was leaning over the side of the Zeppelin. Like that spot over there with some orcs and a troll. It looks like an apple with green spots and a blue spot. Cosmo squinted his eyes. Looks like there's a Tauren too. Some orcs, a troll, and a Tauren? Xanna said and walked up to the side of the Zeppelin to join Cosmo. Hey, those are the guys! Izzy sighed. Of course. Really? Cosmo said and looked at her. Xanna nodded. Oh, I just can't wait for the Zeppelin to land, he said and looked over the side again. I wonder if they can see us. Xanna began to wave her hand to get the others' attention. Hey, guys! They didn't look. I guess they didn't hear me. I wonder why. Maybe it's because you're over 100 feet above ground. Nah, that couldn't be it. I guess I just have bad hearing, Izzy said sarcastically. Xanna ignored her and leaned a little more over the side to see what they were doing. Oxel was sitting on a rock, Gishpek was sitting next to the rock, and Moxa and Makoki were leaning against it, talking about something. Xanna pointed her ears to where the guys were and leaned over the side a little more to hear them. No way, she heard Makoki say. Yes way, Moxa said. No, there is no way he could. What are they talking about? Cosmo asked. I don't know. Xanna continued to slowly lean over the side to listen in on the conversation. Be careful, you idiot! If you lean any more over the edge, you'll— Ah! Xanna yelled as she fell over the side. Xanna! Cosmo tried to grab her hand, but was a second too late. No! Predictable cliches! Next scene. Xanna screamed on the way down. Izzy was running back and forth in Xanna's mind. Get me the hell out of here! I'm too smart to die! She continued to try and break out of Xanna's mind. Next scene. There is no way that the Incredible Hulk can beat Batman, Makoki said. Yes, there is. No way. Batman is too quick and smart for the Hulk to catch him and smash him into itty-bitty bits. The Hulk is super strong and can totally squash Batman before he even got a chance to blink. Could not. Could too. If that's true, then let a hot chick fall from the sky. Ah! They heard. What was that? Oxel said as he looked up. The others looked up as well, only to see somebody fall from the sky. And she landed on Makoki. Oh! Izzy was feeling her body. I'm alive! Xanna gave her a look. Izzy ignored her because she was just so darn happy to be alive. Feeling her body, make sure that she's intact, but she's just a voice in somebody else's head. Kind of pointless, but also she seems to have her own personality. It's a little understandable she'd be a little upset. Just a little. Kind of sad that Xanna's in charge. Izzy is a hypocrite, I'm not gonna lie about that, but it's kind of sad that she's stuck inside Xanna's head. Next scene, Xanna propped herself up a little bit on Makoki. Thanks for being a soft landing pad. Oh, and Spider-Man could kick both their asses. She sighed and laid her head down on his chest. Xanna? All four of the guys said. Mm-hmm, she answered. Ha! That means the Hulk can beat Batman! Moxa said. Makoki looked at Moxa and growled. Xanna got off of Makoki. She stood up and brushed the dust off of herself while Gishpeg helped Makoki back up to his feet. It's nice to see you again, Miss Xanna, he said politely. Nice to see you too, Gizzy. After she was done dusting herself off, Oxel and Moxa tackled Xanna into a big hug, which made her dusty again.
Oh, 'cause it's just so hard to stay clean when I get hugged all the time. Ah!
Right. That's anime logic. Xanna, we've missed you so much. Mostly me, though, Moxa said. Oxel looked at him, then back at Xanna. Glad you're back. And so the torture begins. Izzy sighed. Great. I missed you too, guys. Now could you please get off me? Sure, they said. They helped her up and Xanna dusted herself off again. Xanna! Cosmo yelled as he ran towards all of them. He ran past Oxel and Moxa and grabbed Xanna by her shoulders. Sonny! Son, are you alright? Tell me you're alright! He began to shake her. Say something, so he'll stop shaking you, Izzy demanded. Xanna tried to answer, but accidentally bit her tongue. She tried a second time, but bit it again. And a few more times after that. That's got to hurt. Wouldn't you eventually draw blood? Cosmo stopped shaking Xanna and looked at her to see if she was all right. Her eyes were spinning. Oh no, you have brain damage! He began to cry on her shoulder. I don't have a shoulder to cry on. Then he lifted his head up and put her head on his shoulder. Don't worry, Xanna. You'll be okay. We'll get you help. Everything's gonna be alright. Izzy was stumbling around in Xanna's mind. As soon as I can figure out how to walk again, he is so dead! She fell to the ground. As Cosmo was saying things about how he wasn't going to let Xanna turn into a vegetable, Oxel, Moxa, Makoki, and Gishpek were looking at them. Anybody know who that guy is and why he's shaking Xanna? Oxel whispered. Everybody shook their heads. While this was going on, Mittens was off to the side shaking her cute kitty head at Cosmo. She was probably thinking about how she got an idiot for an owner too. Oh, so the lioness has a personality, like Izzy, because there's, 3 types of personalities in anime? There's the ditzy cute one that's perfect in every way, the sarcastic mean one that's still usually, dogs barking. Yeah, that's like all the anime personality types. Next scene. After 20 minutes of shaking Xanna and crying, Cosmo finally let her go. Actually, Mittens forced him to let go. He didn't want to, but she growled at him, obviously a threat to eat him if he didn't. Xanna grabbed both sides of her head to keep it focused. Everything was spinning. She blinked a few times to make it stop. Much better. Finally, Izzy said as she rubbed her butt. It was very sore after falling on it several times. As soon as this pain goes away, I'm going to kill him with a slow and painful death. Xanna turned on a very big fan in her mind and made Izzy fall over again. Ah, mother... Xanna laughed because the fan blew Izzy away. Next scene. So, how was the spa? Must have been good since you were gone for 6 days, Oxel said. Yeah, how was it? Jeez, I'm surprised you're not a prune, Makoki said as he looked at Xanna. I told you were there too long, Izzy smirked because she was right, which happened very often. Xanna crossed her arms over her chest. I wasn't there for 6 days. I was there for 3. Then how come you haven't gotten back until now? Xanna looked away and mumbled her answer, because it kind of took Cosmo 2 days to pick out what he was going to wear. The guys looked at Cosmo. 2 days? Cosmo shrugged. Gotta make a good first impression. The guys stared at Cosmo. They were all thinking the exact same thing. How can it take a guy 2 days to pick out what to wear? While they were thinking that, Xanna was talking to Izzy. How come they waited for you for 6 days? I'm thinking stalkers. You have a very good point. I always do. No, you don't. Shut up and ask them why they're still here. How come you guys waited for me for 6 days? All of them looked shocked at the unexpected question. They looked away from Xanna. A couple of them whistled and a couple of them hummed. Awkward, Cosmo whispered to Xanna. She giggled. All the guys looked back at her when she did. Well, how come you brought some random guy here? Huh? Answer that, Moxa said. Cosmo is an old friend of mine from the orphanage. Cosmo nodded. Hi! He waved his hand at them. Oh, because, we wanted you to come back, Oxnell answered. What if I didn't come back? They would have hunted you down. Then they would have risked their pride and asked for directions to Silvermoon, Gishpek answered with a grin. Basically what I just said, although I don't think there really is much pride to risk. Makoki smacked Gishpek on the back of his head. Cosmo snickered quietly. Xanna lightly elbowed him. Cosmo, be nice, she said, trying not to laugh. Cosmo stopped laughing, but it didn't last long because Mittens had attacked Makoki's tail. She thought it looked like a piece of string. Because cats. Next scene. After 30 minutes of trying to pull Mittens off of Makoki's tail, they succeeded. Then everyone decided to walk around Dorotar. Everyone ignored Makoki and Cosmo yelling at each other. You owe me a new tail! Makoki yelled and held up his hairless tail. I told you that Mittens said she was sorry! Cosmo yelled and pointed to Mittens, who hadn't. I'm sorry. Look, she rubbed her head on Makoki's leg and began to purr. Then she licked at the bite marks on his tail. Makoki grabbed his tail and wagged his finger at her. Oh, no. You're not getting out of this that easily. He glared down at Mittens. She had a very pathetic look on her face. Her eyes were big, her bottom lip was sticking out a little, and she was doing a perfect little purr to top it all off. Makoki looked away so he wouldn't fall into her trap. Everyone laughed and Moxa snuck in a hug when nobody was looking. I'm so glad you're back, Xanna. Makoki looked in that direction and walked over. Hey, don't keep her all to yourself. He ripped them apart and gave Xanna a hug. Okay, what the freaking hell? I have just realized that you're surrounded by 4 teenage boys and I'm not sure what the hell Cosmo is yet. My point being, what the hell? Why don't you know any girls? Even if it was just one girl, it would be nice to hang out with her instead of 4 guys at a ferry all day. Even if it was a nasty, decaying, undead chick and hated you, but stuck around with you anyway for some weird random reason. I wonder what's gonna happen next, everyone. And just then, Xanna heard a noise in the distance. Cosmo should have heard it too, but he was too busy thinking about something. And Xanna knew what he was thinking about. He was thinking about how that tree broke his heart. And Mittens was thinking that he was an idiot, and how much she wanted to bite Makoki's tail some more. You guys hear that? Xanna asked. Hear what? Oxel, Moxa, Makoki, and Gishpek asked. Mittens looked at her to pay attention. Cosmo was still too busy thinking about the tree to pay attention. Xanna heard more noises and ran toward it. Moxa glared at Makoki. She's here for an hour and already you made her run away again! Makoki looked offended. Me? Yes, you! They were about to get into a wrestling match when Oxel yanked on Moxa's shirt collar and dragged him to follow Xanna. Mittens dragged Cosmo, and Gishpek did the same with Makoki. Thank God I've been working out so I'm able to do this, Gishpek thought. Head hopping! Next scene. Xanna was the first to get to the source of the noise. She saw several dead humans. What are humans doing in Dorotar? If you had been paying attention in class when you were younger, you would know that these humans live here because Stormwind kicked them out of the city for being drunk all the time. That's not why those humans are there. In that area, that is not why the humans are there. Again, almost everything in the story is something that I made up just to be stupid. Only very few things are actually accurate to anything of the game. Why didn't they just move to Ironforge? Again, if you had been paying attention, you would know this. The dwarves and humans got into a fight. About what? It was something over a chicken and a cow and a mattress. Okay, now I regret asking. And I regret paying attention for you, but I have to if I want to live. Izzy sighed. It's very hard being part of your brain. Xanna heard some sort of war cry from her right and was tackled to the ground. Take this, human scum! Xanna had just barely dodged the dagger that was aimed for her face. Holy crap! She flipped over to be on top of her attacker. It was an undead rogue. A female undead rogue. Wow! Never would have seen that one coming. Wow. 15-year-old me gets the specialness of all happy specials. She looked skinny and decaying like all undead do. She had long, stringy-looking green hair, weird belt-looking things across her eyes, light blue skin, and she looked a little taller than Xanna, but only by a couple inches. Gosh damn it! Why is everyone I meet taller than me? Shut up and tell her not to attack. Oh, yeah, Xanna shook her head. Are you blind? I mean the nerve of you calling me a human! She pointed at her ears. I am obviously not a human. Belt things, remember? Right. Xanna grabbed one of the undead girl's hands and put it on one of her ears. She yanked at the ear. Ow! Just because I have belts across my eyes doesn't mean I'm blind. Okay, let go of my ear. These things are very sensitive, you know? She continued to yank on her ear. Wasn't I just talking about meeting a chick like this a moment ago? No, Izzy, I don't think you ever mentioned something like this at all while I'm circling the text over here, the huge paragraph describing this exact situation, because the author of this did not know what foreshadowing meant, you know, subtle foreshadowing. Instead, it was more of this blatant sign like, hey, this is gonna happen next! Ow, yes, ow, it's like you can predict the future or something! Izzy grinned evilly. My next prediction will be you walking around in your underwear in Orgrimmar. You evil, heartless bitch! Izzy laughed evilly. Xanna wanted to hit her but was too distracted by the pain this undead girl was causing in her ear. Ow, 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 bitch, ow, ow! Hey, get your damn hands off her, you damn dirty undead freak! Moxa yelled and ran to attack the undead girl. He didn't realize it was a girl, though. He pulled Xanna off of the undead. She began to rub her ear. Cosmo ran to her and tended to her ear. You okay, Zon? In a week, I think I'll be, but now, no, she said and continued to rub her ear. Cosmo kissed it to make it feel better. Mwah. Oxel gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Next scene. The undead girl hopped to her feet. It was surprising to see that she didn't fall apart. Bring it on, she told Moxa. Wait, you're a girl? Yes, shocking, isn't it? Now come on, let's get your defeat over with, because I have some humans to kill. Well, the undead girl rolled her eyes under her belt. What is it? Are you afraid now? No, it's just, I don't think it's fair. Xanna's, Izzy's, and Cosmo's eyes widened. And Mittens, can't forget her. He did not just say what I think he said. What do you mean it's not fair? Well, I'm a big tough guy and you're just a small girl. An undead girl, no less. I would beat you easily and probably hurt you and rip you to pieces. So I don't think it's fair. He did say what I think he said. Izzy rolled up her sleeves. Xanna, give me control. Xanna didn't pay attention to Izzy because she was so shocked at what Moxa had said. Excuse me? You sexist pig? Moxa looked at Xanna. What? It isn't fair. This is because I did not understand stuff about biology and life back then. I'm sorry. He looked back at the undead girl because she was laughing. Whatever. This will just make your defeat much easier. She began to walk up to him and started to attack. Luckily, he was able to dodge. Hey! I said I didn't want to fight! She continued to try and strike him down with her daggers. Little help here, guys? Xanna crossed her arms over her chest and looked away. Cosmo did the same thing. So did Mittens, but without the arms. She just flicked her tail. Guys! Moxa said and began to run away from the crazy undead girl. Akazil! Moxa looked back and forth between his brother and his friends. He knew Moxa was being sexist and should let him take the beating. But Moxa was his brother, and he also knew that it would be wrong if he let his brother take a beating, especially when it wasn't given to him by Oxel himself. I don't see why you guys are so mad at Moxa. I mean, he makes a perfectly good point, Makoki said. The others glared at him. Gishpet gave him a shocked look, and he started to back away slowly. What? They continued to glare. Mittens, Cosmo said, still glaring. Mittens looked up at him, hopeful. It's playtime. Mittens gave him a cute little kitty smile and pounced on Makoki. Oh dear God! Makoki screamed. Xanna and Cosmo smiled. Oxel and Gishpek stared, horrified. Guys, seriously, could use a little help here! They heard Moxaw shout in the distance. He was dodging the daggers the undead girl was throwing at him. Oxel looked at his brother again. He started to think about just letting the chick beat him up, but then he started to think about his mom. Mom would kill me if she finds out that he's dead. He sighed. Xanna, I know he's being sexist, but he is my little brother. Xanna turned around to look at Oxel. She sighed at the look he gave her. Okay, we'll help. Cosmo looked at Xanna. His jaw dropped open in outrage. Seriously? We're going to help him? She looked back and nodded. Cosmo rolled his eyes, sighed, and gave Xanna a blank look. Xanna, sorry to say this, but you need new friends. This time, Oxel's jaw dropped. Thank you! Xanna grabbed one of his ears. Ow! Come on, let's go save Moxaw. Guys, Gishpek said. Everyone looked at him. Yeah? What about Makoki? He said and pointed to his friend who was trying to crawl away from Mittens and failing miserably behind him with his thumb. That hole right there is just, it would flow better rather if it was. He said and pointed to his friend behind him with his thumb who was trying to crawl away from Mittens and failing miserably. That's much better. This should burn in the garbage. Oxel and Cosmo looked at Xanna. She shrugged. Give her 5 more minutes. Okay. Hey, don't put that there! I need those! I want kids someday! Moxaw yelled in the distance. Oxel and Gishpek followed Xanna and Cosmo, who was still being held captured by his ear. Ah! Whew. This needs to know. Next scene. Moxaw was on the ground. The undead girl was holding a dagger to his neck and one to his crotch. The undead girl was laughing at him. She stopped laughing when a rock knocked her head right off her shoulders. That's for yanking on my ear, bitch! Nice throw, Izzy. Izzy went back into Xanna's mind and dusted off her hands. Thank you. The undead girl's body felt the spot where her head should be. When it didn't find a head there, it began to look around in the sand. Over here, you dumbass! The head was yelling from the body's right. The body walked over to pick it up, but every time it tried to bend down, it would accidentally kick the head. Moron! For those that think that can't possibly be real, it is. I've had situations like that. I go to pick something up, and I accidentally kick it with my foot, and not only do I do it just once, I usually do it 2 or 3 times. While the undead girl was playing soccer with her own head, Xanna and the others ran toward Moxaw. Moxaw, are you okay? Xanna asked. Hang on, Moxaw said. He felt his body to make sure everything was where it should be. He felt his trousers. He sighed in relief when he found out that nothing was missing. Yeah, I'm okay. Good. Now I can do this. Ow, fuck! Xanna slapped him on his face. She slapped him so hard he flipped over onto his stomach. With something as unsuspecting as that, Moxaw ate some dirt. He got up on his hands and knees and began to spit it out. When he spit most of it out, he turned his head to look at Xanna. What was that for? For being a sexist pig! Moxaw was standing up now. I wasn't being sexist. I was simply saying that a man fighting a woman is wrong because the man would easily beat the woman, especially when the woman is an undead person. If you're getting attacked, it doesn't matter who it is, defend yourself. Now you're being sexist and racist. How am I being sexist or racist? I am simply stating the facts. Xanna gritted her teeth and stepped on his right foot. Ow! He yelled and began to hop on the other. What the hell was that for? Xanna didn't answer. Instead, she walked over to the undead person. Oxel, Gishpek, and Cosmo walked over to Moxaw, who was still hopping up and down. You're in trouble now, Oxel told his brother. Mm-hmm, the other two said. Moxaw looked back and forth between all of them. What the hell did I do? Just then, Makoki and Mittens walked over. Makoki was hairless, and Mittens had a lot of fur in her mouth. What'd we miss? Makoki asked. The other 4 looked at him. Oops, forgot about you and Mittens, Cosmo said and rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Sorry. Yeah, we're gonna have to negotiate something later. Makoki began to mumble some words under his breath. Cosmo blushed at what he was saying. I can't remember what he was mumbling. Next scene. Over here. No, to your left. The body went right. No, left. Your other left. The body continued to go right and ran into a rock. The head of the undead girl sighed. Moron. Need some help? Xanna asked. The head flipped over onto its other side to see Xanna. No! She snarled. Too bad, Xanna said and tried to pick it up. The head began to bite her hand. Ah! Ah! She shook it off her hand and looked at it. Crap! Now I'm gonna turn into a zombie at exactly midnight tonight! First of all, that's werewolves. Second of all, she's not a zombie. She's just undead. Third of all, undead people can't infect others unless they want you to. And fourth of all, you're an idiot. That's not how it works in the game, if I'm correct. When a person was dead, they were absolutely dead unless they were turned into undead by the leader of the undead in a recent time frame of the person dying. And dogs barking. That's also involved. 1. Shut up. B. Same thing. Q. What if she wants to turn me into an undead person? And 7. I am not an idiot. You are. Good God, I think you just killed some of my brain cells with all of that letter and number crap. And you wonder why I call you an idiot? Izzy shook her head. Anyways, she'd have to kill you to turn you into an undead, and she hasn't yet. If she does, I pity her because she would then have an idiot for an undead partner. Xanna was about to say something when she felt enormous pain on her left ankle. She looked down. She stared at the head that was biting her for a few minutes. She then turned her head up to the sky. She tried to shake it off, but it was latched onto her good. She found a nearby stick and began to beat the head off of her ankle. Get the hell off my ankle, you demon head! She beat it a few more times and the head finally released its hold on her ankle. Jeez, you try to help someone and they bite your ankle! What has happened to the world? You happened. You infected the world with your stupidity. Now use the stick to reattach the undead girl's head to her body. If you want to die, that is. I'm sure she won't attack me when she sees that I'm trying to help her. At least not this time. I'm not even going to comment on that. Xanna rolled her eyes at Izzy. She then went to the undead girl's head to help her. Xanna ended up using the stick to grab her head when it continued to try and bite her. Next scene! The head was hanging onto the stick by its teeth. Xanna walked over to the body and reattached the head. There you go. The undead girl tackled her to the ground, holding a dagger to her throat. Told you would die if you helped her. Xanna flipped herself over onto the undead girl and held the girl's own dagger to her throat. Will you please stop trying to kill me? I wasn't trying to hurt you. I was trying to help you. The undead girl struggled beneath Xanna. Let go of me. No, not until I make sure that you're not going to kill me. Why are you trying to kill me? I didn't even do anything. The undead girl stopped struggling and shot Xanna an "Are you serious" look. What? You're on top of me, holding my own dagger to my throat. Only because you held it to my throat first. I only did that because you threw a rock at me and knocked my head off. I only did that because you yanked on my ear. I only did that because you pinned me to the ground. Only because you pinned me to the ground first by mistaking me for a human. The undead girl was going to say something, then shut her mouth. She did that 5 more times, then sighed. She mumbled something. Xanna heard what she said, but wanted her to say it louder. What was that? The girl mumbled a little louder, barely. Sorry. Ahem, the girl growled. I'm sorry, alright? Xanna took the dagger away from her throat. Yes. She stood up and offered a hand to the girl. The undead girl shot her a nasty look. I don't need your help. After that, she got up on her own. Jeez, she's psychotic. I hope she decides to hang around. Xanna gave Izzy a blank stare, sighed, put a hand to her forehead, and shook her head. Why are you sighing? The undead girl asked. Oh, I'm Xanna. Xanna stuck out a hand for a handshake. The undead girl looked at it curiously. I'm Dethium, she said and shook her hand. Ha! Deth. Ha! Yeah, that's not funny. Yes, it is. Shut up. Izzy continued to laugh. Xanna blew her away with the fan again and continued to talk to Dethium. I'm sorry for the misunderstanding we had. Xanna took her hand back and waved it passively. Nah, it's fine. Dethium nodded. Oh, and thank you for putting my head back on. And how is your ankle? Xanna looked at her ankle. It was bleeding. Oh, fuck! She's gonna bleed to death again. Where's Gizzy? Looks a little bad, but I know first aid. Xanna looked into her bags for some cloth so she could fix her ankle, but didn't find any. Crap. Out of cloth. She sighed. Guess I'll have to limp for the rest of the day. Because woe is me. Oh, I'm so pathetic. When everything just goes my way by finding all these people that want to be my friend even after we just fought each other. What's sad is that's softly based off of real personalities that I interacted with / also portrayed myself. And then, all of a sudden, Xanna's feet left the ground. Whoa, she said and looked at Dethium. You're strong. Dethium shrugged. I guess. You're kinda short, so you're not that heavy. Xanna's ears bent back as she glared at Dethium. I'm not that short, she growled. Dethium looked at her as she started to walk. Yeah, you are. Xanna continued to glare. I'm only like maybe 2 inches shorter than you. Dethium looked forward. That still makes you short. Thus, not that hard to carry for me. Xanna glared at Dethium for another minute, then just looked away. It was silent for a moment. Then Xanna began to wonder where Dethium was taking her. Where are you taking me? There's that sign again. Back to your friends, of course. Oh, well, you don't have to carry me. I can just limp back to them. It's fine. I don't mind. Are you sure? Yeah, just think of it as me returning the favor. For what? For putting my head back on my shoulders and not killing me whenever I was trying to kill you. I still can't believe you forgave me. Normally, the person I was trying to kill would try and kill me back. Well, I figured that you didn't mean to attack me when you were killing humans. It's kind of easy to get caught up in the moment. I thought if you had seen me trying to help you, you would stop. I also thought that it would work on the first try, not several tries. Dethium laughed. Yeah, that's the thing about me. When I get caught up in the moment, it takes me a while to get out of it. Sounds like a hardhead, Izzy said. She looked at Xanna and knocked on her head. Ow! Even if she is a hardhead, she'll never be as hard-headed as you. Xanna mentally rubbed her head and ignored Izzy, something she was very good at after doing it for 15 years. Because we constantly need to be reminded of it every scene of every chapter. Next scene. Jeez, it's been about 20 minutes and my foot still hurts, Moxa said as he sat on the ground, rubbing his foot. That's what you get for being a sexist, Moxil said bluntly. Yeah, you sexist, Cosmo said. He then turned his back on Moxa. So did Mittens. How was I? Moxa was saying, but Gishbek covered his mouth. Normally I wouldn't do a rude thing like this, but this is so you guys won't argue. Moxa sighed under his hand. He muffled, obviously saying okay, because it's so obvious. Final scene. So your favorite color is black? All of the guys heard Xanna say in the distance. They heard another voice say, Weird, I thought it would be red. Xanna laughed, and so did the person she was talking to. After a moment, they saw who it was. Moxa said, his mouth still being covered by Gishpek's hand. The others looked at him. What? Meow? They all said. Gishpek looked at his hand. Oh, right. Oops. He removed it. I said, that chick is gonna sacrifice Xanna. All of the guys looked back at the girls. Looks like she's helping Xanna? The furry Makoki said. Somehow he had grown all his hair back. No, that's impossible. She tried to kill me for no reason. Everyone stared at Moxa. What? She did. Actually, that's really true. Yes, he attacked her by pulling her off of Xanna, but he was helping Xanna, who she also attacked for no reason. Moxa's really not the villain here. No comment, Oxel said, looking back at the girls. Dethian walked up to the guys, Xanna still in her arms. Hey guys, Xanna said. She looked at all of them. They all looked shocked for some weird reason. Some weird reason. They were all just shocked, because that's how anime works. What's wrong? Well, dogs, all of them kept saying. Xanna looked at them, very puzzled. Okay, what the hell? Makoki said. 30 minutes ago, we were fighting this chick, and now she's carrying you? The girls looked at each other, then the guys. Xanna said. Cosmo gasped. Sun, what happened to your ankle? He rushed right over to her and looked at it. Xanna said. She just really didn't know what to say about the situation. I don't think any of us know what to say about this situation and this situation. Mittens! Lennon, please! Cosmo said, wearing a doctor's outfit for some reason, and Mittens was in a nurse outfit. What the hell? What the hell? What the fuck? Everyone thought, except Xanna, because she was used to Cosmo acting like this. You know, this young boy that she hasn't seen in like 8 fucking years. Scalpel! Cosmo yelled. Scalpel? Scalpel? What the fuck? Everyone wondered. Okay, what the freaking hell is going on? Oh, I almost forgot. Morphine! Mittens handed him a little syringe. He looked at it and threw it on the ground. Damn it, Mittens, I said morphine, not caffeine! These are the kinds of mistakes we can't afford to make! What are you trying to do? Kill her? Mittens gave him another syringe. That's better! Cosmo began to mess with Xanna's ankle. Sandwich! Mittens pulled a sandwich out of nowhere and handed it to Cosmo. He took a bite out of it and nodded. He then smacked it on Xanna's ankle. Okay, last but not least, cell phone. Mittens gave him a pink cell phone. Yes, Nikki, I will be at that concert tonight. He hung up and smacked that on Xanna's ankle. All of a sudden, there was a long beep sound. Hot zapper! Hot zapper! Mittens handed him a chainsaw. Not what I wanted, but it'll do. He started it up. Wait, what are you doing? Axel yelled. Blood spurted everywhere. You suck as a doctor, a deep voice said. Damn it, I can never get past this level, Cosmo said as he threw his Game Boy in a random direction. There were beeping sounds. Beep, 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 beep. I finally made it through med school. My daughter was born to that song. Cosmo wiped his forehead and sighed. We've done all we can, Mittens. Mittens put down the axe she was about to give to Cosmo and nodded. Cosmo, is Xanna's ankle okay? Moxa asked, very terrified at what he just saw. Cosmo sighed. It's wonderful! He said in a squeaky voice as he stepped aside so everyone could see his work. And somehow he wasn't wearing a doctor's outfit anymore. Everyone stared at Xanna's ankle. It was wrapped in a nice pretty little pink bow. They all blinked at it, dumbfounded. All of that, and that's it? Moxa said. Gishbeck grabbed his head. I can't comprehend what just happened. My brain hurts, Makoki said. What was the chainsaw for? Can anyone understand what the hell just happened? Moxa asked. They all shook their heads. While their brains were dying, Xanna was looking at her ankle and Dethium was looking at Cosmo, who was grinning, obviously very proud of his work. Thanks, Cosmo. It looks a whole lot better now, Xanna said. But how does it feel? Because it's the pain? Feeling? Looking's not that important right now. Well, except that the bow is pink, but other than that, good job. Dethium was still staring at Cosmo. You need to teach me how you just did that. Xanna hopped out of Dethium's arms and began to walk around. Feels like nothing happened at all. Thanks, Cosmo. Mittens pouted. Meow. Oh, you too, Mittens, Xanna said and patted her head. She purred. Meow. All the guys were still trying to figure out what had happened, and Izzy was dead, or at least unconscious. Xanna stared at Izzy and put her hands on her hips. I still can't believe she forgot who Cosmo was. Honestly, how can you forget about a 2-year-old turning a squirrel into a rabbit? Chapter 7. Where are we going? Another day had gone by. Xanna was laying on the ground, staring at the sky. She sighed. She was bored out of her mind. Why does it seem like that there is absolutely nothing to do today? Because of your short attention span? No, that's not it this time. I think it's because there is nothing to do. At all. Zero. Zilch. Nada. Absolutely. I get it! There's nothing to do! Please shut up! Xanna was quiet, but only because she was thinking of something to do, not because Izzy told her to. She sighed again. Can anyone think of something to do? At all? Seriously, anything at all. Because I'm up for anything. At all. Anything? Makoki asked with a little twinkle in his eye. I believe that's what I just said. Then I think I just thought of something, he said with a devious smile. Really? Xanna said and sat up, looking hopeful. What is it? Izzy smacked her forehead. Idiot, how can you not see that he wants to— What about questing? Axel asked, mainly because he didn't want Makoki telling Xanna of the thing he thought of. Xanna groaned and plopped her back down on the ground. Questing is boring. No, it's not. It's very fun. You know what's fun? Moxa asked. Killing humans, Dethium asked. That sounds very fun. Xanna smacked Izzy. She flew across to the other side of Xanna's mind. No, Moxa said. Oh, going to the beach sounds fun. What about going shopping? Cosmo asked. The other three stared at him for a moment. I still say questing, Axel said. I say killing humans, Dethium said. I say going to the beach, Moxa said. Questing. Humans. Beach. Shopping! Each one of them stood up and began to glare at each other. They got into an argument. Gishpek, Izzy, Xanna, and Mittens sighed. Makoki laughed as he watched them argue. Geez, why can't the guys see that killing humans is actually the best option? Why does this happen every time we have nothing to do? Because you're all idiots? Except for Dethium. I think she's the only one with a good head on her shoulders. That is, she does until someone knocks it off. Xanna laughed quietly. Ow! My hair! Cosmo shouted in the background. Him and the others had gotten into a wrestling match. Your other right! Dethium shouted because her head had gotten knocked off. Again. Makoki was on the ground laughing at all of them. What about the library? Gishpek asked. Everyone paused at what they were doing to look at him. Makoki was on his back, holding his sides. Dethium's head was on the ground while her body was running into a rock. Oxo was on Moxaw's back, pulling on one of his legs while Moxaw was pulling on Cosmo's hair. This is so dumb. Xanna sat up and looked at Gishpek. Gizzy, you're a genius! She said and hugged him. He blushed slightly. The other guys were all giving Gishpek a "you are so going to die later" look. Because, territory battles. The looks went away when Xanna stopped hugging Gishpek. Where is the library? Xanna asked. Gishpek, Oxel, Moxa, and Makoki all gave a "are you serious?" look. Dethium didn't give her that look because she also didn't know where it was. And Cosmo was playing with a dragonfly. Mittens had a paw over her face. She was probably a little ashamed of having Cosmo for an owner. Or very ashamed. Meow. Xanna rubbed the back of her head sheepishly. Well, it's just, I don't go inside of Orgrimmar that much. Liar. How am I lying? I really don't go into Orgrimmar that much. True, but you're just using that as a cover. What do you mean? I mean, you don't even know where the library in Silvermoon is! What's your point? That is my point! Xanna pretended to think about it for a moment. Nope, still don't see a point, she lied, only to get on Izzy's nerves. Ah! Which she was doing very well, because we have to repeat that every chapter. Next scene. Just follow me, Gishpek laughed. If your attention span is long enough to do that. Hey, my attention span is perfectly... Xanna looked over at Cosmo, who was still playing with a dragonfly. Oh, look at the pretty dragonfly. Exactly. Izzy sighed. I wonder if there are other people that have to deal with this kind of crap like I do. That was not necessary for it to be its own scene. That could have been added right there at the end of the other scene. That's so terrible. Next scene. After 45 minutes of playing with the dragonfly and 2.5 hours of talking to Oxel and Moxaw's parents, Xanna and the others followed Gishpek to the library. After another 20 minutes of walking, they finally made it. And here's the library, Gishpek said over Dethium's laughter. She was laughing because she thought that Oxel and Moxaw's parents were stupid, and a little gross for making out in public. I swear, if she wasn't a girl— Ow! Moxaw was whispering, and then screaming because Mittens had bitten him on the leg. She walked over to Cosmo and Xanna with a smile on her face. It was probably because she had a piece of Moxaw's pants in her mouth. She sat in between them. What was that for? I didn't even do anything! Moxaw lied. Xanna and Cosmo gave him blank looks. Then Xanna pointed to her ears. Blood elves, remember? Oh, right. Cosmo and Xanna rolled their eyes. Let's just start looking at some books, Xanna said. After that, everyone split up and began to look at books. Well, Dethium wandered off, and so did Gishpek and Cosmo. The other guys followed Xanna. Because anime! Seriously, stalkers! Seriously, shut up! Xanna was looking at books while the guys continued to follow her and stare at her. They pretended to look at books when she turned around, and then continued to stare at her when she turned back around. Xanna felt a little uncomfortable with the guys following her. Rethinking the whole not stalkers thing? Izzy smirked. Only a little. I still think they're good people, sort of. Okay, I honestly don't know anymore, but my point is that you think they're good people. How'd you know I was gonna say that? I've been trapped in this hellhole that you call a mine for 15 years. I have to be an idiot like you to not be able to predict what you do or say. That's true. You have been in my mind for 15 years. So why don't you act like me? Izzy shrugged. I don't know. Maybe on the smart side of you or something. Xanna mentally shrugged and continued to look at books. She stopped when she saw a book called The Life of the Alliance caught her eye. That is a horribly put together sentence. She stopped when a book called The Life of the Alliance caught her eye. There we go. She stopped when a book called The Life of the Alliance caught her eye. Izzy raised an eyebrow at it. Why would we, the Horde, have a book about the Alliance? Maybe to study about them? Maybe. Wait, if we have a book about them, does that mean they have a book about us? Maybe. Can you say anything other than maybe? Maybe. Xanna laughed and Izzy rolled her eyes. When she was done, she pulled the book off of the shelf and immediately began to read it. Xanna walked to a table and sat down in one of the chairs, still reading the book. Wow, the Alliance sounds so interesting. I wish I could meet one. And I wish that I had my own body so I can run away from you and your stupidity. But I guess we can't always get what we want, can we? Xanna ignored Izzy and the guys who were sitting next to her pretending to read books. She was so fascinated by all the things she was reading. Stormwind, Ironforge, the way that the Alliance lived. She liked it so much she wanted to jump into the book and talk to the Alliance. Xanna quietly gasped when she saw something very interesting. She smiled. She smiled a smile that Izzy knew all too well, and she didn't like it one bit. This smile actually scared Izzy. What are you thinking? Oh, nothing. Liar! What is it? I demand to know! It's nothing. Just that there's a map in the book. Xanna mumbled something after saying that, and since Izzy is also an elf, she heard every word. What do you mean there's a map in the book? Xanna popped a little copy of the book into her head and opened it up to the page she was on. It showed a map to an Alliance city. This place, we should go there! Izzy's eyes widened at the map. Are you out of your freaking mind? No, of course not. What would give you that idea? Oh, nothing, besides the fact that you want to go to an Alliance city where we could die. We're not gonna die. Don't say that! Why? Every time you say that, we almost die. Yeah, but we didn't, did we? Xanna said, sounding a bit like a smartass. No, Izzy said, her eyes narrowing at Xanna. She clenched her fist and gritted her teeth. But every time you say that, something bad happens. Xanna rolled her eyes. Name one time that I said that and we almost died. Well, there was the time when you found a bunny and I said don't touch it, it could kill you. Then you said that, decided to pet the bunny, and it turned into some sort of demon and tried to eat your soul. Oh, and there was that one time when you found a baby lizard, but it turned out to be a baby crocodile, and the mother tried to kill you for coming near her child. And there was a time when you decided to juggle sticks and had to go to the hospital for 3 weeks. Oh, and there was the grass incident. And the snowflake one. Izzy shuddered. I really wish I could forget that. Xanna's eye was twitching because Izzy was naming off everything stupid Xanna had done. Then there was the leopard thing. And after that was the... Xanna covered Izzy's mouth. Alright, I get it. Saying that makes bad things happen. Izzy removed Xanna's hand. So you're not going to go to the Alliance City anymore? Izzy asked, hopeful because she didn't want to die just yet. I never said that. Xanna smirked. Izzy lowered her head. I'm going to die, and with an idiot. Izzy fell to her knees, screaming into the sky. Why must you be so cruel? Xanna rolled her eyes again. Stop being such a drama queen. It's not like we're gonna— Don't say it! Okay, well, you get my point. Izzy groaned. We'll be fine. Just like how I think we're all gonna be fine after this fanfiction. If you need therapy, I'm not paying for it. Next scene. After an hour of reading the book, Xanna asked one of the librarians if she could borrow the book for at least a week. When she said yes, Xanna and the others left. As they all walked out of the library and out of Orgrimmar, without being spotted by Oxel and Moxel's parents, Xanna read the book. She just couldn't stop reading it, but she knew she would have to eventually if she was going to tell the others she was going to go explore an Alliance City. She wasn't sure how she was going to tell herself to put it down, but she would find a way. And she found that that way was by running into a pig. Xanna picked the book off of the ground, but she didn't read it. She looked at the others. She sighed. What's wrong, Xanna? Oxel asked. How do I put this? Xanna said, rubbing one of her arms and looking in a random direction. She couldn't bring herself to look at the others at the moment. Put what? Moxa asked. Xanna finally looked at the others and sighed again. Guys, I'm gay. She's gay! She's coming out! We can all assume that, right? This harem is for nothing! Oh my god, I know what this is about, Moxa said. You do? Yes, he cried. You're breaking up with me, he cried some more. But why, Xanna? Why? Wasn't I good to you? Izzy blinked at Moxa, very, very dumbfounded. She would have said some sort of smart-ass joke or something, but she was in too much shock at how stupid Moxa was acting. She can't break up with you if you weren't even dating! Moxa yelled at his brother. Shut up! This doesn't concern you! Yes, it does! No, it doesn't! Yes, it does! You're being an idiot! I'm not. I'm just a little emotional because the only girl I'll ever love is breaking up with me! She can't break up with you if you weren't even going out in the first place! As the two orcs, Makoki and for some reason Cosmo, argued, Izzy and Xanna stared at them. She is breaking my heart. Why can't you be understanding about that, Aki? Don't call me that in public! And no, you can't break up if we weren't even together! Yeah, we all know who she was gonna hook up with out of this group, and it certainly wasn't any of you guys, leaving only one option left. Now, I don't agree with any of you arguing over my Zonzon, so some shit's about to go down! If you're not watching and you're just listening, that argument wasn't actually there. I'm just being stupid. After 15 minutes had gone by, Izzy shook her head. It was to try and regain her brain. Please, for the love of God, tell them that you're going to an Alliance City. No. Even better, tell them that you're sad and need to visit your mother's grave. Why would I say that? Because if you tell them that you're going to an Alliance City, they'll freak out and follow you. True. What if I just ask them if they want to come? Either way, they freak out and follow you! Well, it's not that bad if they follow me, Xanna lied. Lying little whore! Izzy's eyes looked like they were going to pop out of her head after Xanna said that. She turned Xanna's head to the argument that was still going on. So you're perfectly fine dealing with that, even though you've been complaining about it ever since you met them? I have not been complaining. Izzy released her hold on Xanna's head. Even so, you would actually put me through that? Even after all the things I've done for you? What things? I don't know. Things that I will do for you? Maybe. Not likely. But still? Xanna glared at Izzy with demon-like eyes. Uh-oh. I just made things worse for myself, didn't I? So do any of you guys feel like going on a road trip? Xanna asked. The ones who were arguing stopped. The ones who were laughing stopped. Makoki and Gishpek's ears perked up and their eyes twinkled like stars in the beautiful night sky. What the fuck kind of description is that? Road trip! They cheered and were instantly next to Xanna. She looked to both sides of her. How did they get next to me so fast? I don't know. I blinked and missed what happened. So, where are we going, Miss Xanna? Gishpek asked. Who cares where we're going? We're going on a road trip! Makoki said. Xanna looked back and forth between the two a couple times, then looked at the rest of the others. Anybody else? Well, road trips are pretty much another way to explore new areas, and exploring new areas is kinda like questing. So, yeah, I'm in, Axel said and walked over to Xanna. Road trips are just pretty much another way to have fun, so I'm in, Makaza as he walked over. It's a little bit of a struggle to read this with all the fucking typos and bullshit. Will there be killing involved? Seriously, she's so psychotic. I really hope she comes. Maybe? Xanna said nervously, ignoring Izzy. Then I'll come. And what about you, Cosmo? Xanna looked at where Cosmo had been standing 2 seconds ago, but there was just an empty spot. Cosmo? I go anywhere you do, Zonzon, Cosmo said, standing to the left of Xanna. She jumped because she had been startled. Huff! When she had landed on the ground again, standing about a foot away from the group, she stared at Cosmo. Yeah, that's something that I did before. How did you get there so fast? Cosmo just laughed. Britishly. Okay, guess we're all going, Xanna said. Sweet, let's go! because it's awesome for these teenagers that range from 15 to 17 to all be traveling on their own to some place where they could all just die because they're on the opposing team. Yeah, parents really aren't important, are they? After that, Oxel, Moxa, Makoki, and Gishpek began to walk down the road. Xanna, Dethium, Cosmo, and Mittens didn't. Xanna stayed where she was to read the book she got from the library, and the others stayed there with her because they didn't know where they were going yet.
So, where are we going, Xanna?
Oxel asked. When there was no answer, everyone looked behind them to see the girls, Cosmo and Mittens, walking toward the Zeppelins. The guys ran toward them to catch up. Xanna and the ones who were following her down the right path of their road trip stepped onto the Zeppelin to the left, and the others stepped onto the Zeppelin to their right.
Why are they on that Zeppelin? That's the Zeppelin to Gromgal,
Oxel said. The others shrugged. Oxel walked over to the Zeppelin and tapped Xanna on her shoulder.
Xanna?
She said, still reading.
Why are you on this Zeppelin? It's the one to Gromgal, which is in Stranglethorn Vale, which is a bad place for us to go to because we're low levels.
If I haven't said it before, the timeline of this fanfiction is Wrath of the Lich King. They're all ranging from level 5 to level 37, with the main group being level 15 to level 20. Stranglethorn Vale at the time, that was an area for level 40s, just to help everyone get a grasp of the danger. Yeah, I know.
Then why are you on it?
It's the way we need to go for our road trip. After Xanna said that, the other three were on the Zeppelin. Oxel raised an eyebrow at Xanna.
Are you sure?
Xanna nodded. Yep, says so right here on the map. Xanna pointed a finger into the book, still reading it.
You sure you're not reading it wrong?
Xanna finally looked up at Oxel. I know how to read a map, Aki. Oxel blushed because of what Xanna had just called him. The others were quietly laughing, except for Dethium. She was laughing out loud.
Xanna!
Oxel said in a whisper, but it was also kind of a yell.
Don't call me that!
Aw, your future wife can't call you Aki, Xanna said with a smirk. Oxel's blush got bigger, and so did his eyes.
I jizzed in his pants.
Oxel's face was bright pink now. He looked away from Xanna and began to fidget with his fingers. Xanna laughed. Oxel, I'm kidding. Son, why didn't you tell me you had a boyfriend? Cosmo said as he marched over to her and Oxel. He wrapped an arm around her shoulder. So, how long have you been dating my little Zonzon? Cosmo asked. It was more of a demand, really. So basically he's like, oh, so how long have you two been together? I need to count how many days you need to suffer as I torture you slowly. Oxel still didn't look and continued to blush and fidget with his fingers. Xanna laughed a little more. No, Cosmo, I was just kidding.
Let him answer, Zonzon.
Cosmo was getting a little annoyed with Oxel because he wasn't answering. Hello? Need an answer. Like any day now, please. Xanna rolled her eyes and pulled a magazine out of one of her bags. Thank goodness I got this from the library too. She poked Cosmo with the magazine. Cosmo, look! It's a magazine about hairdos! Cosmo quickly turned his head away from Oxel into the magazine. It was called Monthly Elf Style. He grabbed the magazine and walked away reading it, completely forgetting about the conversation he was having with Oxel. Oh look, Mittens! They even have hairstyle tips for cats! Mittens rolled her eyes. Meow! Oxel looked at Xanna when Cosmo walked away. He still had a blush, but it wasn't as bad as it was a minute ago.
Thanks,
he said and stepped onto the Zeppelin. That was the last thing he said to her for the rest of the day. I guess end on that awkward note, Oxel. Final scene! That should actually be attached to the other scene. So, when are you going to tell them where you're all headed? I was thinking when we were halfway there. You're not going to tell them till you actually get there, are you? You know me so well, Xanna smiled. Izzy sighed. I wonder how all of this is going to end. Who knows? For now, let's just worry about getting the Stormwind. Chapter 8. Baby Monkey Eating Raptors. Right on the nose. It took a day to get to Stranglethorn Vale. Xanna stared at the island as the Zeppelin approached it. It was very amazing that she was staring at something other than the book she got from the library. Wow, Stranglethorn Vale looks so jungly, Cosmo said. I believe that jungly is not a real word, Gishpek said. So, that's not gonna stop me from using it. Cosmo stuck his tongue out at Gishpek. He laughed at the confused look on Gishpek's face. Izzy had her arms folded over her chest. She rolled her eyes and sighed. Idiots. Everywhere I go, there's idiots. Next scene. When the Zeppelin stopped at the tower, Xanna and the others got off. Xanna was reading the book as she walked. Wow, this place is so cool, Moxa said as he wandered around the camp. The others did the same. Dethium looked at the skulls, Cosmo and Moxa looked at the beach, Mitten stayed in the camp so she wouldn't be near the water. Oxo was looking at everything in the camp, and Makoki and Gishpek walked over to the cook of the camp because they smelled something they liked. Because apparently they're Scooby and Shaggy. Xanna was standing next to the campfire in the middle of the base. She looked up from the book and began to look around, but only for a moment. When she was done, she continued to read again. Looks like we follow... She looked up again to look at the exit by the mailbox. She then looked back at the book. That road and go left, Xanna said as she began to walk toward the road, still reading the book, of course. Because we're looking. Have we looked everywhere? Looking. Did we look yet? She stopped when she realized that no one was following her. She turned around to see everyone wandering around the camp. Guys, we gotta go this way for our road trip. None of them heard her. They just continued to look around the camp, even when Cosmo accidentally set his pants on fire. Xanna sighed and sat down by the mailbox, waiting for a group to stop looking around the camp and get with the program. But the program is looking! You can always ditch them, you know that, right? Yes, but I'm not a heartless bitch. True, you're an idiot. Xanna rolled her eyes, ignored Izzy, and read her book while she waited for the others to stop looking around the camp. But we're looking! Next scene. After about 3 hours, everyone finally stopped looking at the camp. They all walked over to Xanna. She stood up and looked at some of the things they got from the camp. Dethium had a necklace made of tiny skulls wrapped around her neck. Makoki and Gishpek were stuffing their faces. Oh, good, Raggy. Moxa had little pinches on his legs, probably from crabs, and Cosmo and Mittens had little crowns made of shells on their heads. Oxel didn't get anything. Donna figured that he was the only one who actually just looked around. Because looking. We're ready to go, Oxel said. Izzy woke up from her nap she was taking. What? She looked at the group. Jeez, it's about freaking time. What's it been? 3 days? Hours. Same thing. Izzy waved her hand passively. She was still very tired. And just to be nice, Donna popped a nice comfortable bed in her mind for Izzy to sleep in. Izzy didn't argue or anything. She just hopped in the bed and fell back asleep. Guess I kept her up all last night with reading the book and the 36 cups of coffee, Xanna quietly thought. We follow this road and make a left eventually, Xanna said, looking at the book and pointing to the road behind her with her thumb. And so they did, after Makoki and Gishpek were done eating. Xanna wanted to make sure that they didn't draw any attention to themselves because of the food. Yeah, anyone that's played the game, at least back when I was playing it, but it's probably still this way, they know that the food's not going to draw in enemies. If anything's drawing in enemies, it's Moxa, because he's a level 5. He will immediately draw in every single enemy in the area because he is a low level. That is how the game functioned, and probably still how it functions. Next scene. Leave now, if this bothers you. Oh my gosh, look at the cute little monkey, Cosmo said, pointing to a cute little baby monkey. Cosmo ran over to it and picked it up. Oh my gosh, it's so cute! He started to lightly throw it up in the air. Everyone laughed at the cute sight, until Cosmo threw the monkey up and it didn't come back down. The only reason it didn't come back down was it was eaten by a raptor. Everyone's eyes widened in horror and their mouths dropped to the ground in shock, except for Dethium's. She enjoyed things like this. This is about when my little brother stopped reading the story. After the raptor was done munching on the baby monkey, it glared down at Cosmo. He backed away slowly back to his group, with his back, backingly. While he was backing away, more raptors came to join the first one. Why does it have to be raptors? Xanna thought. What do we do, Zon? Cosmo whispered to his friend. Run! Because Izzy's up from her nap. You're right! Xanna put the book in one of her bags and looked at her group. Run! She yelled. None of them hesitated to run. Mittens hopped on Cosmo's back and everyone began to run. They all screamed. Daisy! Makoki yelled. Misha! Gishpek yelled. Who are those people? Cosmo asked, Mittens still on his back. Our mounts, Makoki said. A giant Kodo and another raptor came out of nowhere. Everyone stopped right in front of the giant beast. Ah! Another raptor! Cosmo yelled. He was about to run away but stopped when Gishpek yanked on his collar. No, that's Misha. She's my mount, Gishpek said and hopped on Misha's back. And this is Daisy. Makoki walked up to the big Kodo and patted its side. She can hold about 3 people, and Misha can hold 2. Xanna heard the raptors screeching behind them. She turned around and saw them in the distance. Ah! Get on the mount! Get on the mount! Xanna turned back around. Oxel! Moxa! The boys turned at her in attention. You ride on Daisy with Makoki. She turned to Cosmo. Cosmo! You and Mittens ride on Misha with Gizzy. But what about you and Dethium? He asked. We're rogues. We can sprint. Or I can just kill all of those raptors, Dethium said, smiling evilly. It was probably because of the thought of killing something. She's so sadistic. If she dies, I'll kill you. Dethium, this is no time to be sadistic and kill things. We have to run. Dethium scoffed. You guys can run all you want. I'm gonna stay here and fight, she said and pulled out her daggers. She started to walk towards the Raptors, only a level 15. Xanna smacked her forehead and looked at the guys who were still standing there. Why are you just standing there? Get on the mounts! Oxel, Moxa, Makoki, Cosmo, and Mittens got on the mounts like they were told. What about Dethium? Cosmo asked. I'll handle her. Just go. But what about you? Oxel asked. I said go! Xanna yelled and smacked both of the mounts as an order for them to leave. Whoa! All the guys yelled. Oxel looked back. Xanna! Smooth move. Now you're gonna die. Shut up. I know what I'm doing. Sorta. That's what I thought. Izzy sighed. I never even got to see Winter Spring. Fun fact, that's where they were conceived. Xanna ignored Izzy and chased after Dethium. Dethium, I'm sorry for doing this, but this so the Raptors won't eat you. Xanna yanked Dethium's head right off of her shoulders. Hey! Dethium's body began to chase after her. That's right, follow the head, good body, now you sprint! Xanna sprinted away, so did Dethium's body. Yes, my plan's working! Yeah, I'm very impressed. Now to catch up to the guys, if you can even find them. Next scene. Whoa, Daisy, slow down, I'm about to— Makoki was saying, then he fell off of Daisy. He yelled as he bounced on the ground. Wait, why is there a porcupine— Makoki screamed as he landed on a porcupine. He stood up and quickly pulled it off of his butt. He looked at it, then threw it in a random direction behind him, not even thinking that the poor thing might be eaten by raptors like that baby monkey. He looked behind him and saw that the guys were still running. Hey, what about me, you bastards? He huffed and crossed his arms over his chest. Then he heard a noise. He was too scared to see what it was, so he began to chase after his mount and the guys. Hey guys, wait up! Makoki yelled to his friends as he ran. He heard a few more noises. They scared him so much, he caught up with his friends and then ran right past them. The things that made the noises came out from their hiding places. It was two baby tigers playing with a coconut. Next scene. Running, 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 being scared, terrified, horrified, need therapy. Shout out to whoever guesses what that's from. The first half. Xanna said quietly to herself as she continued to run from the raptors with Dethium's head and body. Izzy rolled her eyes. You're telling me.
I'm the one that's headless.
Xanna was too scared to listen to Dethium and Izzy. She continued to run away from the raptors, who had made some friends on their chase for food. Some panthers, tigers, and murlocs joined. Panthers, tigers, and murlocs, oh my! Hey, isn't that line from a movie or something? I don't know and I don't care! Shut up and run! Hello? Don't have a body of my own, remember? Which actually sucks for me right now. Shut up and keep running! You have no time to get caught up in conversation! Xanna didn't argue. She continued to run for her life, and Dethium's undead one. I hope I'm getting close to the guys. And after a few minutes of running through bushes and trees and some old ruins, Xanna did catch up to her friends. Xanna? Oxel, Moxa, and Cosmo said. Shut up! No talking! Must run! Raptors, panthers, tigers, murlocs! Xanna yelled. Tigers? All three of them looked behind themselves and saw all the things Xanna was yelling about. Holy crap! They yelled. Why would Izzy having a body help her to get away? If anything, that would just slow her down because that's another physical being she would have to be concerned for. Next scene. This next scene my little brother made up before I even started writing, and I wanted to put it into a story. There were two night elves walking side by side down the road on their giant tiger mounts. You know, I heard that Stranglethorn Vale was one of the most monster-infested places ever, but I haven't seen one single monster, the night elf on the right said. Behind them, a Torn, a raptor mount that had a troll and a blood elf and a cat on it, a Kodo that had two orcs on it, another blood elf carrying a head and a headless body ran by. They were all being chased by raptors, panthers, tigers, and murlocs. I know, I haven't seen any monsters either, the other night elf said. And this sucks. Next scene. Daisy was slowing down in her running, so was Misha. Why are they slowing down? Moxa screamed. Yishpek was petting Misha's head. They've been running too much and now they're exhausted. But we still have monsters chasing us! Then we'll have to continue running on foot. Everyone hopped off of the mounts. Go on, you two. Go get some rest, Yishpek told Daisy and left. Great, now we're gonna die, Moxa yelled. Makoki slapped him. Get a hold of yourself! Because Makoki slaps people. Moxa rubbed his cheek and slapped back. The two got into a slap fight. Oxel, hold this please, Xanna said. Xanna said as she handed Dethium's head to him. Just hold my head, please. Xanna walked away and toward Moxa and Makoki. As she walked away, Dethium's body came over and tapped its foot. Put my head back on my body, her head yelled. Are you gonna run away and fight if I do? Oxel asked. Yes. Then no. Dethium growled and had her body kick Oxel. Ah, cut it out! It continued to kick him. Dethium was smiling. I'm serious, knock it off! Oxel began running away from the body as it continued to try and kick him. While that was going on, Xanna was breaking up the slap fight. Guys, no time to fight. We gotta get away from them. Everybody turned around when they heard a huff. It was the raptor that ate the baby monkey and his friends. Ah, crap, Xanna said. The raptor and his buddies smiled. Run! Moxa yelled. Everyone started to run again. They ran and ran and ran for what felt like hours, when really it had only been 30 seconds. That's relatable. Cosmo stopped running. Wait! Everyone stopped, even the monsters. Gotta fix my hair. Cosmo said. He pulled a mirror out of nowhere and began to fix his hair, and a third arm came out of nowhere with some hairspray. While it sprayed the hairspray on him, a fourth arm came out of nowhere, so Cosmo would have one arm for hairspray, another to hold the mirror, and two to mess with his hair. Where did these arms come from? While Cosmo was fixing his hair, the others were standing there tapping their feet. He continued to fix his hair. The others sat down on the ground with the monsters. They were all playing some sort of card game. Got any threes? Moxa asked the monkey-eating raptor who was wearing some sort of weird poker-playing hat. It shook its head. Okay, done, Cosmo said. He smiled. It gave off a little twinkle. Twinkle, twinkle. The others stood up and tried to find the place they were at before Cosmo had stopped the chase. No, wait, Xanna said and grabbed the raptor. You were here, she grabbed Makoki, and you were here. You had a knife to your throat, and you were about to be assaulted on the ground. She did this a couple more times and returned to her spot. There, now 3, 2, 1, go, she said, and they all began to run again. Final scene. After 5 more hours of being chased by monsters, Xanna and her friends were able to lose them. They stopped to take a breath. So, what'd you guys think of the road trip so far? Xanna asked in an attempt to make a nice little conversation. This is the best road trip ever! Makoki, Gishpek, and Moxa cheered. Yeah, what they said. Oxel said. I am absolutely speechless about that. Izzy shook her head. I'm just glad that Dethium's okay. She's like a sister to me, and if she was eaten, I would have killed you, Xanna. But you're stuck in my head. That practically makes us sisters. I mean, come on. You've only known her for a couple days. Stop being jealous. You knew what this was. Xanna blinked at Izzy, speechless, dumbfounded, and a little jealous, but she ignored that. Who votes for taking a break? Cosmo panted. Everyone raised their hands. Cool. That's okay with you, isn't it, Zonzon? Cosmo looked over at Xanna. Zonzon? She was already passed out on the ground. Dethium's body snatched her head from Oxel and put it back on her shoulders. She's got the right idea. The others nodded in agreement. After that, they all passed out. Thank God we're in a safe spot. Izzy heard a noise. A very familiar noise. A noise that sounded like a raptor. Beep. Chapter 9. Spiders. Xanna read the book as she and her friends walked along the road of Stranglethorn Vale. She started to rub her back. You know they're going to kill you when they find out where you're taking them, right? Shut up and let me read the map. Jeez, someone's got her undies in a bunch. What's up? The freaking sky, Xanna huffed. And you say that you're the smart side of me. I meant what's wrong, you idiot. My back, it's killing me, Xanna said as she continued to rub her back. Damn the ground for being so hard to sleep on. I think this is a sign for you to not go to Stormwind and get us all killed. Xanna mentally slapped Izzy with a book. Shut your hole! I don't have a book. I have a back scratcher, not a book. Next scene. Something wrong with your back, Xanna? Moxa asked. Izzy sat up, rubbing her head. No, there's nothing wrong with it at all. She's just doing that for fun. Oh, and hitting me for fun. Can't forget that! Xanna looked over her shoulder, still rubbing her back and ignoring Izzy. What gave it away? She asked sarcastically. Moxa shrugged. Don't know. Xanna rolled her eyes and looked back at the book. She stopped reading it when she felt a hand on her shoulder. Xanna looked back to see who had stopped her. It was Moxa. He grabbed her arms. Moxa, what are you— Ah! Xanna yelped because Moxa had placed a foot on her spine, pulled her arms back, and made a loud cracking sound. Holy crap, did he just break your back? Moxa let go of Xanna's arms, put his foot back on the ground, and took a couple steps back. Feel better? Xanna straightened up, feeling her back. Have we said that word enough yet? She moved a little bit to make sure it wasn't broken. It made little cracking sounds as she did. Actually, yeah, I do. Thanks, Makaza. Moxa rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. No problem. Xanna picked him up and gave him a great big hug! Based off of things I used to do. Even though I'm shorter than most people, I used to be able to pick some larger people up when I gave them a hug. Moxa blushed because this was the first time Xanna had given him a hug, and he was a bit shocked because Xanna was able to pick him up. The others were shocked too, except for Cosmo and Gishpek. Cosmo wasn't shocked because he had been picked up by his tiny friend before, so he wasn't surprised that she was able to pick up a big orc like Moxa. Gishpek wasn't shocked because a few days ago, he had seen this tiny elf punch his friend miles away for looking down her shirt. Because anime. But the others were very, very shocked because anime. Whoa, I underestimated her strength, Dethium thought. Damn, that is so hot, Makoki thought. That should be me, Oxel thought. Zonzon, Cosmo asked as he looked at his nails. Yeah, Xanna asked, still holding the big and heavy orc. Shouldn't we get going to wherever it is we're going? Oh, right. Xanna put Moxa down. He was still blushing. Let's get going, she said, turning around and walking again, reading the book, as she did, of course. Everyone followed, except for the two orcs. Oxel grabbed Moxa's shoulder and pointed a finger at him. He wanted to yell at him, but couldn't say anything. Not my fault that she decided to hug me instead of you, Moxa said. Oxel glared at Moxa. If you weren't my brother, I'd kill you. This didn't scare Moxa because his brother made threats like this pretty often, and he knew he never meant it. He only said it out of anger. Hey guys, you coming or what? Xanna shouted to her friends. The boys looked at her, then at each other. Oxel let go of his brother. Yeah, we're coming, he said and continued to walk. Moxa sighed and followed the group. Next scene. Why did you keep Oxel from killing Moxa? That would have been one less mouth to hear. Xanna rolled her eyes. Because I'm a nice person, and I don't like it when people fight. I barely like fighting myself. You know that. Right, don't like fighting. That's why you always want to kill the pig people in the barrens. Hey, they started that fight, and you know it. Izzy folded her arms over her chest. Well, maybe if you hadn't been picking their pockets, they wouldn't have attacked you. But I needed money. You know that too. Izzy placed a hand on her chin. True, maybe if you hadn't bought all of those shiny things, you wouldn't have had to go pickpocket those pigs, and they wouldn't have attacked you. I have a plan for those shiny things. Izzy had both of her arms over her chest again. Yeah, I know, putting them on a shelf so you can watch them slowly lose their shine as they collect dust. Xanna was glaring at Izzy, her hands balled up into fists at both her sides. Stop growling at me and take these people to their doom already. I want to see how fast the guards can kill them. Xanna's eyes widened. What is wrong with you? Many, many things. Like being trapped inside of an idiot's head for all eternity. Please, Lord, let there be a brain surgeon in Stormwind. The guards killed us so fast. Next scene. After about another hour and a half of walking, Xanna and her friends finally were out of Stranglethorn Vale. They were now in some weird dark forest. Finally, we're in Duskwood. Yeah. They are so gonna kill you. Will you shut up with that already? They won't kill me. Izzy gave her a look. What? Are you serious? You're in Duskwood, an alliance place. They're gonna think you're trying to kill them and kill you! They haven't looked at the book, so they don't know we're in an alliance place. Xanna retorted with a smart aleck tone. Izzy raised a finger at Xanna and opened her mouth to say something, but nothing came out. She opened and closed her mouth a few times and finally came up with something to say. I hate you. I know, Xanna smiled. Next scene, because that needed its own scene. Anyone who finds this ridiculous, you are welcome to leave now. Cosmo walked behind Xanna, Britishly, grabbing her shoulders. Zonzon, where are we? I don't like this place. It's spooky, Cosmo said as he looked around. Xanna reached up and touched one of Cosmo's hands to comfort him. It's okay, Cosmo. Mittens and I will protect you. Ain't that right, Mittens? Xanna looked down at Mittens, who was walking beside her. The lioness nodded. Meow. Cosmo smiled and hugged his friend, very happy that he would be protected in the spooky place. Xanna's ear twitched. Cosmo didn't notice. What was that? Xanna thought. Izzy looked up from her nails that she had been filing to look at Xanna. Xanna's ear twitched again. Can you guys hear that? Cosmo stopped hugging his friend and tried to focus on the noise Xanna was hearing. Xanna's ear twitched a third time. There it is again. What's it sound like? Moxa asked. I don't really know, but it sounds so familiar, Xanna said as she looked around. Cosmo placed a hand on his chin. Yeah, it does sound familiar. Man, what is this sound? He began to tap his chin. It's on the tip of my tongue. Xanna's eyes widened when she saw what was making the noise walk out into the middle of the road. Xanna stuttered as she tried to say the horrible word. Spider. Dethium smiled. Yeah, that's it, Cosmo said, raising the hand he had on his chin to point up, as if he was pointing to a light bulb on his head. Everyone stopped walking to stare at the giant spider. It was black, with red spots on its butt and head, because spiders have butts. Hey, that's a Black Widow hatchling, Izzy said delightedly. How do you know? Xanna squeaked. Izzy pointed to the book she was still holding. Says so in the book. Xanna's eyes slowly looked down at the book, her head slowly following them. She read the part about the spider. Black Widow hatchlings are very nasty creatures. They are big, black, have red spots, and are furry. They walk all around Duskwood. Try to avoid them if you can. Her eyes went to the bottom of the page. Turn to page 108 to see what they look like. Xanna gulped and slowly turned the pages. The page showed exactly what the spider in front of her looked like. Xanna gagged a little. I think I'm gonna puke. Hey, you're not gonna pull the stunt you did in Ghostlands, are you? Xanna didn't answer. She had already started the stunt. She was wobbling. Xanna, Oxel whispered, trying to make sure the spider wouldn't notice them and attack. Are you okay? You look like you're gonna faint. Xanna didn't answer him. She just continued to wobble. Man out, damn it! I don't want to be stranded in your mind so a spider can take your body and put you in its web like last time! Cosmo grabbed Xanna's shoulders again. Xanna, it's okay. Calm down. Just back away slowly, he whispered to her. Xanna knew she couldn't stay calm because Cosmo had called her by her name. He only did that when something was very, very bad. Hasn't he said her name 2 or 3 times already? He started to back away slowly, bringing her with him and forcing the people behind him to back up. And she said that she would protect me, he thought. 'Cause head hopping! Everyone stopped walking backwards and bumped into each other. It was because Makoki had bumped into something. The group turned around to see what he had bumped into. Why did it have to be that? Xanna thought. It was another Black Widow hatchling. It turned around and stared at Makoki, who was backing away towards his group. The spider made a noise. Uh-oh. Xanna mentally sighed. Why, uh-oh? Izzy pointed to the book again. That's how they call each other when they're in trouble. Xanna's right eye was twitching. She slowly turned her head back around to the first spider. It was walking toward her and her friends, so now both of the spiders were forcing the group to squeeze together. The first spider was an inch away from Xanna. Her heart began to beat so fast it felt like it was going to pop out of her chest, and it got faster and faster as the spider stared at her. Xanna, stay calm, Cosmo told his friend again. By this point, Xanna knew it was impossible to stay calm because that was the second time Cosmo had called her by her name. The spider touched Xanna's leg. Her eyes widened. She gasped and then held her breath so she wouldn't scream. This would probably be a good time to, I don't know, run! Izzy yelled at Xanna. She didn't say anything. Izzy snapped her fingers in front of Xanna's eyes, then waved her hand in front of her. Xanna! Izzy began to shake Xanna. Come on, Xanna, don't do this to me! Snap out of it! Izzy yelled and slapped Xanna. She still didn't say anything. Shit! I've lost her. I can't take over her body without her approval. Crap! What do I do? While Izzy was trying to think of something to do, the whole group was still bundled up together. Dethium wiggled her way out and walked toward the spider by Makoki. I don't see why everybody is so terrified. They're just spiders, Dethium said and pulled out a dagger. She stabbed the spider in the head. It fell to the ground. See, we're still okay, she said as she put back her dagger. Babies. That's offensive to babies. Dethium looked at Makoki, Gishpek, and Moxa. Their eyes were widening. She raised her eyebrow at them, but they didn't see it because of the belts over her face. What's wrong with you guys? Moxa slowly pointed to something behind her. Dethium turned around to see the spider she had stabbed wasn't dead. She smirked. Finally, a challenge. She pulled out both daggers and lunged herself toward the spider. The spider leaped back and made another noise, a call for the spider near Xanna to come over and help, or at least to attack Xanna.
Skitter, skitter!
While it made the noise, Dethium leaped onto it and sliced its back. The Black Widow hatchling screeched in pain. This made Dethium smile. The other spider walked around Xanna to go help its friend. I didn't know how its worked back then. Cosmo watched it walk away, then tapped Xanna's shoulder. Son, are you okay? Xanna didn't say anything. She just stood there. Son, are you breathing? Xanna was, in fact, not breathing. She was too shocked to notice that she wasn't. Cosmo poked Xanna's shoulder. Son, say something! Xanna still didn't say anything, but she did do something. She clenched the book that was still in her hands, as if it was a lifeline of some sort. At least I know she's not dead, Cosmo thought. Next scene of this over-dramatic chapter. As Dethium fought the spider, its friend came over to help out. Dethium smiled. This just gets better and better. Dethium did a backflip as both spiders lunged at her. Whoa! Everyone else said, except for Xanna, Cosmo, and Mittens. Xanna was still traumatized. Cosmo was trying to comfort her, and Mittens can't talk. Meow! Dethium, the amazing undead rogue girl, began to throw daggers at the spiders. Good thing I always carry spares. The spiders screeched in pain when the daggers hit them. They tried to shake them out, but it was useless. Those daggers were so deep, they were through their skulls, doing a lot of damage to their brains. The next thing Dethium did was slowly walk up to the spiders so she could finish them off. They backed away, wobbling as they did because of the daggers implanted in their heads. Dethium ran after them and tackled one. She sat on its back and cut its head off. After doing that, she looked at the other one. It was staring at its dead friend, and it looked like it was crying. Dethium smiled wickedly. You're next, pal. The Black Widow hatchling backed away slowly and screeched to the top of its lungs, Skitter, skitter! Skitter, skitter! Dethium laughed and walked toward it. Not gonna work. Your buddy's already dead. I think I was really excited to write this chapter. There are so many grammatical errors. Dethium was an inch away from the spider. It cried some more, and then she cut its head off. She dusted her hands off, then collected her daggers and walked back to the group. Their mouths had dropped to the ground, except for Xanna's because she was still traumatized. Dethium smiled when she got back to her spot in the group, and everyone was staring at her. It was silent for a moment. Makoki broke that silence. Damn, bitch. You're hardcore. The others nodded in agreement. Dethium smiled, not caring that Makoki had called her a bitch. I agree with the cow. She is one hardcore bitch. I swear, if I had my own body, I'd ask her for an autograph, Izzy told Xanna. She still didn't say anything. Izzy put her hands on her hips. How rude. How rude that you were paralyzed with fear and trauma, that you can't respond to me having a lesbian crush. How rude. Next scene. Cosmo tapped Xanna's shoulder again. Son, you can stop breathing again. The spiders are dead. Xanna's ear twitched. No, they're not. Cosmo tilted his head at his friend. Yes, they are. Xanna took his head and forced him to look to their left. More spiders had come. Oh, crap. The whole group looked around. Spiders were everywhere. Dethium just smiled at and pulled out her daggers again. It must be Christmas and somebody didn't tell me. It's December while I'm recording this. The spiders began to surround the group. Xanna wanted to scream and then pass out, but they were in Duskwood, so she couldn't scream. She just passed out. Great! It's Ghostlands all over again. Next scene. Somewhere nearby, there was someone watching Xanna and her friends. Two someones. One of them tried to walk out into the middle of the road. The other stopped her. No, Seda, we can't. Seda looked up at him with big tear-filled eyes. But Lewis looked at his lovely Seda, then at the people in the road, and back at Seda. She looked just like her. They looked so much alike they were almost twins. Same skin tone, same figure and physique. They seemed to have the same everything except for their eyes, hair, and height. Seda was about 3 inches taller than her, and her hair was shorter and a little bit covered her right eye. And Seda's eyes were green, hers weren't. She'd gotten her eyes from him. I'm sorry, Seda, but we can't. It's not the right time. Seda looked up at Lewis, her eyes still filled with tears. She looked at the road, then back at Lewis. She kind of looked like him. If people saw them together, they would be able to tell she was his. Sure, she didn't get his 7 foot and 1 inch height, or his purple skin, and she didn't have his little scruffy beard, although Seda didn't think she would want that. But if you looked at their faces, you could tell. She had his eyes, his chin, she probably had a smile, and she wore her hair in an upwards ponytail like he did. Seda frowned because she wanted all of them to be together. First, she lost their other child, and then, because they were on the run, she had to lose her too. It made her feel like crying, but she knew she couldn't. If she did, the people out in the road might hear her. Seda leaned on Lewis's stomach. She couldn't really lean on his chest because he was tall and she was short, being 5 feet and 5 inches in all. Lewis held her and rubbed the back of her head. We will be together again someday, Seda. Seda didn't say anything. She was afraid she would start crying if she did. Damn you, Elros. Damn you to hell. Because head hopping and anime drama, I was just making this shit up as I went along. Next scene. Cosmo looked at his unconscious friend, then he glared at Akazel. What? Cosmo pointed a finger at him. You're her boyfriend. Do something to get her out of this mess now! I'm not her boyfriend! I don't give a shit. Get her out of here now! Cosmo yelled in his most absolute Karen hairdo, grabbing Axel's collar with both of his hands and shaking him. Axel grabbed Cosmo's hands to get him to stop shaking him. Alright! I'll get us out of here. I don't care if you get them out of here. I just want her to be safe. And I swear, if she dies... Axel took Cosmo's hands off. Chill out! She's not gonna die! Axel gave Cosmo a serious look. I promise. Ah! Shut up, you idiots! Damn, I hate not having my own body! Izzy yelled in Xanna's mind. She hated feeling so helpless. Oxel turned away from Cosmo to give out orders to the group. Dethium! He yelled, but she was already taking on 5 of the spiders. You keep doing what you're doing. Oxel turned to the others. Makoki! Gizzy! Both shamans stood at attention. Oxel pointed at Makoki. You fight! He pointed at Gishpek. You heal! After receiving their orders, Makoki and Gishpek fought along with Dethium. Moxa, summon your imp and help! But I'm only a level 5. I'm not gonna do any damage! I don't care! Just fight! Oxel ordered. Moxa began to summon his imp to help fight. Damn, I hate the wait! Oxel stood next to Moxa as he summoned his imp to make sure the casting wouldn't be interrupted. Cosmo and Mittens ran next to Xanna to make sure the spiders didn't carry her away. He shook her a little to wake her up. Please, please, please wake up, Xanna! Next scene. The head hopping probably doesn't stop. Dethium jumped up into the air so 2 spiders would run into each other. She landed on one of them and began to make holes in its back. She was laughing the whole time. Makoki and Gishpek were making a good team together on some of the other spiders. Makoki had summoned some totems to help fight off the spiders and was using a staff to beat on their heads. And Gishpek was making a fantastic healer. Oxel watched them fight off the spiders as he waited for Moxa to get done with his summoning. Hurry up! I'm sorry, it takes a while to summon at my level. Well, hurry up! Oxel said as he began to fight a spider. Ah, holy crap! A dagger flew at the spider as it tried to tackle Oxel to the ground. The spider was instantly dead. Dethium laughed. Too easy. Look out! Oxel warned her. Dethium turned around to see a spider jump on her back. She propped herself back up and knocked the spider off. It squirmed on its back for a minute, then hopped back on its feet. It was about to charge at Dethium, but was hit by a little fireball. That the boy, Ezekiel! Moxa told his imp. Thanks, boss! Ezekiel said. The spider looked at Moxa and Ezekiel. The boss? Is that thing smiling? The spider was smiling. It was smiling because Moxa and Ezekiel were the weakest of the group, and it just loved to kill the weaklings first. The Black Widow hatchling stalked toward Moxa and his imp. Boss, I think we should see other people. It's not you. It's the spider. Moxa glared down at his imp. Can't you pick some other time to quit on me? No, don't make me sacrifice you to the spider, you son of a imp! I am the son of an imp! And then they died, and those fell hunters adopted me. So stop saying that I'm the son of a fell hunter! Stop back-talking me! Maybe if you were a better boss, I wouldn't have to back-talk you! Moxa growled and kicked his imp at the spider. Fell hunter, demon child, imp! Imp, demon child! I'm the son of an imp! Ezekiel yelled at his master as he sat on the back of the giant Black Widow hatchling. He looked down at its eyes. It glared at him, then tried to toss him off like a bucking torrent. Whoa! Cut it out! The spider continued to try and buck him off. Boss! Help me! Moxa folded his arms and looked away. Boss! Moxa looked over his shoulder, then the other way, and stuck his nose in the air. Makaza! Oxel yelled as he fought another spider. He ran away from it, then up a tree, jumping behind it and stabbing it in its back. Stop being lazy and fight! You too, Ezekiel! I'm on it! Ezekiel yelled to Oxel. He then began to poke out the spider's eyes. It screeched and began to run wild. Skitter! 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 Wah! Ezekiel, the soon-to-be helpless imp, shouted as he hung onto the spider's head for dear life. Moxa gasped. I'm coming, Eek! Moxa chased after Ezekiel and the spider. They ran right past Dethium. She was in between 2 spiders again. She kicked one in the face and stabbed the other, then cut its 2 front legs. She turned to the other one and did the same thing. Dethium stood up straight and looked around at everyone fighting. They had taken down at least 20 spiders. She frowned. We're running out of spiders to kill, she sighed. Man, wish more would show up. Makoki jumped back from the spider he was fighting. You! He summoned a fire totem. Crazy! Dethium put her hands on her hips. If having fun is crazy, then yes, I'm cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Product placement! Makoki smacked the spider with his staff. Why? He jumped to his right and smacked it again. He tripped the spider and planted the bottom of his staff in its head. She with us! He panted the rest of his question to Gishpek. Gishpek cast a lightning bolt on another spider. I don't know. Next scene. After they had taken down a few more spiders, the rest backed away from the group. Oh, no, you don't! Dethium yelled and tried to chase them down. Oxel stopped her. Why are they backing away? Moxa asked. I don't know, but it can't be for a good reason, Oxel answered. The spiders continued to back away from the group. They did the same. What are they up to? Oxel asked himself. Cosmo picked Xanna up. Hey, Kaz, let's just get out of His ear twitched. He looked at the spiders. They were standing next to each other, as if they were some sort of army. Cosmo's ear twitched approached again. "What do you hear?" Oxel asked. Mittens hissed in the direction of the spiders and backed away, hiding behind Cosmo. A giant spider emerged from the forest and behind the army of spiders. It was big, red, green, furry, and ugly. Izzy gasped and looked at the library book. She scrolled through the pages to find the page about this spider. She gasped again when she found it. Neuraxis. Shit, shit, shit! They're all screwed! Run! Run, you idiots! Izzy began to panic. She didn't know what to do, and she hated that. Why did she pass out? Izzy walked over to Xanna. "Wake up!" Useless. Izzy was useless, and she hated that. While Izzy tried to wake Xanna up, the group looked at Neuraxis. Dethium's eyes began to twinkle behind her belts. "This day just gets better and better, doesn't it?" She began to walk toward the spiders, but Makoki stopped her. "Are you crazy? Are you trying to get yourself Dethium raised an eyebrow. "Because she's undead." "Torn to bits?" Makoki finished. "I never run from a challenge," Dethium stated simply. Makoki was about to yell at her some more, but Oxel hit the back of his shoulder. "Be quiet, you guys," he said as he watched the army of spiders. They were all talking to each other. "If only I knew spider knees." Skitter, 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 skitter. "Maybe this would be a good time to sneak away and not die," Gishpek suggested. Izzy heard hallelujah music. "Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Thank you," she told to the top of Xanna's mind. "Good idea," Moxaw whispered, holding Ezekiel to his chest, covering the imp's mouth with his hand. Ezekiel bit down on Moxaw's hand. "Arr! Ow! Yeah, nice going, kid. Why didn't any of you guys think of that?" "We are all under pressure and couldn't think straight," Gishpek answered. "Who cares? Let's just go," Oxel said. Everyone nodded and began to slowly sneak away from the spiders, except for Dethium. Makoki had to drag her with the group. "Where are we going, boss?" Moxaw tapped on Oxel's shoulder. "Where are we going?" he whispered. "Anywhere that's not here." Moxaw and Ezekiel looked back at the spiders. Sounds good to me, they both said. As they all walked away, something skinny and furry grabbed a thing that was dropped on the ground during battle. Something they needed if they wanted to get out of Duskwood alive. 10 points of gloating if you can guess what it is before we get to the part where we reveal what it is. Next scene. Every now and then as they walked to find a safe place, Oxel would look back to make sure everyone was still there and alive. Moxaw was holding Ezekiel. Gishpek was following closely like a good troll. Makoki was still dragging Dethium and trying to make sure she didn't throw her daggers at everything that moved. That's squirrel dead, that's bunny dead, that's probably someone's dog that's dead, probably a cat, bird, just literally throwing daggers wildly, killing it. There's probably an innocent bystander that's on the ground bleeding to death. Mittens was following Cosmo, and Cosmo was still carrying Xanna. He kept looking at her with very concerned eyes. He would brush some of her hair back every now and then, and Oxel saw something fall from his face and onto Xanna. "Is he crying?" Oxel shook his head and looked forward once again. "I think I see a spot over here." He turned around and held up a hand so everyone would stop walking. "Let me go check it out first." He was about to say, but didn't finish. He looked at the group. Gizzy, you're in charge while I go check out the spot." After saying that, Oxel left. Everyone looked at Gishpek. "What?" They looked at him for another moment, then sat down. Makoki and Moxaw were still holding the squirmy and annoying undead girl and fell hunter child. "Will you stop squirming?" Makoki asked Dethium. She continued to squirm. "Don't make me remove your head!" Dethium looked up at him, then stopped squirming. But not because Makoki told her to. When he wasn't looking, she slowly pulled out a dagger and threw it at a nearby rabbit. Poor bunnies. Makoki glared at her. "That's it?" He picked her up and placed her in his lap. Moxaw's eyes widened. "Dude, I didn't know you were into that." "Boss, would that be called necrophilia or bestiality?" "I think it's called necroality or beastophilia." Ezekiel laughed. He and Moxaw high-fived each other. Makoki and Dethium both turned bright red, although nobody knew why Dethium did, or even if it was possible for an undead person to turn that color. Dethium tried to jump out of Makoki's lap. "I oughta!" Makoki held her back. "Let me go, I'm gonna kill those annoying pests!" Dethium threw a dagger at Moxaw and Ezekiel. "Ah!" Moxaw held Ezekiel in front of his face. "Ah!" Ezekiel tried to squirm out of his master's hands, but they didn't need to worry or sacrifice each other to the crazy undead girl, because Gishpek had caught the dagger. "Miss Dethium, calm down, please." She glared at him. He gestured his head to where Mittens, Cosmo, and Xanna were sitting. Xanna was still passed out, and Cosmo was still cradling her like she was a baby. "Please, wake up, Xanna? He wiped a tear from his eye. Dethium rolled her eyes. I can't believe she's still out. They were just spiders. The guys glared at her. What? Nobody said anything. Gishpek walked over to Cosmo and Xanna. He kneeled down next to them. How's she doing? Well, she's still breathing, he answered, looking at Xanna and brushing some of her hair back again. He looked at Gishpek when he had placed a hand on his shoulder. He was smiling. She'll be okay. She just got a little scared. Cosmo gave him a look. Little. She stood there traumatized after seeing just one spider. And now she's unconscious. I don't think that's little. Dogs. Cosmo huffed. Gishpek shrugged. My point is, she'll be okay. Gishpek looked at Xanna. She looked very peaceful. She didn't look like she was unconscious because she was terrified by tons of spiders. She looked like she was sleeping and having a sweet dream. Gishpek took his hand off of Cosmo's shoulder. She looks peaceful. Cosmo looked down at his sister-like friend. Oh, sure, let's call it that. The only reason she's this afraid of spiders is because when she was 4, she went exploring in the Ghostlands and ran into a giant spider. Because she was little, she thought it was a puppy and tried to play with it. Gishpek tilted his head. What happened after that? Spider tried to feed her to its kids, of course. Ah. Cosmo rubbed Xanna's hair again. Yeah, she's been terrified of spiders since, and that's why she passed out. Not because she's just some chicken, he said in a defensive voice. It's okay. Perfectly understandable, Gishpek said calmly, trying to get Cosmo to calm down. Okay, guys, you can come over here, Oxil said. And for some reason, he was covered in mud. Everyone burst out into laughter. Oh, shut up, Oxil said, very annoyed. Izzy laughed. She looked over to Xanna. Come on, you know that was funny, she said, pretending Xanna was still awake and disapproving of Izzy's laughter. Next scene. The group followed Oxil to the safe spot he had found. It was a nice little cozy spot. Nice and soft dead grass to lay down, plenty of trees to hide them from monsters, and just the right amount of moonlight showing through them. Cosmo tilted his head as he stared at the moonlight. Why is the moon up when it's only 11 in the morning? Daylight savings time? Gishpek answered. The daylight doesn't need to be saved that much. The moon likes to be up early? It was lonely? I don't know! Gishpek started to freak out a little. He hated not knowing things and answering questions wrong, but it wasn't his fault. It was his blood elf teacher's fault. Stupid teacher, he thought. Yeah, that's what we're calling him. Gizzy, calm down. No one cares if you don't know why the moon is up, Oxil said. Hearing that made him feel a little better. If they didn't care, he didn't. And after being reassured that it was okay for not knowing something, he laid down on the grass. So, what do we do now, Ock? Moxa asked. Oxil shrugged. Don't know. We were following Xanna and now she's unconscious, so I guess we just wait till she wakes up. He answered and laid down on the grass like Gishpek had done. Or we could go back there and kick some spider ass. Dethium grinned at the thought of killing Naraxis. She wanted to kill him slowly. I want to kill that big spider, making little holes in his back, stabbing out his eyes, cutting his legs off and then his head, and then I'll watch him wait for his death as he slowly dies. She laughed. Everyone stared at her. That's it! You just lost your head privileges, Makoki said. He took off Dethium's head and put it in one of his bags. Her body punched his shoulder. Put my head back on! She shouted from the bag. Makoki pushed over Dethium's body. No! Now! Maybe tomorrow. Night, Makoki said and passed out instantly. The bag he had put Dethium's head in began to hop around. She was having a fit. She was yelling all kinds of things, but no one understood them because her yells were muffled. Moxa and Ezekiel quietly laughed. Go to sleep, Oxil told him as he stared at the sky. But I'm not tired! I don't care. Go to bed. Fine, Moxa said and laid down. He used one of his bags for a pillow and cuddled up with Ezekiel. They both fell asleep as soon as their heads touched the bag. Not tired, my ass, Oxil thought. He chuckled a little bit, then he looked over at Cosmo and Xanna. Cosmo was setting things up so Xanna could be comfortable as she slept. He pulled out a blanket from a bag, put it on the ground. Okay, Mittens, lay down. Mittens laid down at the top of the blanket. Cosmo placed Xanna on the blanket and made sure Mittens was comfortable and that Xanna was okay with the cat pillow. After that, he pulled out another blanket and put it on her and laid down, holding her close, making sure nothing would take her as everyone slept. He kissed Xanna's forehead, then fell asleep. It took Oxil an hour to fall asleep. He couldn't stop thinking about Xanna and how close she was to dying and how terrified she was of the spiders. He felt like it was his fault. Before he fell asleep, Oxil looked at Xanna once more. I promised Cosmo she wouldn't die, and I'm gonna make sure she doesn't, he told himself. Good night, Xanna. He saw Xanna smile in her sleep. He smiled a little, then fell asleep himself. Final scene. They watched the kids fall asleep, most of their attention on Xanna. Seda reached out a hand, wanting to touch her sweet head and kiss it like Cosmo had done. Lewis placed a hand on her shoulder. She looked at him, looked back at Xanna, and slowly lowered her hand. "Good night, Xanna," she said softly. "Good night, Daddy's little princess," Lewis said. After saying their goodnights to their daughter, they went to go find a safe spot nearby to go to bed. "We'll all be together again soon, someday, I promise," Lewis thought. Chapter 10. Some more new friends. Oh my god, why? Some of the moonlight shined onto Xanna's eyes. She shut them tight, then opened them up. She blinked a few times because her surroundings looked a bit fuzzy. "Where am I?" she thought and sat up, looking at her friends who were still asleep. Xanna rubbed her head, trying to get rid of the headache she had. What happened? Izzy's ear twitched while she slept. She had heard Xanna talking to herself. She opened her eyes and looked at her. "Will you shut up?" She laid back down and closed her eyes. "I'm trying to sleep." When Izzy realized she had actually been talking to Xanna, her eyes shot open and she sat up immediately. "Xanna!" Xanna nodded, then went back to rubbing her head. This time she was doing it to try to remember what had happened. Why can't I remember anything? What happened? Izzy walked over and sat next to Xanna. "You passed out because of the spiders." Xanna stopped rubbing her head and looked at Izzy. "How could I forget that?" she asked herself. She stopped looking at Izzy and went back to rubbing her head. "Maybe you didn't want to remember." "Maybe," Xanna said, still rubbing her head. She didn't need to rub it anymore, but she couldn't stop. "What happened after I blacked out?" Dethium went on a happy killing spree. Makoki and Gishpek killed a few spiders, so did Akazil, and Moxa summoned his imp and they used a spider like a bucking torrent. Xanna looked at Izzy. "What? 1, you called the group by their names. 2, what about Cosmo and Mittens, the most important people of the group?" After being told that she had said everyone's name, Izzy covered her mouth like she had said a very bad swear word. Xanna moved her hands. "Tell me what happened to Cosmo and Mittens." "Look next to you." "Huh?" Xanna raised an eyebrow. "Look next to you," Izzy repeated, but she did it slowly, as if she was talking to a child. Xanna let go of Izzy's hands. Now that she was free, she ran away to go wash her mouth out with soap. Get over myself. Next scene. Cosmo slowly opened his eyes, smiling because he knew he would see his best friend laying next to him. He blinked a few times so his fuzzy vision would go away. When he could see clearly, he saw that Xanna had gone missing. He freaked out at first, but calmed down when he saw her looking down at him. "Zon!" He sat up and gave her a big hug. "I'm so happy you're awake!" He squeezed tighter and gave her a kiss on the cheek. Right. They're so brother-sister relationship. "Don't ever scare me like that again, Zon. His hug got tighter. Xanna laughed. "Sorry, Cosmo." Cosmo smiled, kissed Xanna on her cheek again, and continued to hug her. Mittens came over and began to rub her head on Xanna, purring as she did. Xanna giggled and pat Mittens on the head. "Good morning to you too, Mittens." She looked at the moonlight that was still glowing through the trees. Good night, I guess? What time is it anyway? Cosmo stopped hugging Xanna and looked at his watch. 6 at night? In the morning. But how? Wait. Okay, I'm confused. Cosmo shrugged. "Don't ask me why the moon's up, or anyone else. Not even Gizzy knew why the moon was up." "Wow, then this is a mystery that will never be solved." "Yep, but who cares about the moon? All I care about is that you're awake," Cosmo said and hugged Xanna again. Guys, wake up! Xanna's awake!" "Sure, wake up everyone that you're fighting with to get her attention. Yeah, bright idea." Moxa and Ezekiel slowly sat up and rubbed their eyes. Oxil sat up, yawning. Gishpek sat up straight like he was a robot. Makoki woke up next to Dethium's headless body and scooted away from it, and Dethium's head rolled out of Makoki's bag. Her body grabbed her head and put it back on. Everyone looked at Xanna, who was still being hugged by Cosmo. "Xanna!" Moxa cheered and ran over to hug her. Makoki came over and pushed him away so he could hug her. "Glad you're awake, Miss Xanna," Gishpek said as he came over. He shook Xanna's hand. "I can't believe you passed out because of those little spiders," Dethium said as she began to play with a dagger. Cosmo glared at her. "Makoki, I wanna hug Xanna some more," Moxa whined. "I don't care. Go get your own Xanna." But Makoki ignored Moxa and continued to hug Xanna. He was actually hugging her and not looking down her shirt. He figured he shouldn't eye hump her when she just woke up. He would save that for later, if he got the chance. Moxa stomped his foot on the ground and came over to try and steal Xanna back. Both of the boys just ended up hugging her at the same time. Xanna blushed at all the attention she was getting. This can't be real, she thought. Oxil came over. Oh. He looked away. Xanna tilted her head at him. Oxil saw it through the corner of his eye and tried not to blush at the sight of her cuteness. After after a moment, he looked back at Xanna. He didn't finish. He just pushed Moxa Makoki aside, got down on his knees, and gave her the wedding ring, and gave Xanna the sweetest hug she had ever received. She blushed even more. Okay, this has to be a dream. There is no way I'm getting this much attention. Sorry to say this, but you're actually being adored. I know, because I know that the torture I've been receiving these past 2 weeks and a day is definitely real. Yeah, I can imagine Izzy being so annoyed that she's actually keeping track of the passage of time that's going on. It's been 2 weeks of this shit! Xanna just blushed and blushed as Oxil continued to hug her. She slowly reached her arms up and wrapped them around Oxil. She smiled when she realized that this was real and not a dream. She laid her head down on Oxil's shoulder and began to nuzzle at his neck a little bit. He smiled and hugged tighter. Izzy tapped Xanna's shoulder. Sport? Xanna responded in her mind. She wasn't really paying attention to Izzy, though. Don't you have some place to go? That's nice, Izzy. Izzy rolled her eyes, walked over to Xanna, and slapped her. You idiot! What about Stormwind? The slap hadn't affected Xanna, but when Izzy mentioned Stormwind, she came back to reality. In her mind, that is. Oh my gosh, you're right! Of course I'm right. I'm the only part of you that actually pays attention to the important stuff. Xanna ignored Izzy and got away from Oxil's hug. She stood up and dusted herself off quickly. Oxil frowned, because he had a boner. Okay, I'd love to hug each and every one of you all day, but we got a road trip to finish. Moxa stopped in the middle of his sneak attack hug. Right! Now that Xanna's awake, we can continue our road trip! Everyone stood up and looked at Xanna. Where to, Zonzon? Well, who has the book? Everyone raised an eyebrow at Xanna. What book? Oxil asked. The book. The library book I've had with me ever since we started this trip. The one that she had her nose fucking for non-stop since she got it. That one? Xanna? Oh, that book. You dropped that when you blacked out, Makoki said. Xanna's eyes widened. Izzy! Xanna turned to face Izzy. Why didn't you tell me I dropped the book? Xanna ran over to her inner self. I thought you said that you were the one who pays attention to important stuff like that, she yelled at her, poking the top of her chest after each word. Izzy pushed Xanna's hand away and rubbed her chest. Okay, 1, ow. And 2, I'm sorry. I kind of started to freak out to notice anything after you blacked out. Xanna began to pace around the camp, chewing on the tips of her bright fingernails. Crap. Who cares about the book? Let's just eat some breakfast, then get back on the road, Makoki said. Xanna looked at him. I care about the book. Why? The library can just get a new one. The map was in that book! That book is the only way we can get out of this place alive! Everyone's eyes widened. What? Sweet. This means we can go back and kill some more spiders. Dethium laughed as she looked at her daggers. Xanna got a little dizzy after hearing that word. Maybe I can kill that big one. Big one? Xanna squeaked. Dethium nodded. Yeah, it was big. Xanna flinched. Red. Another flinch. Green. Flinch. Hairy. Flinch. And ugly as hell. Here's a picture of it, Izzy said, and showed Xanna the picture of Neuraxis. She gagged a little. The guys looked at Xanna. She was wobbling. I think I need to sit down for a bit. Xanna fell backwards. Her foot was twitching a little bit. Son! Cosmo ran to her side. He shook her a little. Son, wake up! She was kidding! It's not real! Wake up! While Cosmo was shaking Xanna, the other guys glared at Dethium. What? Next scene. After 10 minutes of Xanna being unconscious, Dethium got bored and poured some water on her face. At first, it didn't work, but after another 5 cups, it did. Once she had dried off, Xanna sat on the ground, thinking of what to do. What are we gonna do, Zonzon? I'm thinking. Does this mean we just turn around and go home? Moxa asked. No, we're almost done with this road trip, and I don't want to go through Stranglethorn Vale again. I think that's something I actually said on the trip with my friends and brothers. The monsters would probably kill us anyway, Gishbek said. I mean, we got lucky the first time. I doubt we can get that lucky a second time. Xanna sighed. Only option is to get the— Wait! She pointed to Izzy. What? You showed me a picture of a spider from the book. So? That means, in a way, we have the book. She shook her head. No, it doesn't. I was only able to show you that picture because I remembered seeing it in the actual book. You kept skimming, so I couldn't remember everything I saw. Do you remember the map? Only the part of Duskwood we're in, not the whole thing. Damn it! I thought I had it. Xanna whimpered. Oh, this means our only option is to go back there. Xanna said the last word like it was a swear. Just get one of the idiots to go back there and get it. Or even Dethium. She'll be happy to go back there and kill some spiders. Yeah, that's all she wants to do. She might not come back, and if she does, I doubt she'll remember to bring the book with her. True, but there's always the option of sacrificing an idiot, Izzy suggested happily. Xanna shook her head. Why not? Izzy frowned a kind of frown you would get from a little kid that had her favorite teddy bear taken away. If I send one of the guys and they get the book, they'll probably look at it. I don't want them to know where we're going yet. Xanna sighed again. The only option left is... She gulped. I have to go get it. Next scene. Xanna stood up, took a deep breath, and began to walk. Cosmo swallowed the piece of chicken he was eating, then got up to follow her. Where are you going, Zonzon? To get the book. Cosmo gasped and jumped in front of her and grabbed her shoulders. Zonzon, you'll be killed if you go back there! She gave him a sad look. Don't you have any faith in me, Cosmo? Cosmo was a bit taken aback by this question. Of course I do. It's just... Then let me go get it. Xanna interrupted. Cosmo looked at his friend with concerned eyes. But... Cosmo looked away, closed his eyes, and sighed. I don't want anything to happen to you, Xanna. He looked back at her. She was smiling. I'll be fine, you knucklehead. But you passed out yesterday. This time I won't act like a chicken. I'll be a smart rogue and you still. Cosmo blinked a few times. He had forgotten that Xanna was a rogue. Probably because she never acts like it. Oh, well, Xanna took Cosmo's hands off her shoulders. You guys keep eating. I'll go get the book, she said, and she started to walk again. I'll be back in an hour. Cosmo walked back to the others around the campfire. He sat down next to Mittens and continued eating. This is so not fair, Dethium complained. When I wanted to go back and kill spiders, you guys wouldn't let me. But when she wants to go back, you guys don't stop her. We stopped you because you would get us all killed, Makoki said and took a sip of his grass smoothie that Cosmo was nice enough to make. I didn't want to stop you because I don't like you, but I love myself more than I hate you. And don't take that in a nice way. Dethium just pouted. I really wanted to kill that big spider. Head hopping! Next scene. Xanna walked in stealth to the spot she had passed out. Finally, some time for peace and quiet, far away from those idiots. Although, I miss Deth. Xanna didn't say anything. She just continued to quietly walk, and she looked a bit tense. What's wrong with you? Well, I'm going back to those things, and I feel like I'm forgetting something, but I can't remember what it is. That's why they call it forgetting, idiot. All I remember is that it has something to do with Cosmo. If only I could remember what it was. Can't be that important if it has something to do with him. Next scene, because these scenes deserve to be scenes. Cosmo was sitting next to Mittens, petting the top of her head. He was thinking about something he had forgotten. What am I forgetting? He thought as he continued to pet Mittens and stare at the moonlight. He gasped. Today's the end of my vacation week! Did anybody else remember that Cosmo had a job? Next scene. Xanna continued to walk. I'll remember it eventually, she told herself and kept walking. I think you're getting close. What makes you say that? Izzy looked at a dead spider body nearby that Xanna didn't notice. Just a hunch, she said and looked forward to make sure Xanna wouldn't walk into a tree. As Xanna walked, something took the dead spider body. Xanna's ear twitched from hearing the noise and looked back. Watch out! You're gonna run into that tree, George! I mean, Xanna! Xanna looked forward and barely dodged the tree. Idiot. Xanna rolled her eyes and continued walking. She eventually reached the spot where she had passed out. She looked around for the book. There was no sight of it. And there was no sight of something else. Didn't you say that everyone started fighting spiders after I passed out? Yeah, Izzy said, filing her nails. Well then, where are the dead bodies? Izzy stopped filing her nails and looked around. What the? Izzy scratched the top of her head, very puzzled about the missing bodies. The book isn't here either. What? But nobody touched the book. How is it missing? I don't know, maybe some other travelers fucking came by and saw all this shit over here and picked it up? You were gone for like 12 hours. I don't know. Maybe it was kicked during battle or something. Check by that tree, Izzy said as she pointed to a dead tree. Xanna walked over and searched the area. She even looked in the tree itself and under the dirt around the tree. I don't see it. Check over by that one. And if you don't find it there, check that one, then that one, and that one, and that one, and that one, Izzy said as she pointed to several dead trees. Xanna sighed and began her long search. Next scene. Warning, I will do some more screaming, although all of you should probably know that by now. An hour had gone by and she still didn't find it. No. Yes! Wait, no, just another book-shaped rock. She sighed. I'm starting to wonder if I'll ever find the book. Why? It's right over there. Izzy pointed to the book leaning on a tree with her nail filer. Fucking really? Xanna raised an eyebrow. Oh, that's something we haven't done in a while. Quirked brow. Izzy continued to point in the other direction. Xanna looked and she saw the book. Yes! She ran over and picked it up. And I didn't have to fight any of those things. Xanna shuddered at the thought. She stopped thinking about it and looked inside the book. Doesn't look damaged. She closed the book. I think we're good. While Xanna was talking to herself, Izzy was looking in another direction and saw something very bad. Let's get back to camp. Izzy stopped her from looking in the bad direction. Hey, how about we go that way? She pointed to her left. But that's the way back home. Xanna pointed to the direction behind Izzy. Yeah, but what's wrong with taking the long way? Let's enjoy the lovely view. She moved her left arm around when she said view. Xanna gave her a blank look. Lovely view. She placed a hand on Izzy's forehead. Are you sick or something? Yeah. Izzy faked a cough. I'm so sick, Izzy said, taking advantage of Xanna's stupidness. If Izzy was sick, then so was Xanna. Xanna removed her hand. You don't feel warm, but we should get back to camp, just in case. Which means I gotta go that way. Xanna pointed behind Izzy again. Izzy looked over her shoulder. The thing was still there. She looked back at Xanna. She had her hands on her hips. But can't we take the long way back to camp? You know how much I love dead things. I don't care how much you love dead things. We're taking the short way home. Xanna took her hands off her hips and began to walk in the direction Izzy was blocking. She then saw why Izzy didn't want to go that way. Xanna quietly said. She was trying to scream, but also trying not to scream. Xanna, calm down. It's not gonna notice you if you're in stealth. Just slowly walk past it and everything will be okay. Xanna ignored Izzy and backed away from the spider, only to bump into another one. Both Xanna and the spider turned around to face each other. Don't scream, Izzy said slowly, trying to keep Xanna calm. Xanna said once again as she stared at the spider's ugly fangs. Her eyes slowly widened. She backed away slowly. The spider followed. Stay calm. Don't scream and don't faint, Xanna said and began to shake with fear. The spider made a noise. Skitter! Skitter! Xanna began to breathe really fast. Other spiders had come. Xanna. Xanna screamed to the top of her lungs. All of the spiders just walked closer to her and carried her away. Next scene. This is a long fucking chapter. Does anybody remember the chapter title? Oh, it's about to be relevant. Xanna's scream echoed throughout all of Duskwood. What was that? A human girl asked and clinged onto a female night elf. The human girl was about a foot shorter than the night elf girl. She had tan skin, red hair that stopped at her shoulders and surrounded her face a little bit. A sweet-looking face, freckles, 2 innocent filled green eyes, some red lipstick, and 2 little earrings, 1 on each ear. She wore some blue linen pants and a long-sleeved blue linen shirt. She never really liked showing off her arms, stomach, or legs like all of the other girls, because all of this is important. It's not. The night elf girl patted one of her hands. It's okay, Sonia. Don't be afraid, she said in a nice, soft, quiet voice, and yet she could still be heard, like a powerful thunderstorm. Sonia looked at her night elf friend. She was so tall, and she had a great figure, beautiful blue eyes, perfect dark blue hair that she would always wear in pigtails. She would rest them on her front side. They ended right at the top of her chest, and she had a very nice face that had 2 line markings, 1 over each eye, and she had baby soft dark purple skin, and she would wear dark blue lipstick and different types of robes. Some were 1 whole piece, some were 2 separate pieces, but no matter how many pieces they were, she would always wear green. She's a night elf druid, that's why. Fucking stupid. This is annoying. Okay, Sophie, Sonia said. Just for the record, I'm trying my best to be entertaining with my voices. I'm sorry if they're all terrible, if they're more miss than hit. Who cares what that sound was? All I care about is who this dagger belongs to, Amel Drenai said as he stared at a dagger that he found in a rabbit. Sonia and Sophie looked at him. He was tall, taller than Sophie, but only by a few inches. He was buff, had blue skin and eyes. He would wear his black hair in an upwards ponytail, and he had 2 pointy horn type things that were in front of it. He was wearing brown pants known as the forest leather pants, and a white linen shirt. Over that was a green vest that showed his shirt in the upper chest area. The vest was known as the Riverpaw leather vest. Why are you so obsessed with that dagger, Khadga? Sophie asked. Khadga continued to look at the dagger. Because this was handmade and used for nothing but killing. He showed it to the girls. See? They looked at it. All I see is a dagger. Sonia giggled. Khadga took the dagger away. Whatever. My point is, whoever made this dagger is a very skilled craftsman and killer. If I ever meet him, I will worship him for the rest of my life. What if it's a girl? Sophie asked. Then I'll marry her. Sophie rolled her eyes. Hurry up, you guys. I found the flowers that Sonia needs over here, a male voice said. A male night elf walked up up to Sonya, Sophie, and Khadga. He was taller than both of the girls, but shorter than Khadga. He was very handsome. He had dark yellow eyes, long purple hair that stopped at the middle of his back, purple skin, and a dashing smile. He wore a pair of pants that showed little chains between the areas of red. His chest armor that he wore over his purple linen shirt was the same. They were the Raiders' leggings and the Raiders' chest piece. "Sorry, brother," Sophie said. "Khadga was showing us some silly dagger." "Silly dagger? How dare you say that?" he huffed. Sophie didn't pay any attention. Khadga gave her an irritated look. Then he looked at the other night elf. "How can you live with that as a sister, Fanero?" Fanero laughed. "Years of practice. Now come on, the flowers are this way," he said and walked the other way again. The others followed. Next scene. I used to pronounce it Fianaro because I didn't know it was actually pronounced Fanero. Fanero had taken his friends to an area that was filled with peace bloom flowers. "Hooray!" Sonya cheered. She gave Fanero a big hug. "Thank you so much, Finn. It was impossible to get any peace bloom in Elwyn Forest. All of the little girls kept picking them." "No problem, Sonya." Sonya smiled at him. Then she stopped hugging him to pick some of the flowers. The others waited for her to get done picking them. Sophie kneeled down and felt the grass. Poor, poor grass. She looked at the trees. "And the trees. I feel so sorry for this place. It was so much better before it was overcome by shadow." "Hey!" Khadga said. "What?" Fanero and Sophie asked. "I found some sort of symbol of the owner on this dagger." He showed it to the night elves. The dagger was marked with a D. "So what?" Sophie asked. "So what? This means that whoever owns the dagger's name starts with a D, making it a little easier on me to find him." "Or her," Sophie said. "And how do you know that's the beginning of their name? It could simply mean dagger, or dangerous, or don't touch." Khadga gave her another irritated look. He stopped when her ears twitched. So did Fanero's. "Someone's in trouble," Fanero said. "Yes, let us go and find them and be their rescuer," Sophie said and grabbed her stuff. Fanero pulled out his sword. "Let's go, Soph." Sophie and her brother were about to head for the direction of the noise, but stopped when they realized Khadga was about to join them. "Khadga, you stay here and watch Sonya. We'll be back shortly," Fanero said. Khadga frowned. "I never get to fight." He walked back over to where Sonya was and pouted. Next scene. Xanna was trapped in some sort of spider cocoon on a web. She struggled to get free before the spiders came back. "I thought you said you were gonna be a smart rogue and use stealth." "I did, but then I bumped into a spider." "You could have used a flash bomb." Any of you warcrafters who remembers flash bomb used to be a thing? Anybody remember that? Xanna was about to retort, but she couldn't because Izzy was right about that. "I forgot about those, alright? Looking a spider in the face kinda makes you forget things like that." "I don't care! You're an idiot, and now we're gonna die!" "Don't worry, if I can just get to my dagger." Xanna tried to reach for her dagger in the cocoon. "I can get us out of here." She continued to reach for her dagger, but failed to retrieve it. "Kinda hard to get a dagger when you're paralyzed, isn't it?" "Oh, shut up, at least I'm trying to get free." Izzy looked at her. "Do you honestly think I will be of use?" "You could come up with an idea?" "How? You're paralyzed and trapped in a cocoon." "Well, how did I get out of it last time?" "I don't know, because I was blacked out the whole time and just pushed it to the back of my mind so I'd never think of it again. Some guy was walking by and found you." Izzy folded her arms over her chest. "I doubt we'll get that lucky again," she sighed. "Looks like this is the end." "Don't say that! Just hope!" Xanna shook Izzy. She stopped when she saw a spider dragging one of its dead comrades to some younger spiders through a little hole in the cocoon. The little spiders ate the dead spider body. When the spider who was feeding them saw the little hole, it walked over and covered it with some more web. "We're doomed," Xanna groaned. Next scene. "The noise is coming from over here," Fanero whispered to his sister. They hid behind a bush together and watched the spiders. "Looks like this place is where a person would be in danger." "Yes, now just to go find the person who needs help." The two night elves searched for the person in need very quietly, so they wouldn't be noticed by the spiders. "There," Fanero said as he pointed to a moving cocoon. "Maybe that's him." Sophie closed her eyes and began to focus on the cocoon. After a minute, she opened her eyes. "Is that the person?" her brother asked. She nodded. "Sweet. Let's go," Khadga said. The two elves looked behind them. They saw Khadga and Sonya. They weren't surprised to see them. Khadga would always follow them to a battle when they told him to stay with Sonya. They sighed. "Then why did you fucking ask him to look after her? Fucking anime! You are such a thick-headed person, Khadga," Sophie said. "Are you saying that because I'm in love with the person who owns this dagger?" Sophie closed her eyes, her right one twitched a bit, and she balled her right hand into a fist. "Sophie, calm down. We have a person to rescue, remember?" Fanero said. "Yeah, let's get over there and kick some spider ass," Khadga said and punched his right hand into his left. "Spiders?" Sonya said. She clinged onto Khadga. "Spiders are so scary." "Don't worry, Sonya, you'll be okay," Fanero said reassuringly. She smiled and blushed a little. He smiled back. Khadga rolled his eyes. Will you two stop making googly eyes at each other so we can start fighting? We weren't making googly eyes at each other, Finero told his friend, obviously annoyed. Sonya frowned without him noticing. Come everyone, the spider's left. We only have a few moments to rescue the person in the cocoon. Right, come on, Finero said. The others nodded and followed him to the cocoon. He slowly walked up to the cocoon. When he reached it, he tapped on it. It squirmed a little, because you can still squirm while you're paralyzed? I think the people in the cocoons in the game weren't paralyzed, given that the cocoons could squirm. I think it was just that thick and sticky they couldn't get out. But yeah, the cocoon would not be squirming if she is paralyzed. Finero looked at his sister before he opened it, to make sure it wasn't something bad. She nodded, letting him know it was safe to open. Finero grabbed his sword and started to slowly cut the cocoon open from the top. He saw two beautiful yellow eyes. Move, Finero! Sophie yelled. Her brother gasped and jumped back from the cocoon. A big red and green spider came down from a web from the tree the cocoon was on. Khadga's eyes twinkled as he stared at the giant spider. Sonya squeaked and hid behind Khadga. That spider looks so awesome! Finero and Sophie smacked their foreheads. I bet I can tame it! Khadga pulled out his sword and hit the spider's front left leg. It screeched and more spiders came to his rescue. Skitter, skitter! Leader, skitter, skitter! Skitter! Khadga, you meathead! Sophie yelled. A spider tried to attack her when she wasn't looking. She was able to dodge it gracefully. Sophie shapeshifted into a bear and began to attack the spider. Sonya would heal her every now and then. She couldn't do much because she was only a level 13, but she still wanted to try to help. Finero was fighting a spider that was trying to take the cocoon away, and Khadga was running away from the big red and green spider. That's right, just follow the big Draenei. Almost there, and now! The spider stepped on something and froze in his chase for the Draenei. Khadga laughed and poked the frozen spider. He stuck his tongue out at it, then turned around and shook his tail in front of it. Either tame it or kill it! Just stop goofing around! Finero shouted at his friend as he killed a spider by hitting it with his shield. Khadga stopped shaking his tail and gave Finero a joy killer look. Joy killer. He sighed, turned around, and got into the taming beast stance. Little hearts started to appear above the spider's head, because this is more game than realism. When he was almost done with his spell, the ice melted away, freeing the spider. Oh crap! The spider charged at Khadga, trying to put a stop to the spell. Just a couple more seconds. The giant spider scratched Khadga's stomach and bit on his right leg. 3, 2, 1! For some reason, the spider stopped attacking Khadga. He wanted to, but couldn't. And he shrunk. Yes! Khadga cheered, jumping up and down, throwing his right fist in the air. Ow, 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 leg, ow, he said when he landed. He began to walk back to his friends, rubbing the top of his leg as he did. While he was walking, spiders followed him. They were all giving him eyes filled with hatred, like their king was doing. Shit. He picked up his new pet and ran to his friends. They had killed at least 3 spiders. Where did Khadga go? Finero asked the girls. They shrugged. Run! A Draenei yelled as he ran past the 3 of them. Oh, there he is. Was he carrying a spider? Sophie asked. While Sophie was asking her question, Sonya looked in the direction Khadga had come from. Her eyes widened and she tugged on Sophie's sleeve. What is it, Sonya? Sonya pointed to what it was. Oh, I suppose we should take the meathead's advice and run! Sophie grabbed Sonya's hand and began to run the way Khadga had. Finero watched the girls run away. Then he looked at the other direction. His eyes widened when he saw dozens of spiders heading toward him. He quickly grabbed the cocoon, tossed it over his shoulder, and began to run. Ditchers! He yelled at his friends. Next scene. Oxel had his arms folded over his chest and was tapping his foot. Where is she? He thought. Cosmo, what time is it? Cosmo looked at his watch as he played checkers with Mittens. Mittens jumped over 6 of his guys when he wasn't looking. About 5 after 7, he told Oxel and turned back to the board. He gasped when he saw that 6 of his pieces had gone missing. It's been an hour already. Where could she be? Oxel threw his arms in the air. Dude, she's only been gone an extra 5 minutes, so just chill, Makoki said as he and Gishpek played paper football. Gishpek had scored a touchdown when Makoki wasn't looking. He looked down at the paper football in his lap, then at the troll. Cheater! Gishpek pretended to look innocent. Exactly, she's been gone an extra 5 minutes. She said she would only be an hour. What if something happened to her? Oxel said, throwing his arms up in the air again. Nobody was paying attention. Am I the only one who cares? We care about her too, Cosmo said, but it's only been 5 minutes. I'm sure nothing happened to her. Honestly, I'm with Oxel on this. He's only reacting in this fashion because he's got a crush on Xanna, lusting after her, but let's minus that. It's a real reaction to have in this dangerous fucking world. And even just 1 extra minute could mean all the difference. Something did happen to her, Dethium said as she stared at her dagger. Oxel shot Cosmo and I told you so look. Cosmo just rolled his eyes. What happened to her? She got to go back there and have fun killing spiders, Dethium said and pointed to the direction with her dagger. Then she folded her arms over her chest, pouting. Lucky bitch, she mumbled. Oxel growled and began to pace around camp. Calm down. I've known Xanna for a long time. I'm sure she's fine, Cosmo said reassuringly. He's known her for so long. They were together for like a year or two at the orphanage, then didn't see each other for 8 years. They know each other so well. Next scene. Oops, Khadga said because he had dropped the cocoon on the ground. Dude, Finero said and ran over to it. He kneeled down to make sure it was okay. I let you hold the cocoon for 5 minutes so I can stretch my arms and you drop it? Butterfingers, Sophie whispered. Khadga shot her a look, then looked back at Finero. I'm sorry, it wiggled out of my arms. Finero rolled his eyes. Does anyone have a dagger? I want to make sure this person is okay. Here you go, Sonia said and tossed a dagger next to Finero's feet. Thanks, Sonia. Sonia smiled. She was happy she was able to help, even if it wasn't in a big way. Finero used the dagger to finish opening the cocoon. When he was done opening it, he and his friends gasped. There was a blood elf inside the cocoon! A short, skinny female blood elf. She had dark pink skin, dark brown hair she was wearing in a ponytail, a pair of earrings, and by the look of what she was wearing, she must have been a rogue. Khadga glared at Sophie. What? You didn't even make sure it was an alliance? I couldn't tell because she was in the cocoon. All I could tell was that she was scared and needed help. Who cares if she needed help? She's a filthy horde! Dude, I'm the one who grabbed the cocoon, so blame me for saving her, Finero said. He didn't really like seeing his sister get yelled at. What were you thinking? Khadga redirected his yelling. How could you? She's a filthy horde! I'm sorry, I didn't know. I thought she was a night elf because of her eyes. How can you get yellow night elf eyes? Khadga continued his yelling and pointed at his eyes. He knew he didn't have night elf eyes, but he knew his friend would get the message. Confused with green blood elf eyes! He threw his hands in the direction of the unconscious blood elf. I didn't get confused. I saw yellow eyes. You're colorblind. I am not. Then what color is this spider? Khadga said, picking up his new pet and holding him in front of Finero's face. Finero backed his face away a couple of inches. It's green and red. Wrong. How is that wrong? It's red and green. What's the difference? Khadga pulled the spider closer to him. He's red with green spots, he yelled and pointed to the red, then the green. After that, he put his spider back down on the ground. Finero and the girls smacked their foreheads. Whatever, my point is I didn't know she was a blood elf. The blood elf moved a little. Shit, she's close to waking up. Come on, let's leave her and tell the guards in Darkshire that there's a blood elf in Duskwood. No, we can't do that. They'll kill her. Exactly! We're not going to the guards! Finero pointed a not gonna happen finger at Khadga. What? Are you a horde now? No, but we're not gonna go to the guards. If we don't, then this blood elf will kill everyone in Duskwood, Khadga said, grabbing Finero's collar. What if she doesn't? Are you kidding me? Everyone knows that all the horde want to do is kill us, Alliance! The boys gave each other angry looks, then raised their fists. Sonia started to cry. Way to go, you two, Sophie said as she wrapped her arms around Sonia. Please stop fighting, she cried. Sonia buried her face into Sophie's chest and continued to cry. Sophie rubbed the back of her head, trying to calm her down. The guys lowered their fist after seeing Sonia cry. Sorry, Khadga said quietly and let go of Finero's collar. Me too. Next scene. Xanna slowly opened her eyes. Why do I have such a headache? I don't know, did you drop yourself on your head again? Xanna ignored Izzy and tried to move one of her hands so she could rub her head, but she couldn't. Why can't I move my arms? In fact, why can't I feel them? And why can't I feel my legs? She asked, starting to panic. Oh, she's awake, a male voice said. What do we do? A female voice asked. Let's toss her in a lake, the male voice said. Some other voices shushed him. What? She can't understand us and she won't know that we're gonna toss her in a lake. What do you mean I can't understand you? Xanna asked the voices. They all gasped. Holy shit, the first voice said. She can understand us? Another male voice said. That's amazing, the female voice said. Someone ask her something, a second female voice said. Someone walked over to Xanna. She blinked a few times to see what the person looked like. Is that what I think it is? And it was what Izzy thought. The person was tall, handsome, looked very strong, had purple hair that went to the middle of his back, gorgeous yellow eyes and purple skin. I think the hairstyle was thick so you could see it went to his back, even facing him from the front. Holy shit, it's a night elf! This is what a night elf looks like in person? Izzy didn't answer. She was too amazed by seeing a night elf in person. The night elf kneeled down next to Xanna. Are you okay? He asked. His voice sounded wonderful. To Xanna, he sounded like an angel. Hello? Are you okay? He repeated. Xanna nodded. Yes, but I can't feel or move anything besides my head. It must be from the spider's venom, the first female voice said. The male night elf stood up when she walked over. 2 night elves? This night elf was shorter than the male one, but she was still tall, and she was very beautiful. She had beautiful blue eyes, beautiful blue hair she had braided into pigtails, a very pretty face. She had 2 line markings on her face, one over each eye, and she was wearing dark blue lipstick. Xanna frowned. That must be his girlfriend. Really? That's your first fucking reaction? What the fuck is wrong with you? Can you get rid of the venom, Soph? The male night elf asked. She shook her head. No, she is a blood elf, so there is nothing I can do. What if one of us sucks out the poison? The female night elf shook her head again. There is nothing we can do. Unless a horde person that can heal poisons comes along, she will be paralyzed. No, she won't, the second female voice said. She came over as well. Holy shit. This voice was from a human girl. She was shorter than both of the night elves, but still taller than Xanna, and she looked very cute. She had nice tan skin, nice looking red hair that went down to her shoulders, green eyes, freckles. She wore the same red lipstick and a pair of earrings. I read somewhere that the spider who gave you the poison can take it away too. Really? That's amazing, Sonia! The male night elf said and hugged her. She blushed a little. Damn, that boy's a playa. The male night elf kneeled down next to Xanna again. Do you remember what the spider who gave you the poison looked like? She nodded. It was big, red, green. Told you, the first male voice said. And ugly, she finished. The male night elf stood up and looked at the girls. Sound familiar, guys? They all looked at something that was at the top of the cocoon. What are they looking at? Well, they're looking at the spider that crawled onto your cocoon, and I'm thinking about how I was not able to define who the fuck was speaking when I was writing back then. I just kind of assumed everyone would know. Xanna got her answer right away. Some sort of goat man came over. He was big, taller than the other 3, and he was buff. He had blue eyes and skin, black hair he had in a ponytail, and 2 pointy horn things in the front of it. Izzy's right eye twitched a little. It's a Janai. I can't believe this. That spider must have had some sort of drug in his venom, and now we're seeing things. This isn't really happening. We're still back with the spiders, safely wrapped in the cocoon, waiting to be eaten alive. Yeah, that's what's going on. Come here, pet, the Janai said. You still haven't given it a name? The female night elf asked. He shook his head. Nope, can't think of the right name. I want to give him the perfect name. One that fits his personality and still cool enough to be my pet. The female night elf rolled her eyes. Whatever, just put the spider on her legs. Did she just say what I think she said? Yep, you were having a very bad day, sport, and I would be enjoying it if these people weren't Alliance! I'd nag you about what a racist you are, but my head still hurts. Welcome to my world. Come here, pet, the Janai repeated. He sighed, walked away, and came back with something bad. Why am I so hated? Because you're an idiot. How many times do I have to tell you? Now place it on her legs, the female night elf said. Okay, the Janai said. He kneeled down to place the spider on Xanna's legs. Her eyes widened. Get that thing away from me! She screamed. She tried to get up to run away, but couldn't move. Still paralyzed, remember? I don't give a rat's ass! I'm getting the hell out of here! I like the way you're thinking, but it's not gonna happen. You can still move? Take over my body! Can't. I may be able to move, but your body is paralyzed, so we're stuck. Xanna refused to believe that. She continued to try and run away. I told you she was gonna try to go on a killing spree! The Janai yelled at the male night elf. They glared at each other and began to yell. She's not going on a killing spree! Yes, she is! While they yelled at each other, the 2 girls kneeled down on both sides of the cocoon. The female night elf reached out a hand and put it on Xanna's left arm. Calm down. We're not going to hurt you, she said in such a calming voice. Yeah, we're trying to help you, the human girl said. Xanna looked at both of them. She wasn't sure if she should believe them or not. She was leaning towards believing them because she didn't see any hidden lies in their eyes. Do you want to move again? The female night elf asked. Xanna nodded. Then let my friend put the spider on you. It'll take away the venom so you can move again. Xanna looked at her paralyzed body, then back at the night elf girl. Okay. Both of the girls smiled and the night elf looked at the boys, who had gotten into a wrestling match without anyone noticing. Those guys remind me of a couple other guys. Also, I don't think this is how spiders work. Even in the game, I don't think that was a thing. I'm pretty sure I made that up. We have to knock it off. The blood elf girl— Xanna. The night elf girl looked back at Xanna. What? My name, it's Xanna. Oh, I'm Sophie, she said and placed a hand on her chest. Then she pointed to the human girl. This is my friend Sonia. Sonia smiled. Hey. And I'm Fanero, the male night elf said and popped out of nowhere. And this guy here is my best friend in the whole wide world. world. Khadga. He wrapped his arm around the Draenei. Xanna tilted her head. I didn't know that best friends fought like that. We weren't fighting, we were simply talking it out with our fists. My best friend and I never do that. We always talk things out with our mouths like normal people. And sometimes through tickle fights. Well, that's the girl way. And this was the man way, Khadga said and folded his arms over his chest. Xanna tilted her head again. The girl way? Cosmo is a man. Khadga raised an eyebrow. Your best friend is a man? He looked up at Nero. Is that legal? I think so. Will you two shut up and put the spider on her legs? Right, go on, Cad, Venero told his friend. I'm still not sure if we should let this blood go free. What if she isn't as innocent as she looks? What if she decides to kill everyone in Duskwood? Xanna frowned. I was simply taking a road trip with my friends when we were attacked by Neuraxis and his army of spiders. Neuraxis? Your pet. Khadga picked up his pet. Your name is Neuraxis? Why didn't you tell me? That's an awesome name for you! And it matches my coolness level! Neuraxis gave him a blank look. So did everyone else. Just put them on her legs, Sophie said. Khadga gave her an irritated look. Fine, jeez, you're so pushy. He kneeled down to place Neuraxis on Xanna's legs. She began to breathe faster. Her heart was racing. Sophie placed a hand on her arm again. Calm down, he's not going to hurt you. He's the one that put me in this cocoon! Well, he won't hurt you this time. Not unless I tell him to, Khadga said. Sophie looked at him through the corner of her eye. And he won't let him hurt you again, right, Khadga? He shrugged. Let's just get things over with. Yeah, Xanna said. She laid her head down and shut her eyes tightly. Khadga put Neuraxis on Xanna's legs. He just sat there for a moment. Is he taking out the venom? Is he sucking it right? Nope, just sitting there, Izzy said as she watched the once terrifying spider just sit on Xanna's paralyzed legs. Xanna opened one eye, then the other. Oh, now you decide to not bite me? I swear if I could feel my legs, I would so— See? She's threatening to kill my pet! Khadga took Neuraxis off of Xanna's legs. We should just turn her into the guards. We're not turning her into the guards, Venero yelled. What you should do is turn that spider into a cook and let him make spider legs for lunch, Xanna said as she glared at the evil spider. Khadga's mouth dropped open and he covered both sides of Neuraxis' head, as if trying to cover his ears. See? 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 She wants to make spider legs out of my spider! Only because it's the most evil thing ever! That thing is Illidan's pet! Xanna yelled. Khadga's mouth dropped open again. Wow, you really hate that thing, don't you? Yes, it paralyzed me, put me in a cocoon, and now it won't take the venom away! You dirty little piece of horde scum! How dare you say my pet is the pet of Illidan! Khadga turned around and stuck his nose in the air. Xanna did the same. Well, she looked away and stuck her nose in the air. Guys, calm down. You're upsetting Sonya, Sophie said. They looked at Sonya. She looked like she was about to cry. Please don't fight. I hate it when people fight. Well, if she wasn't a horde, then we wouldn't have a reason to fight. I can't help the fact that I'm a horde and not an alliance. Yeah, you could. Your kind used to be high elves, so why don't you use your mana to go back in time and make it to where you have 2 night elves as parents instead of 2 blood elves? I'm a rogue, you dumbass! I don't use mana! Khadga was about to say something about how she was a useless elf when Venero got fed up with their argument. Shut up! He looked at Khadga. Just put your pet on her legs and get it to take away the venom. But she— Just do it! He looked at Xanna. And you be a good blood elf and stay still. Yeah, stay still. She's just gonna move so much when she's paralyzed. Khadga sighed and put Neuraxis back on Xanna's legs. She held her breath and waited for the bite. Go on, bite her. Just take a big bite out of her leg to get the venom out. Venero finished Khadga's sentence. Yeah, for the venom. Neuraxis still didn't do anything. Why won't he bite her? Sonya asked. She must taste bad and he doesn't want to bite her again, Khadga answered. He was about to pick Neuraxis up again, but he walked over to one of Xanna's bags. She stiffened. What's it doing? Not sure. Neuraxis reached into her bag and pulled out a piece of meat. Ah, he's hungry. He didn't get to eat you, so he decided to steal the meat Cosmo gave you. Geez, the one time I want a spider to bite me, it doesn't! Xanna began to yell all kinds of things in her head as Neuraxis ate the piece of meat he took from her bag. When he was done, he hopped off of Xanna's legs and stood next to Khadga. Khadga smiled. Venero began to tap his foot impatiently. What? He pointed to Xanna's legs. Khadga sighed and pointed to them as well. After 10 minutes of waiting, Neuraxis finally went to Xanna's legs and began to suck out the venom. Finally, Izzy and Xanna thought. Final scene. Thank God, this has been a long chapter. When Neuraxis was done sucking out all of the venom, he hopped off of Xanna's legs. Xanna sat up and began to stretch out her arms and legs. I can feel my legs! She hopped onto her feet and did a backflip. I can walk! It's a miracle! How is walking a backflip backflip. Zon, is that you? A familiar voice from nearby said. What was that noise? Sophie asked. A blood elf, a lioness, 2 orcs, a tauren, and a troll came out of some nearby bushes. Zon, the blood elf said. Xanna ran up to him and gave him a big hug. He hugged back. Zon, I'm so glad you're okay. Miss Xanna, who are those guys? Gishpek asked as he stared at the Alliance people. I'll tell you what they are. They're Alliance scum is what they are. Moxa pulled out a dagger. Come on, Eek. Are you kidding me? Look at that goat thing. That'll squish me like a bug. I don't care. You get in there and fight to the death. Moxa was about to attack, but Xanna stopped him. No, they're nice. Well, at least the Night Elves and Human Girl are. What do you mean nice? They're Alliance scum! While Xanna was talking to her friends, the others stared. What do you think they're saying? Finero asked his friends. They all shrugged. So? I'm half Alliance and you don't think I'm scum, do you? Moxa was shocked that Xanna would ask such a question. Of course not. Even though he also tried to kill her for being half Alliance when they first met 2 weeks ago. Then don't attack them. You shouldn't judge people by their looks or what faction they're from. You should judge them by their personality. She pointed to the Alliance guys. And these guys have nice personalities. Moxa put his dagger away and he didn't say anything. Cosmo gave Xanna a hug, then a noogie. That's my girl. She knows not to judge people by their looks. He kissed the top of her head. She's smart like that. Mitten smiled and nodded, a way of agreeing with Cosmo. Meow. Thanks, Cosmo. Oh, come meet the Alliance guys, she said and grabbed Cosmo's hand. She brought him over to Finero and the rest. The rest of the group followed. Finero, this is my best friend Cosmo. She looked at Cosmo. Say hi. Cosmo gave Xanna a weird look, but he shook Finero's hand nonetheless. Finero and Cosmo slowly shook hands as they gave each other weird looks. Why are you looking at each other like that? Xanna asked the boys. Finero gave her a weird look. Why are you looking at me like that? Why are you talking like that? Oxel asked Xanna. What do you mean? Why are you talking like that? Finero asked Xanna. Like what? Everyone just gave Xanna weird looks. What's going on? Chapter 11. Whoa. It's already a trippy title, everyone. I don't get it. When I talk to Finero and his friends, Cosmo and the others don't understand me. And when I talk to Cosmo, Finero can understand me. I just don't get it. What's going on? Xanna asked herself as she sat on a dead tree stump, away from everyone else who were just sitting on the ground staring at each other. I don't know. This is the first time we've met the Alliance, so I just don't know. I'm gonna try to get them to talk to each other. Xanna got off of the stump and walked over to everyone. Khadga, could you try talking to Makoki, please? Khadga didn't say anything. Finero lightly elbowed him. Khadga folded his arms over his chest. I'm not talking to any more filthy horde, he said, saying filthy horde as if it was the worst swear that there was, like he had been doing since Xanna awoke from the cocoon. Finero rolled his eyes. I'll do it, Xanna. He smiled. Xanna went a little weak in the knees from hearing him say her name, and she mentally sighed a dreamy sigh. Izzy shook her head and smacked Xanna. Ow! What the hell? No, I agree with Izzy. That didn't last very long. It was like one chapter of them not flirting with each other. That's just out the window now. Because anime. Stop daydreaming and get them to talk to each other. Xanna glared at Izzy for a second, but quickly returned her attention to Finero. Thank you, Finero. The handsome night elf smiled some more. No problem. Xanna looked away so she wouldn't go weak in the knees again. Finero frowned a little, but remembered that he was supposed to try to talk to her horde friends. He cleared his throat and looked at Makoki. Hello, how are you today? Xanna looked at Makoki to see what would happen. What did he just call my mother? Makoki jumped to his feet and tried to tackle Finero. Ah, what'd I say? Finero shouted and scooted away from Makoki. I don't know. Xanna turned to Makoki, who had to be held back by Oxel and Gishpek. What did you hear him say, Makoki? He called my mother a fat, stupid, ugly-ass man-cow. No, he didn't. He was just saying hi and asking how you were. Yes, he did, Makoki yelled and summoned a fire totem. Xanna pulled a dead tree branch out of nowhere and smashed it back into the ground. Smack, smack, smack. Makoki, calm down, Gishpek yelled at his friend. Wait, I have an idea. Oh, now you come up with an idea? You know, after I've been rescued from the spiders? Shut up and listen. Fine. Xanna mentally folded her arms over her chest. What's your idea? Get the stud to talk to the sack of beef again, but listen to it as if you were talking to the fairy. Okay. Xanna looked at Finero. Finero, could you say that again? Why? So this cow can kill him? I knew it. You do want to kill us, horde scum, Khadga accused. No, this is another test. I'm not gonna let Makoki kill any of you. Now, Finero, just please say that one more time. No! Khadga protested against this so-called test. Okay, Finero said. He looked at Makoki and cleared his throat again. Now listen to him as if you were talking The fairy. Xanna mentally nodded and pretended to be listening to Cosmo. Your mother is a fat, stupid, ugly-ass man cow, Finero said. See? He said it again! Makoki tried to get free from Oxyl's and Gishpek's grasp so he could beat up Finero, but failed. Let me go! He continued to struggle to get free. Xanna hit him on the head with the dead tree branch, knocking him out cold. Damn, everyone said. Oxyl let go of Makoki, leaving Gishpek to drop to the ground with the 400-and-something pound Tauren. Xanna, what's going on? Why is that night elf calling Makoki's mother a man cow? I don't know. I need to go think about this some more. Xanna turned away from Oxyl and went to go sit on the dead tree stump. Help! Gishpek said as she walked away. He was still being crushed by Makoki. Oh, oops. Sorry, Gizzy. Oxyl walked over to Gishpek, who was slowly losing consciousness. I don't get it. Why would the guys hear Finero say that? I mean, he's a nice guy. Even if they could understand each other, he wouldn't say that. Xanna looked at Finero. He was trying to help Oxyl get Makoki off of Gishpek, but Khadga pulled him away and said to not help the filthy horde. He's too nice to say something like that. You don't know if he's nice. He could be acting. He is not acting. Whatever. Just check the book. Maybe there's something about talking to each other in there, Izzy said as she watched Oxyl and Moxa trying to pick Makoki up off of Gishpek. They weren't doing so well. Xanna pulled out the library book and began to look for something about how the Alliance speak. She looked and looked and looked, but couldn't find anything. I can't find anything about how they speak. Izzy looked away from everyone trying to pick Makoki up and looked at the book. She couldn't find anything either. Guess the people who wrote this book decided to not interview an Alliance and write about how they talk. It's probably because they would have been killed or killed the person they were interviewing. Xanna looked back at the others. They were still failing at picking up Makoki. How come they can't understand each other but I can? Maybe it's because you're half night elf, Izzy said as she watched Ezekiel get crushed by Makoki's left arm. Boss, I can't breathe! Yes, you can. You're just breathing beef sweat, Moxa said as Ezekiel tried to squirm his way out. After a minute, he stopped squirming. I don't think he's breathing anymore. We'll focus on that later. Right now, we need to focus on why they can't talk to each other as priorities. Izzy rolled her eyes. If you want them to talk to each other so much, then teach them how to talk to each other. Xanna gasped. Izzy, you're a genius! I know, she said, not paying attention to Xanna, who had run up to her and gave her a kiss on the cheek. Ah, it burns! Based off something I actually did with my cousin. Next scene of this fucking terrible fanfiction. After getting Makoki off of Gishpek and Ezekiel, Xanna had made everyone sit down next to each other, as if they were a classroom. Xanna looked to her horde friends. Alright, you guys, she said and pulled a chalkboard, some sort of teaching stick, and a piece of chalk out of nowhere. Here's the game plan. Teaching stick, she said and began to write something on the board. Everyone tilted their heads, except for Cosmo. They were probably thinking about where those things came from, but Cosmo was wiping a tear from his eye, obviously proud that Xanna was able to pull random things out of nowhere. Once Xanna was done writing Language Class 101 on the chalkboard, she turned back to her horde friends. I'm gonna teach you guys how to speak to the Alliance, she turned to her Alliance friends, and I'm gonna teach you guys how to speak to the horde. Xanna looked at her class. Don't know how, but I'm gonna do it, she thought. Xanna pointed her teaching stick to Khadga. She pressed it to his nose. Khadga, I want you to say, your mother is a fat, stupid, ugly-ass man cow to Makoki. Why? He said as he looked at the stick on his nose. Because, Xanna said, pulling the stick away from Khadga's nose, putting it behind her back, and then walking like she was a sergeant. That's what Makoki heard Finero say. So if you say that, maybe he'll hear you say what Finero was actually saying. Khadga folded his arms over his chest and rolled his eyes. This is just another idea to try and kill— Ow! He yelled because Finero had elbowed his side very hard. Then he began to glare at him. I refuse to speak to the filthy horde. It goes against my morals. Then why are you talking to me? Because my best friend is in love with you for some very strange reason. And until I can convince him to fall in love with someone from the Alliance, I will be forced to talk to you. But only you! I will not talk to your filthy horde friends! Khadga pointed a finger at Xanna's group. They all raised an eyebrow. What do you think he's saying? Oxyl whispered to Cosmo. I don't know, but he's yelling and pointing at me. Cosmo gasped. He must be jealous of my outfit. I am not in love with her, Finero yelled at his friend, throwing his arms in the air. Khadga just kept his arms over his chest and stared at a dead tree instead of looking at him. Of course you're not, he said. Finero brought his arms back to his sides and made fists, glaring at his friend. Could one of you guys just say that, please? Xanna said, ignoring Cosmo talking about Khadga being jealous of his outfit. Khadga looked at Finero through the corner of his eye, giving him a I'm not doing it and that's final look. I'll do it, a tiny voice that came from the far right of the group said. Khadga, Finero, Sonya, and Xanna turned their heads to that direction. You will? They all asked. Sonya nodded. I've always wanted to know how to speak to the Horde. Yeah, that first Sonya's meant to be Sophie. Fantastic. We now have our test subject, Xanna said and did the sergeant walk toward Makoki. She pointed the teaching stick at him. Sonya, please say your mother is a fat, stupid, ugly-ass man cow to my friend. Okay. Sonya looked at Makoki and gulped. Your mother is a fat, stupid, ugly man cow. She looked at Xanna. Did I say it right? Well, she left out the ass part, but other than that, I think she did pretty good. For a human, I mean. Because prejudice. Xanna ignored Izzy and looked at Makoki. What did you hear her say? Hello, how are you doing today? Why would she ask that when the night elf was making insults about my mother earlier? Yes, it worked. Izzy, you're such a genius. I know, but that doesn't mean you can kiss me again, Izzy said and hid behind a shield she pulled out of nowhere. Xanna ignored her and continued to cheer. After she was done, she turned to Makoki. Makoki, say what Sonya said to you to him. Xanna pointed the teaching stick to Finero's nose. What's with you and pointing that thing at people's noses? Shush, I'm teaching. This is important when you're teaching. Okay. Makoki turned to Finero. Hello, how are you doing today? Xanna looked at Finero to see what would happen. He was slowly lifting his hands up to feel his ears. What did you hear him say? He said I have abnormally large ears. He turned to Khadga. They aren't that big, are they? Well, they're not as big as your sister's, if that's what you're asking. Finero looked like he was going to cry, and Sophie put her hands on her hips. Our ears are not abnormally large. They are normal-sized for us elves. Xanna raised an eyebrow. Okay. She turned away for a second to feel her ears. Are kind of big. Stop being self-conscious about something as the size of your ears and get back to teaching. Xanna mentally nodded and did what Izzy said, and Izzy was thinking of something evil. Another thing to make fun of. She rubbed her hands together, smiled evilly, and quietly laughed evilly. Because that sentence makes sense. Xanna turned to Makoki. Say, you have big ears. Makoki sighed and turned to Finero. You have big ears. Xanna turned to Finero. Why is he asking me how I am when he just insulted my ears? This is gonna be a long day and a long chapter. Next scene. This is my nephew. Xanna was sitting on the ground, one hand over her face. Okay, Cosmo. How do you say your hair is lovely and you have fantastic shoes? Cosmo sat up straight and cleared his throat. Xanna pretended to listen to him like she was talking to one of the Alliance. Your hair is lovely and you have fantastic shoes and your outfit is just to die for, Cosmo told Sophie. She giggled. Xanna lifted her head up out of her hand. He said it right. And not only did he say that, he tossed in an outfit compliment. How can you're a fat, ugly-ass bitch with fungus on your toes mean that? Makoki asked Cosmo. He shrugged. Xanna turned to Sophie. How do you say thank you? Xanna asked and immediately pretended to listen to a Horde person. Thank you, Sophie said. Yes! Xanna cheered again. She began to do a victory dance in her mind. Sophie smiled because she had said it right. Her friends looked at her. How can you're a tomato head mean that? They all thought. They stopped thinking when something on Finero's person began to ring. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a blue cell phone, and looked at the caller ID. I'll be right back, he told Xanna and walked away. Xanna looked at everyone else. Yes, class is over. After she said that, everyone plopped over onto the ground. Finally! My tail is killing me. Makoki and Khadga said simultaneously. Finero came back and walked up to Sophie. That was her. She wants us to come back home for dinner. Xanna heard him whisper. Cosmo should have heard it too, but he was busy trying to get Neuraxis to stop flirting with Mittens. Leave her alone! She's not interested! Neuraxis ignored Cosmo and continued his flirting. That is just so gross! Neuraxis, stop flirting with that thing and get over here! Khadga commanded his pet. And you come over here, Mittens! Mittens immediately walked to Cosmo, and Neuraxis followed Mittens. Neuraxis! Khadga shouted at his pet. He ignored him and began to flirt with Mittens again. She hid behind Cosmo. He followed. Then she hid on Cosmo's front side. He still followed. After After that, Mittens, Neuraxis, and Khadga ran in circles around Cosmo. Hey guys, cut it out! I'm getting dizzy! Finero rolled his eyes, then grabbed Khadga by his collar and grabbed Neuraxis by one of his front legs. Come on guys, we got to go! Thank God, Khadga mumbled as he wiped dust off of his shirt. Finero gave him a blank look while he wasn't looking. Then he was about to put Neuraxis back on the ground because he was squirming and trying to bite him. Don't! If you do that, he'll try to flirt with that elf's cat, Khadga whispered to his friend, pointing his left index finger at Cosmo behind his right hand. Whatever, let's just get going, Finero said and handed the squirming spider to Khadga. Yeah, don't get your ears in a bunch. The Draenei waved his free hand passively. Finero slowly reached a hand to touch his ear again. Sophie walked over and put it back down to his side. Meathead, she told Khadga. Sonya giggled. You're just jealous because I'm off the market. Khadga stuck his tongue out. Sophie rolled her eyes. Yeah, that's it, Khadga. Will you two stop bickering so we can get going? Finero asked. Sophie and Khadga shut their mouths. That's better, he said and turned to face the road. He gasped when he realized that he hadn't said goodbye to Xanna and her friends. Finero turned around and ran straight to Xanna. He picked up her hands and held them in his. She blushed a little and stared at her hands. She didn't even realize that the other guys were growling. Xanna. He took his hands away from her and took something off of his right ring finger. He placed it on Xanna's right ring finger. I want you to have this in case we never meet again. Xanna looked up at him. Never meet again? She said with a frown. Well, yeah, I got to go to Stormwind and you have to continue your road trip with your friends. You're going to Stormwind? Finero nodded. Yeah, I got this thing to do and... That's cool, we're going to Stormwind too! What? Everyone else shouted. Oops, idiot. I knew it, Khadga yelled. She does want to go on a killing spree. I said let's take her to the guards, but you said no. Let's not take her to the guards. This is just proof that you are in love with her. I am not, Finero yelled back at his friend with a little blush going across his face. You are too. I can see it all over your face. Khadga pointed an accusing finger at Finero. Then he put both of his hands over his mouth, trying not to throw up. That's just nasty, man. Xanna opened her mouth in shock and placed her hands on her hips. She was about to say something when she was pulled aside by Moxa. Xanna, baby. Xanna stopped glaring at Khadga when Moxa had said that. Why are you taking us to Stormwind? Are you trying to kill us? I can see why you would want to kill Dethium, but there's no need to kill the rest of us. Okay, maybe Makoki and Akazil, but no reason to kill anyone else besides them. Xanna just raised an eyebrow at Moxa. Is this about the way I've been acting lately? Cause if it is, you could have told me. There was no need to drag us all the way out here to try and kill me. Moxa continued saying things about how there was no reason to kill him and how he would change his ways to be a better boyfriend. While he was saying that, the others were talking and Khadga was still yelling at Finero. What is wrong with you, dude? How can you be in love with a blood elf? I am not in love with her. Xanna closed her eyes and put her left hand on her forehead. Too many voices. Make them stop, she thought. Everyone continued to talk. Khadga was saying things about how Finero should meet a nice elf girl to fall in love with. Sophie and Sonya were talking about if Xanna would like to go to a beauty salon. Makoki was telling Gishpek that even though Xanna was trying to kill them, she was still hot. Moxa was still saying how he'll be a better boyfriend. Cosmo kept asking questions about why Xanna would take them to Stormwind and if she was feeling ill. He's definitely got some good priorities. And Oxel didn't say anything. And of course there's Izzy. Ha! I knew they would think you were trying to kill them. Man, this is just hilarious. I knew that today would be a good day. After a couple of bad weeks, always comes a good day. Xanna ignored Izzy, shut her eyes tighter, and put both of her hands on her ears. Shut up! Everyone just shut up! Everyone stopped talking and yelling to look at her. She sighed in relief. First thing, I am not trying to kill anyone! Poof, Khadga said, rolling his eyes and folding his arms over his chest. Second thing, the library book I've had since we've started this trip, Xanna said as she pulled the book out of one of her bags, is a book about the Alliance. She showed everyone the cover, mainly to her Horde friends because she had been with them the whole time, not the Alliance. I read some of it and the Alliance sounded interesting and I wanted to meet one. I got to the part about Stormwind and it sounded cool and I thought it would be fun to go there. I didn't know how to tell you guys. She lifted her left hand up to Cosmo and the other Horde guys. So I thought I would make it a road trip and things would just be fun. Xanna put the book back in her bag. And the third thing, does anyone hear noises that sound like an army of angry spiders wanting to chase us to get their Spider King back, or is that just me? All of Xanna's friends raised an eyebrow at her, then turned her around. Oh, So it wasn't just me. Great. Xanna and her friends stared at the army of angry spiders. They were all staring at Khadga, who he had captive. Khadga's eyes slowly went to look down at his right. His pet didn't seem to be unhappy about this at all. In fact, he looked as happy could be. Ungrateful little... He was mumbling, but Fanero lightly smacked his shoulder. Let's get out of here. Zonzon, don't fight, Cosmo was saying as he turned to see if she had passed out. That's actually really good friendship right there. All he saw was a dust cloud shaped like Xanna. That is not good friendship. Zonzon? Cosmo squinted his eyes to see if he could find her. She had run way ahead of the group. Zonzon, wait up! No, there is no way in hell I'm being taken away by those damn spiders again! She yelled back at her group. Cosmo was just speechless for a moment. Well, come on, let's do what she's doing and get the hell out of here! Makoki yelled. Everyone nodded and then they all ran the way Xanna had. I also like Makoki. He's usually the one to be like, hey, let's fucking go! Next scene. Xanna was leaping over bushes, trees, stumps, dead children, and everything else in Duskwood to get away from those spiders. Running, not looking back, just running. Ditching, forgetting Dethium, just ditching. Xanna ducked under a low tree branch as she ran. I'm sure someone grabbed her head as he looked back to see if the group was catching up. They were. Nope, think the sack of beef just decided to grab her again.
Let me go. I gotta fight those spiders.
Shut up! Yep, he grabbed her again. Xanna looked back over her shoulder. Thank goodness they decided to run. Look out! Izzy shouted. Xanna looked forward and hit her head on a low branch. Idiot. She watches enough horror movies to know not to look back while running, and yet she does it. Xanna! Oxel, Moxa, and Fanero shouted. Fanero began to run faster than everyone else and picked Xanna up. Come on, I know a shortcut to Elwyn Forest, he said quickly and went through some trees to his left. He's actually leading these guys to Stormwind? Edgar thought. He picked up Neuraxis, who had decided to run with the group. This is all your fault. Next scene. Fanero stopped in a nice and peaceful spot in Elwyn Forest. I think we lost them, he panted. Everyone turned around. They didn't see any spiders. They all sighed in relief. Cosmo walked over to Fanero, who was setting Xanna on the ground. Is she okay? Think so, but she's got a pretty nasty bump on her head, Fanero said as he lightly pushed aside some of Xanna's hair. Tell me about it. That knock to the head actually made my head hurt. Izzy rubbed her head as she talked to the emptiness in Xanna's mind. Cosmo lightly bit on one of his fingers when he saw the bump. Let me see it, Gishpek said. Maybe I can heal it. He walked over to Xanna and saw the bump. Ooh, that does look like a nasty bump. But don't worry, it's an easy fix. Cosmo stopped biting his finger and sighed in relief. Ishpek put his right hand on Xanna's forehead and began to heal the bump. It only took a couple of minutes. There, she's better. No, she's not. I still sense pain in her head, Sophie said, as he looked in the direction where she was standing. Is she talking about me? That's impossible because the bump is gone. Gishpek motioned his hand around Xanna's forehead. See? I know that she doesn't have a bump anymore, but there's something in her mind that is in pain. Izzy's eyes widened. Holy shit, how can she tell I'm here? That's a very good question. She backed away to a dark corner of Xanna's mind and tried to hide the pain in her head. I have no idea what you're talking about, Gishpek said and stood up. She's fine. Sophie made eye-to-eye contact with the troll. Fine, let her suffer. The two of them began to glare at each other. How about we just try to wake her up and see if she's okay? Moxas suggested. Sophie and Gishpek stopped glaring and walked away from each other. Sounds good to me, Cosmo said. He was about to shake her awake when his pink cell phone rang. He sighed, pulled it out of his pocket, and looked at it. Oh, muffins, he swore mentally. He opened up his cell phone and began to talk to the person on the other line. Hello? Cosmo, where are you? You're 13 hours late for work. It was your vacation week, not vacation week and 13 hours, Esteban yelled. Cosmo tried to think of something. He thought of playing sick and faked a cough. Sorry, Esteban, sir. I'm sick and couldn't come to work today. He faked another cough. I think I might be sick all week. Sorry, sir. You better be sorry. Now who am I gonna get to clean up after the fat guys in the steam room? Cosmo smiled wickedly. What about Clarence, sir? I think he's been slacking off a bit lately. Last week when you told him to clean the hot springs, he did, but only after he used them for his hot spring party. What? There was a noise on the other end. Clarence, you're cleaning up after the fat guys for this week. Cosmo's sick, and he told me about your little stunt with the hot springs, so you'll get only half of your paycheck this week. Cosmo heard on the other end. But, sir. No buts. Now get to work. Yes, sir, Clarence said sadly. That's what he gets for taking my cookie at lunch. Although, it still was a pretty cool party. I miss the tree. Cosmo heard another noise on the phone. Sorry for putting you on hold, Cosmo. I hope you get better soon. Cosmo coughed. Me too, sir. Bye. Cosmo hung up his cell phone. Everyone else was looking at him. What? That was a semi-important call. Oxel shook his head. Let's just wake her up. I mean, I guess he's got some of his priorities in order. He values his job, his place of work. Almost feel sad for Clarence, and apparently that's the party where Cosmo lost his virginity to a tree. On it, Dethium said and poured a giant bucket of water on Xanna. She didn't move. Dethium began to think of all sorts of ways to wake Xanna up. She tried some more water, kicking her, pulling her ears, setting her on fire. She tried everything. Damn, she's a heavy sleeper, Dethium said, but she didn't give up. I'm gonna get some worms and see if that'll wake her up. Why don't you just get them from your arms and legs? Moxa whispered to Makoki. They laughed quietly until Dethium pulled a couple of daggers out and put them to their necks. I heard that. How can you hear when you're dead? Moxa asked. Nice, Makoki said, and they high-fived each other. Orc, you're about to be an only child, and Troll, you're about to lose your cow. Dethium told Oxel and Gishpek right before she tackled Makoki and Moxa to the ground. They squealed like little girls. Take this! Dethium yelled and began to punch them. Gishpek got up to go help out his friends, but Oxel stopped him. Just let them work it out. Ow, my tail! Makoki shouted. Ow, my eye! Moxa shouted. Okay. While Dethium was kicking butt, Oxel, Cosmo, and Finero tried to wake Xanna up. Come on, Sanzon, you can't sleep all day. Yeah, you idiot, wake up! Ow, my head. Izzy grabbed her head. She still had a headache from the branch. She growled. Damn it, I hate you. I bet you would wake up if someone said there was a— What the hell is that? Izzy asked herself when the dream Xanna was having popped up. The dream was about her and Finero having a picnic. Izzy's eye began to twitch. Here we are, in Elwyn Forest. In Alliance Place, and she's having a dream about some hot guy she just met? Yeah, sounds like teenagers. Izzy pulled a bat out of nowhere and began to beat Xanna with it. Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! She yelled, ignoring the major headache she still had. While she was beating Xanna, her dream began to skip forward a bit. This time it was about her and Finero getting married. Oh, good God! She smacked Xanna on the head with the bat. I do! Xanna shouted after bolting up from her sleep. You do what? Cosmo asked. I do not want Dethium to put worms on me, she said nervously. Can't really do that now since you're awake, Dethium said as she sat on top of Makoki and Moxa. Or maybe I can. She smiled wickedly as she stared at Xanna. Cosmo pointed a finger at her. No! Dethium rolled her eyes under her belt. Whatever. While Cosmo and Oxel glared at Dethium, Finero helped Xanna to her feet. Thanks, she smiled. No problem. They just smiled at each other for a moment, not even realizing that they were holding hands. So, what now, Xanna? Oxel said, getting up and standing next to Xanna, interrupting her moment with Finero. Xanna gave him a little glare through the corner of her eye and let go of Finero's hand. Well, we were heading towards Stormwind, and Finero here knows how to get there, so... Xanna gave Finero such a sweet and innocent look. He felt like his face was on fire because of his blush. Finero, will you take us to Stormwind? She asked as he stared at her beautiful yellow eyes. Well, Xanna bat her eyelashes a couple of times. Please? She asked so sweetly. Finero blushed a little more and started to do a goofy laugh. Sure. Based off of real things I did in my teenagehood. Absolutely not! Khadga shouted at them while Sophie was fixing the wounds Neuraxis had given to him earlier. There is no way in hell that I'm letting my best friend take a bunch of filthy horde to Stormwind! He yelled as he got up. I can't even believe that I let him bring you here! Look, can I talk to you for a sec? You know, over here? Being a cockblock. Finero said as he pulled Khadga off to the side. Dude, what are you doing? Finero did a whisper shout at his friend. Me? What are you doing? Khadga had pointed to himself, then poked Finero's chest. Giving googly eyes to a horde? What's wrong with you? I don't care if you do that to Sonya because she's human, thus Alliance. But why are you flirting and giving googly eyes to some blood elf? We're not flirting or giving each other googly eyes, and I never give Sonya googly eyes. Khadga folded his arms over his chest. Look, that girl's nice. She and their friends won't kill anyone. I'm not sure about the undead guy, but the others won't. I mean, they haven't killed us, have they? Not yet. They want to do it when we least expect it. Whatever, all she and her friends want to do is look around and that's it. After that, they'll leave. They won't kill anyone. Khadga sighed. Okay. Fine, take them to Stormwind, but when people start asking who let the horde in, I'm telling them it was you. Fine. Fine. Then I guess everything is fine then. Super fine. Fine as fine can be. Fine. Both of the boys stopped talking to each other and stalked back to the others. I'd love to take you there, Xanna, Fanaro said as he looked at Khadga through the corner of his eye. Xanna faked a smile. It was hard to do a real one after hearing the two boys have a fight. Thanks. But first, we need to get you and your friends some disguises. Disguises? Xanna tilted her head. Fanaro tried not to blush. Yes, disguises. There are guards in front of Stormwind and I doubt they'll let you walk past the gates, even if you mean no harm. Oh, okay. Where do we get these disguises? Just follow me, Fanaro said and began to head east. Wait, Sonia said. I have to get these flowers back to my mom's store. Sophie, will you take me there? Of course, Sonia. Sonia smiled and grabbed Sophie's hand. We'll see you all later, Sophie said and walked away with Sonia. Dethium sighed in relief. Thank Illidan. I wasn't sure if I was gonna be able to put up with that human girl. She reeked of cheery and perkiness, she said, still sitting on top of Makoki and Moxa. Donna placed her face in her right hand and shook her head. I'll get them, Gishpek said. Thank you, Gizzy, Donna said, her face still in her hand. So you were just planning on running on into Stormwind, huh? No disguises, no secret way to get in, just go on in. Yep, that's teenage logic. That's anime. Hooray! Next scene! After forcing Dethium to get off of Makoki and Moxa, everyone followed Fanaro to wherever he was taking them. Zana looked around and smelled the air as they walked. This place is so beautiful. It reminds me of Eversong Forest. Beautiful, peaceful, and She shrieked and hopped into Fanaro's arms. What the hell is that? Xanna pointed at the monster. It appears to be a spider, Miss Xanna, Gishpek answered. I know what it is! I mean, what the hell is a spider doing in a forest? My teenage brain didn't know that spiders can live in forests. And that is my legit reaction that I had when I very first played in that area. It was so nice and pretty, and then what the fuck? Why are tarantulas here? Didn't we just come from a spider-infested forest? Moxa asked. I mean, what is a spider doing in a nice, happy, peaceful, and alive forest? Being a spider? Donna glared at Moxa, not noticing that Oxel was glaring at Fanaro for holding her. Don't worry, it's a low level and it won't hurt us. What level is it? Zana asked. 6, Izzy said after looking up the spider in the book. And they call those forest spiders. 6, and we call them forest spiders, Fanaro answered. Oh, thanks. You're welcome, Fanaro and Izzy said at the same time. Did you say 6? Moxa asked. Yes, it's only a level 6 and it won't, Fanaro was saying until the forest spider began to chase after Moxa. Ah! Run, boss, run! Ezekiel yelled. Oxel sighed, shook his head, and then chased after the spider. Oh. It will hurt us, Fanaro said. Well, it'll hurt him at least, Makoki said. It's trying to eat my legs! Moxa shouted in the background. The spider was dragging him somewhere. Moxa made nail marks in the ground. Shut your whining, Oxel shouted at his brother and killed the spider with one hit of his sword. Moxa crawled out from under the dead spider, sat up and began to feel his legs. He felt for his penis. Phew. They're all there. Oxel rolled his eyes. Come on, let's get going. Poor Makaza, honestly, he's almost lost his genitals like twice now. That's a lot for a 14-year-old. Right, Fanaro and Xanna said at the same time. Then they realized that Fanaro was still holding Xanna. Both of them blushed. They both said. Khadga rolled his eyes at them. Will you two stop making googly eyes at each other so we can go get your disguises? We're not making googly eyes, Fanaro stated. Right. Fanaro looked at himself. He felt like dancing because he had such a beautiful girl in his arms. But he would have to do that some other time. Put Xanna down and take her to get a disguise. He sighed and did as such. Come on, we need to go this way, he said, not looking at Xanna. She frowned a little because she didn't really want him to put her down. Man, I'm sure we all like being carried. Will you stop awing over this boy and get on with this stupid trip already? And no more trying to seduce him either. Seduce? No, she's making a point. Will you please take us to Stormwind, Fanaro? Izzy said in a mocking voice. Then she bat her eyelashes a couple times like Xanna had done. Please? Izzy stopped with the act and put her hands to her sides. Ring a bell? That wasn't seducing. That was simply using my sexiness to get him to do something I wanted him to do. I used that logic as a teenager. Izzy gave her a blank look. What? It was! Izzy rolled her eyes. Whatever. I know what seducing is when I see it. Technically, that's part of what seduction is, but greatly what it is manipulation. This time Xanna rolled her eyes, and I know an annoying voice when I see it. Xanna told Izzy and began to follow Fanero again. Cosmo walked up to her, placed a hand on her shoulder, and he pulled her to the back of the group. Zonzon, will you please stop trying to seduce that night elf boy? Told you. He should know what seducing is. He probably does it to guys all the time. And trees. I wasn't... trees. I know that you're probably thinking that I want him all to myself, but you're wrong. He's not my type. I just don't want my little Zonzon to get in trouble, okay? He said, cupping both sides of Xanna's face into his hands. She smiled. Let's just go get our disguises, silly. Alright, but I'm serious, Zonzon. No more seducing that boy. He kissed the top of her head and grabbed one of her hands. I'm already having enough trouble with Mittens. Xanna raised an eyebrow. Cosmo pointed to his left. Neuraxis was trying to flirt with Mittens again. Gross, Izzy and Xanna thought. Neuraxis, what have I told you about flirting with that thing? Cadga yelled at his pet. He came over, picked him up, and carried him away. Let's just go, Xanna said, not wanting to think about what a spider saw in a lioness. Next scene. After about an hour and a half of walking, Xanna and everyone finally reached where Fanero was taking them. It was a big tower. Wait here, I'll be right back. Fanero whispered to Xanna. Okay. She smiled. Cosmo cleared his throat, a way of saying, remember what I told you. Britishly. She gave him an irritated look without him noticing and watched Fanero walk to the tower. Wonder what's inside. It's the Tower of Azora. It's filled with gnome mages, Izzy said, looking in the book. Wow, gnomes. Hope I get to meet one while we're in Stormwind. Next scene, cause that had to be a scene. What's up, my gnomies? Fanero said when he walked into the tower. Yo, Fionn! A gnome told him and low-fived him. Hey, Fionn! Another one said and did the same. What's up, Fionn? Another gnome said and dapped his knuckles. This gnome was short, had a goofy gnome smile and big Dumbo ears like the rest, but he had blue eyes, blue spiked up hair, it kind of looked like a crown, and white skin. Yo, Simon, how's my brainsta doing today? And apparently we're getting another character. Not bad, not bad. How you doing today? Same. Hey, mind if I ask you a little favor? What is it? Remember that thing your dad made that turns people into the opposite of what they are? Man, I keep telling you that you're not gonna get into the girls' locker room by using that. You act too much like a guy even when you're a girl. No, not that one. But I might want it later. Anyways, I'm talking about the other one. You mean that? Yes. But why? You know, just for this thing. Dude, we've talked about this. The lions and the barons will eat you even if you did look like an undead guy. Well, it's not really for me. It's for a friend. Even if it was for a friend, I'm not sure my dad will let me borrow it. Please, Simon. Simon sighed. I'll go ask him. Been in a good mood lately, so he might say yes. And if he says no? You and your friend can't have it. But Simon... Sorry, Finn, but there's no convincing my dad to say yes once he says no. And vice versa. Simon shuddered. I'll never forget that day. So many grannies. Bunny hopping. Just go talk to your dad. Right, Simon said, coming out of his flashback. I'll be back in a minute. He hopped off of the stool he was on and walked to the next room. Fanero tapped his foot while he waited. Hi, Fionn. A female voice from behind him said, shit. He thought and turned around slowly. There was a female gnome smiling at him. She had big, blue, poofy pigtails, white skin, green eyes, and a sweet face. But Fanero knew it was anything but. Hi, Margaret. Margaret smiled and climbed onto the empty stool next to him. What you doing here? I was just talking to your brother. About what? Margaret asked, scooting the stool a little closer. About this thing. What thing? She asked, playing with her hair and looking at him with a twinkle in her eye. Just a thing, Fanero said, backing away a little bit. Hurry up, Simon. Fan, over here! Simon called from the other room. Fanero sighed in relief. Got to go, Margie, later! He said quickly and ran to the other room. Margaret pouted when he left. I wanted to fuck him! Next scene. Fanero slammed the door shut, leaned on it, and sighed in relief again. My dad wants to know why you want it, Simon told him. Yes, why do you want this? A male gnome asked Fanero and fidgeted with a little orb-looking thing. The gnome was the same height as all of the other gnomes and had big ears like them, but he had blue eyes like Simon, white skin like him, white hair. His hairdo made him look like a mad scientist going bald, and he had a white, pointy mustache and scruffy goatee. What we're learning is that Simon and his father are albinos and all the other gnomes are not. I need it for a friend, Fanero said. Why does your friend need it? Is there any way that I can get that thing without having to tell you why I need it? Simon's father shook his head. Fanero sighed. Can you guys keep a secret? Next scene. Blue guy, if you don't get that thing away from my Mittens, I will break its legs! Cosmo shouted as he ran in circles, carrying Mittens on his back and running away from Neuraxis. Neuraxis, stop! Cadga shouted as he chased after his pet. And you have no right to order me around, you filthy horde! My pet can do whatever the hell he wants! If that's true, then why are you trying so hard to stop him from chasing Cosmo and Mittens? mittens? Gishpek asked. You stay out of this. Xanna rolled her eyes at the boys while she made a little flower crown. She added a couple more flowers and put it on her head. "Oh, you look cute wearing that, Zon," Cosmo told her as he continued running. Mittens looked down at Neuraxis and hissed. That didn't stop him from chasing her. He started to try and jump to her. "Go away!" Cosmo yelled at the spider. "Hey, don't yell at my pet!" "Well, if you were a good hunter, your pet would listen to you and wouldn't need me to yell at it!" "What's that supposed to mean?" "It means the way it sounds. Geez, I guess you are as dumb as you look. You are so getting an ass-kicking when I get my hands on you, filthy horde!" Xanna on the other side. Didn't he say that he didn't talk to the filthy horde? Yeah, but he's not talking to the fairy. He's yelling. Can't you tell the difference? Xanna rolled her eyes and messed with her flower crown some more. She didn't mess with it for too long. It was because of Cosmo and Kadya, of course. "Will you two knock it off already? You're giving me a headache!" Xanna shouted at the two. "Yeah, and they're making my headache worse!" Izzy said and put an ice pack on her forehead. Xanna was gonna laugh at Izzy and say that she kinda deserved this, but her ear twitched. She turned around and smiled when she saw Fanero. Her smile went away when she saw two little people walking with him. What are those? Izzy sat up on the bed in Xanna's mind to see. "Gnomes," she said and laid back down. "Wait, gnomes?" Izzy sat back up. "Why did he bring gnomes?" Fanero walked up to Xanna. This is my friend Simon and his dad Henry." He leaned a little closer to her. "This was the only way I could get his dad to give me the disguises," he whispered. Xanna nodded. "Okay," she whispered back. Izzy mentally threw the ice pack at her when Fanero backed away from her face area. "Stop seducing!" "I wasn't!" she yelled and threw the ice pack back. "Ow! Bitch!" Xanna ignored Izzy and watched Henry put on some glasses, making his already big eyes look even bigger. The little gnome blinked a few times. "So you were telling the truth?" "Yep," Fanero said. "Can I have the orb now?" "Hey, where did he go?" Fanero looked for Henry and saw that he was standing next to Xanna, poking her leg. "Fascinating," he said. He repeated this to the others. "So fascinating." Cosmo giggled when Henry had poked the back of his knee. "Fascinating. Is that the only freaking word he could say?" Izzy yelled, ice pack on her head again. Xanna mentally shrugged. "You're short." Xanna looked around to see who had said that, then looked down. "Me?" she asked the other gnome, known as Simon. "Yeah, you. I wouldn't be talking there too much, shortstop. I've seen plenty of Blood Elves raid Stormwind before. All of them were taller than you are." Damn, that's really saying something if a gnome is calling you short. Izzy laughed. Xanna's eye twitched a little. She felt like kicking the little gnome like a football. She took a deep breath to calm herself down. "I never ate my greens, okay?" She leaned down a little and began to mess with Simon's ears. "That's probably your problem too, or else you wouldn't have these ears." She lightly tugged on his right ear. "My word, she could speak alliance?" Henry said and walked back over to Xanna, leaving Cosmo laughing on the ground. He began to look at her and poke her again. "All of the other Blood Elves I've seen could never speak like we do." He looked at her eyes. "And they all had green eyes, not yellow. This is how we do science." Fanero raised an eyebrow. "So the girl Blood Elves and the guy Blood Elves have green eyes?" Henry nodded as he used his right hand to open Xanna's left eye and used his other hand to hold up a little flashlight he had been keeping in his pocket. "Amazing," he said and put away the flashlight. "If that's true, then why does she have yellow eyes? And how can she speak to us?" Kadya asked. "Did she kill an alliance and steal their eyes and vocal cords or something weird like that?" "I'm half night elf, you jerk," Xanna said as Henry climbed on her back like a monkey and looked at the back of her neck. She folded her arms over her chest and looked away from him and glanced at Fanero through the corner of her eye. He looked speechless and that he was rethinking about their whole flirting thing. Because as unintentional as it is, apparently he's softly prejudiced because he doesn't want to date any alliance and strictly horde only. I mean, everybody's got their type. Kadga's eyes widened. You're half night elf," Xanna repeated. "You gonna sue me now?" Kadga was speechless. He didn't know if he should respect Xanna and let Fanero flirt with her all he wanted, or if he should hate her and treat her like all of the other filthy horde in the world, and maybe hook Fanero up with some random girl at the soda parlor. At least he's upfront about his prejudice. "Absolutely amazing," Henry said. Izzy sighed and grabbed a bat. "Let me take control, cause I'm Freddy Krueger and this is gonna go into the real world with me." "Young lady." "Xanna." "Pardon?" "My name is Xanna." "Oh yes, Xanna. Did you know that you had a mark on the back of your neck?" Crazy bald gnome say what? "A mark?" Xanna asked as everyone surrounded the back of her neck. "Okay, feeling a bit uncomfortable." "You're telling me, Izzy said as she stared at Henry's giant gnome eyes.
Yes, a mark.
Let me see, Cosmo and Simon said. Cosmo picked Simon up and they joined the group and looked at the mark. Son, you never told me that you got a tattoo. Henry looked at Cosmo.
Great Scott, you can speak Alliance too?
They all can. I taught them how, Xanna said.
You can teach?
Henry asked.
Yes, we can also read, breathe, and talk at the same time,
Dethium said.
Amazing, ain't it? Quite.
Henry nodded and looked back at the mark. Dethium began to pull out a dagger, but Makoki stopped her. I am way more on the ship for Makoki and Dethium than I am for Khadga and Dethium. What's the mark look like? Xanna asked. It looks like a raindrop with a little circle under it, Cosmo answered. Xanna thought of the mark. It led to thinking of all the times she went to the lake in Eversong Forest to go cry. It's not a raindrop, it's a teardrop, she thought. That's clearly self-projection. She has no physical control over what it looks like. Izzy placed a hand on her chin. How have I not noticed this mark at all? I guess because she never looked at Xanna's neck. Xanna was saying in her mind, but let out a little squeal when someone had touched the back of her neck. Cold hands! Sorry, Finero said and took his hand away from the mark. Son, you have to tell me where you got this tattoo. And after that, get rid of the tattoo. No son of mine is going to walk around with a tattoo on any body part just so silly boys can stare at said body part. It's not a tattoo, and even if it was, who cares? It's just on the back of my neck. Sure, it starts out on the back of the neck, but soon it'll be the shoulder, then the chest, then the stomach, then the leg, the thigh, and the next thing you know, you go to a club, end up talking to this guy named Jerry, going to the Silvermoon City Spa, somehow getting your apple juice spiked, and getting your heart broken by the only tree I'll ever love. Everyone slowly turned their heads to look at Cosmo. So I've heard. Izzy slowly reached up to grab her head. I think I have a tumor. We'll fix your cancer later. Right now we have to get this group away from my neck, get Cosmo some therapy and maybe a relationship specialist, get our disguises, go to Stormwind, look around, and marry Finero! Izzy grabbed her ice pack. Yeah, good luck with that, she said and laid down on the bed in Xanna's mind. Aw, you're not gonna help? Xanna asked with a sad puppy dog face. Head still hurts from that damn tree branch. Xanna was about to beg Izzy to get over her headache and help her live happily ever after with Finero. Instead of thinking about how this was the first headache Izzy had ever received and that it was not good, when someone touched her back. She let out a little squeal. She knew it wasn't Finero's hand this time. Who's touching my back? Sorry, Moxa said and took his hand away. Thought I saw something crawl up your back. Oh, yeah, something did, and it was called your hand. Stop being stupid. He was just making sure that someone else is now touching my back and is slowly rubbing it, and who is it? Izzy looked up to see who it was. Her eyes widened, then she burst out into laughter. Well, that can't be good, Xanna quietly sighed. Who's rubbing my back? Everyone looked down to see a blue hand on Xanna's back. Then they looked at the person's face. What? I'm just making sure she has a spine, Khadga said. Xanna mentally shook her head and placed her face in her right hand. Have I ever mentioned anything about how these people are... Xanna punched Izzy's forehead with her left hand. Shut it, she said as Izzy twitched on the ground. It's more of convulsing. This is gonna be a long trip. Just like this fanfiction. Final scene. Everyone stared at the back of Xanna's neck for a good 45 minutes. Okay, can you guys stop staring at the back of my neck? I'm starting to feel a little uncomfortable. Starting? Yeah, you guys should back off and stop staring at my little Zonzon's tattoo, Cosmo said as he got in front of everyone, blocking the mark of the back of Xanna's neck. It's not a tattoo. You're still getting rid of it so boys won't stare at you. And don't even try to think of getting another one in a different place. But it's not a... Xanna was saying as she turned around to face Cosmo and tell him that the mark wasn't a tattoo. He held up his hand. I don't want to hear it. As soon as we get back to Eversong, it's gone. But don't want to hear it. But Cosmo, it's not a... Cosmo placed a hand on Xanna's mouth. My mind has been made up, Zonzon. The tattoo is going. Xanna sighed and removed his hand. Let's just get our disguises.
Oh yes, your disguises,
Henry said and began to fish for something in his pockets.
I know I have it here somewhere.
He fished a little more.
Aha!
He pulled out a little orb-looking thing.
Here it is.
He smiled.
One of my favorite creations that he made on accident,
Simon said.
Quiet you.
Simon shrugged. Ooh, it's shiny. Can I touch it? Cosmo said as he reached out a finger to poke the shiny orb.
No!
Henry yanked the orb away. Cosmo frowned because he couldn't touch the shiny thing. Sad little British elf.
It's very fragile, and I don't want anyone to touch it,
he said as he wiped dust off of it.
Not even my own children.
Oh, Cosmo said, still frowning from not being able to touch the shiny thing. So how's this thing work? Dethium said and grabbed the orb from Henry's tiny hands.
Ah! Don't touch it!
Henry yelled and began to hop up and down. Dethium said as she looked at the orb. Is there supposed to be a button or something?
No, it works in a very specific way. Now give it
it back. Well, then how does it work? Dethium said and began to tap on the orb. Ah! Henry climbed on Dethium's back to get the orb back. Get off me, you little monkey. Dethium began to spin around to get Henry off of her back. It didn't work out so well. Alright, you want to play hardball? I'll give you hardball. Dethium plopped down on her back and began to crush Henry. Everyone's eyes widened as they watched Henry and Dethium fight over the orb. No matter how much I like Dethium and think she's a genius, she's an idiot. Doing that to the little monkey gnome is probably going to get us killed. Yeah. Uh-huh, I've got it, Henry cheered. Simon tapped on his shoulder. Dad? Yes, Simon, my boy? That's not the orb. That's his head. Henry looked at the thing he had in his hand. It was a head. That. Whoa. Definitely a spelling error. I'm a girl, you dumbass! Henry gasped and dropped the head. After he had done that, it tried to bite him. Ah! Simon, my boy! Help me! Simon rolled his eyes and cast a spell to freeze Dethium's head. Thank you, my boy. Henry panted as he walked over to Simon and patted his shoulder. No problemo, Dad. Henry nodded and straightened up. Now to get the orb back from his body. I'm a girl, damn it! Dethium shouted. Of course you are. Henry said as he walked over to Dethium's body, which was running into a tree, to get the orb. He looked at her hands and there was nothing there. Where in the blazes? Here, Finero, a female voice said. Henry turned around. Thanks, I guess, Finero said as he bent down to receive the orb from the female gnome. Margaret! What are you doing here? I thought you were out with your mother! Grocery shopping with Mom was boring, so I went to the Tower of Azor to bug Simon, but I bumped into Fionn instead. Margaret gave a little wink to Finero, shuddered a little. I don't care how boring it is. Go back to the store and find your mother! Henry commanded his daughter. Then he looked at Simon. You go with her and keep an eye on her. But Dad, I wanted to make fun of the elf's ears! Simon complained and pointed at Cosmo. What's wrong with my ears? He asked as Simon walked away with Margaret, who gave another wink to Finero. The same thing that's wrong with you entirely, Dethium and Khadga said. They looked at each other for a moment. Dethium raised her right eyebrow while Khadga raised his left. Then they both stuck their tongues out at each other. Makoki rolled his eyes, walked over, and put Dethium's head back on her body. See, right there. It's supposed to be about how Khadga and Dethium were meant for each other bullshit. But here's fucking Makoki coming all up handling this shit. I would like to see that. But spoiler alert, that doesn't happen. Will you two stop playing mirror for a second? We got some work to do. Dethium smacked Makoki. Don't manhandle me. If anyone is gonna manhandle someone, it's gonna be me. Dethium pointed her thumb at her chest. Ugh, don't do that, Makoki said. Why not? Because I follow your thumb, and when you point it at your chest, all I see is nasty, rotting, purplish, decaying bones instead of nice, little, pink, round Oxel smacked Makoki. Ow, what'd I say? You know what? No, I don't, or else I wouldn't have asked. Don't get smart with me. Don't smack me! Makoki and Oxel began to argue. Dethium pulled some popcorn out of nowhere, because being around Xanna gives people these abilities, and munched on it as she watched them argue. She began to laugh when Cosmo, Moxa, Ezekiel, and Gishpet got involved. Xanna sighed and walked over to Finero and Henry. May we please have the disguises, Mr. Henry, sir? Henry gave her a look. Why? That undead man tried to attack me! I know, but she just has anger issues. I mean, come on. Do you really think that my group is organized enough to raid Stormwind? Xanna motioned her arms to the giant wrestling pile and the crazy laughing undead woman. I suppose not. So can we? Xanna gave Henry the puppy dog look, trying to increase her chances of getting the disguises her and her group needed. Only as long as you keep your group under control and if Khadga Jr. over there is your guide. Khadga's a junior? Yes, he is the son of one of our greatest paladins, Khadga Sr. Spoiler alert, not fucking important, but wouldn't that have been interesting to have seen? Cool, but why can't Finero be our guide? Both Xanna and Henry looked at Finero. Then Henry motioned Xanna to bend down. She did, and Henry whispered in her ear, I don't trust him. Why? For some reason, my daughter is fascinated with that boy, and I'm afraid he might try to take advantage of her. You know I can hear you, right? Finero asked. Oh, cheese and crackers. Like, it's the two of them right here at the front of the screen, and he's just literally right there, standing in the background. Elf, able to hear better. He's fine, I understand. Panera laughed.
Yes, it's funny. Now give me the orb of deception.
Henry held out his hand for the orb. Panera stopped laughing and gave it to him.
Gather round, horned children. I am going to give you your disguises.
All of them stopped beating each other up and walked over. Hooray! Costumes! I love dressing up! Cosmo cheered.
No, these are not just any ordinary costumes, my dear.
I'm a boy.
Of course you are. Anyway, these are magical. They will turn you all into alliance for 6 hours. Once your 6 hours is up, you better be out of Stormwind or else.
Or else what?
Or else they'll kill you, of course.
Oh.
Yeah. Just shut up and show me how that thing works.
Dethium said. Henry gave her a little glare.
Alright, this is how it works.
Henry said. Everyone leaned in a little closer to see how the amazing shiny object worked. All he did was squeeze it like a stress ball.
That's it!
Dethium said.
Yes, it was supposed to be a stress ball, but there were many problems and I accidentally made this. Now be quiet and count to 3.
Why should we?
Dethium was saying.
1.
Xanna and Cosmo said.
2.
They said. 3. Everyone said. There was a burst of light from the orb.
What's happening?
Cosmo shouted and grabbed on the closest thing he could find.
Just stay calm!
Henry shouted.
I can't see anything!
Moxa shouted.
I'm blind!
Just a couple more seconds!
Henry shouted. The light stayed for 5 more seconds, then went away.
Whoa.
Cadga and Fanera said. Xanna and her friends rubbed their eyes so they could see clearly. Whoa, they all said. We might live after all. It's the end of season 1 of Xanna. Thank you so much for being here with me. Be sure to leave comments down below, start up conversations, like, share, subscribe. Thank you for being here. May the peace be with you.